Prologue. No matter how carefully I patted the chopped apples into place, the top crust of my apple pie always looked like I'd tried to bury a dismembered body under it. My pies turned out ugly, but they tasted good. This particular pie was rapidly losing the last of its heat. I surveyed the spread in my kitchen. Venison steaks, marinated in beer, lightly seasoned, sitting in a pan ready to be popped into the oven. I'd save them for last. They wouldn't take but 10 minutes under the broiler. Homemade rolls, now cold. Corn on the cob, also cold. Baked potatoes, yup, very cold. I'd added some sautéed mushrooms and a salad just in case what I had wasn't enough. The butter on the mushrooms was doing its best to congeal into a solid state. At least the salad was supposed to be cold. I plucked a creased note from the table. 8 weeks ago, Curran, the Beast Lord of Atlanta, the Lord and Master of 1,500 shapeshifters, and my own personal psycho, had sat in the kitchen of my apartment in Atlanta and written out a menu on this piece of paper. I'd lost a bet to him, and according to the terms of our wager, I owed him one naked dinner. He'd added a disclaimer, explaining that he'd settle for my wearing a bra and panties since he wasn't a complete beast, an assertion very open to debate. He'd set a date, November 15, which was today. I knew this because I had checked the calendar 3 times already. I had called him at the Keep 3 weeks ago and set the place, my house near Savannah, and the time, 5 p.m. It was 8:30 now. He'd said he couldn't wait. Food check. My most flattering set of bra and panties? Check. Makeup? Check. Curran? Blank. I drew my finger along the pale blade of my saber, feeling the cold metal under my skin. Where exactly was His Majesty? Did he get cold feet? Mr. You'll sleep with me and say please before and thank you after? He'd chased a flying palace through an enchanted jungle and carved his way through dozens of Rakshasa demons to save me. Dinner was a huge deal to shapeshifters. They never took food for granted. But making a dinner for someone you were romantically interested in took a simple meal to a whole new level. When a shapeshifter made you dinner, he was either pledging to take care of you, or he was trying to get into your pants. Most of the time, both. Curran had fed me soup once, when I was half dead, and the fact that I had eaten it, even without knowing what that meant, amused him to no end. He wouldn't miss this dinner. Something must have held him up. I picked up the phone. Then again, he enjoyed screwing with me. I wouldn't put it past him to hide outside in the bushes, watching me squirm. Curran treated women like wonderful toys. He wined them, dined them, took care of their problems, and once they grew completely dependent on him, he became bored. Maybe whatever I perceived to be between us was only in my head. He'd realized he won and had lost interest. Calling him would just give him an opportunity to gloat. I hung up the phone and looked at my pie some more. If you opened a dictionary and looked up control freak, you'd find Curran's picture. He ruled with steel claws, and when he said jump, there was hell to pay if you didn't start hopping. He infuriated me, and I drove him out of his skin. Even if he wasn't truly interested, he wouldn't miss a chance to see me present this dinner in my underwear. His ego was too big. Something must have happened. 8:44. Curran served as the pack's first and last line of defense. Any hint of a significant threat, and he'd be out there, roaring and ripping bodies in page 5 generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. He could be hurt. The thought stopped me cold. It would take a bloody army to bring down Curran. Of the 1,500 homicidal maniacs under his command, he was the toughest and most dangerous son of a bitch. If something did happen, it had to be bad. He would have called if he'd been delayed by something minor. 8:49. I took the phone, cleared my throat, and dialed the Keep, the pack's stronghold on the outskirts of Atlanta. Just keep it professional, less pathetic that way. "You've reached the pack. What do you want?" a female voice said into the phone. "Friendly people, the shapeshifters. This is Agent Daniels. Can I speak to Curran, please?" "He isn't taking calls right now. Do you want to leave a message?" "Is he in the Keep?" "Yes, he is." A heavy rock materialized in my chest and made it hard to breathe. "Message?" the female shapeshifter prompted. "Just tell him I called, please, as soon as possible." "Is this urgent?" "Fuck it. Yes. Yes, it is. Hold on." Silence reigned. Moments dripped by, slowly, stretching thinner and thinner. "He says he's too busy to talk to you right now. In the future, please go through proper channels and direct all your concerns to Jim, our security chief. His number is—" I heard my voice, oddly flat. "I have the number. Thanks." "Anytime." I lowered the phone into the cradle very carefully. A tiny sound popped in my ears, and I had the absurd idea that it was my heart forming hairline cracks. He stood me up. He stood me up. I cooked a huge meal. I sat by the phone for the last 4 hours. I put on makeup, my second time in the past year. I bought a box of condoms, just in case. "I love you, Kate. I'll always come for you, Kate. You son of a bitch." Didn't even have the balls to speak to me. I surged off the chair. If he was going to dump me after all that shit, I'd force him to do it in person. It took me less than a minute to get dressed and load my wrist guards with silver needles. My saber, Slayer, had enough silver in it to hurt even Curran, and right now I very much wanted to hurt him. I stalked through the house looking for my boots in a fury-steeped daze, found them in the bathroom of all places, and sat down on the floor to put them on. I pulled the left boot on, tapped my heel into place, and stopped. Suppose I did get to the keep, and then what? If he decided he didn't want to see me, I'd have to cut my way through his people to get to him. No matter how much it hurt, I couldn't do that. Curran knew me well enough to recognize that and use it against me. A vision of me sitting in the lobby of the keep for hours? Hell no. If the asshole did condescend to make an appearance, what would I say? How dare you dump me before the relationship even started? I've traveled 6 hours to tell you how much I hate you because you meant that much to me? He'd laugh in my face. Then I'd slice him to ribbons, and then he'd break my neck. I forced myself to grope for reason in the fog of my rage. I worked for the Order of Knights of Merciful Aid, which, together with the Paranormal Activity Division, or PAD, and the Military Supernatural Defense Unit, or MSDU, formed the law enforcement defense against magical hazmat of all kinds. I wasn't a knight, but I was a representative of the Order. Worse, I was the only representative of the Order with Friend of the Pack status, meaning that when I attempted to muscle my way into pack-related problems, the shapeshifters didn't tear me apart right away. Any issues the pack had with the law usually found their way to me. The shapeshifters came in 2 flavors: free people of the code, who maintained strict control over Like V, the virus raging in their bodies, and loops, who surrendered to it. Loops murdered indiscriminately, bouncing from atrocity to atrocity until someone did the world a favor and murdered their cannibalistic asses. The Atlanta PAD viewed each shapeshifter as a loop in waiting, and the pack responded by ratcheting up their paranoia and mistrust of outsiders to new and dizzying heights. Their position with the authorities was precarious at best, saved from open hostility by their record of cooperation with the Order. If Curran and I got into it, our fight wouldn't be seen as a conflict between 2 individuals, but as the Beast Lord's assault on an Order representative. Nobody would believe that I was dumb enough to start it. The shapeshifter standing would plummet. I had only a few friends, but most of them grew fur and claws. I'd make their lives hell to soothe my hurt. For once in my life, I had to do the responsible thing. I pulled the boot off and threw it across the room. It thudded into the wood panel in the hallway. For years, first my father and then my guardian, Greg, had warned me to stay away from human relationships. Friends and lovers only brought you trouble. My existence had a purpose, and that purpose and my blood left no room for anything else. I had ignored the warnings of the 2 dead men and dropped my shields. It was time to suck it up and pay for it. I'd believed him. He was supposed to be different, to be more. He'd made me hope for things I didn't think I'd ever get. When hope broke, it hurt. Mine was a very big, very desperate hope, and it hurt like a son of a bitch. Magic flooded the world in a silent wave. The electric lamps blinked and died a quiet death, giving way to the blue radiance of the fey lanterns on my walls. The enchanted air and the twisted glass tubes luminesced brighter and brighter until an eerie blue light filled the entire house. It was called post-shift resonance. Magic came in waves, negating technology, and then vanished as abruptly and unpredictably as it had appeared. Somewhere, gasoline engines failed and guns choked mid-bullet. The defensive spells around my house surged up, forming a dome over my roof and hammering home the point. I'd needed protection. I'd dropped my shields and let the lion in. It was time to pay the piper. I got up off the floor. Sooner or later, my job would bring me into contact with the Beast Lord. It was inevitable. I needed to get the hurt out of my system now, so when we met again, all he would get from me would be cold courtesy. I marched into the kitchen, trashed the dinner, and strode out. I had a date with a heavy punching bag, and I had no trouble imagining Curran's face on it. An hour later, when I left for my apartment in Atlanta, I was so tired I fell asleep in my car moments after I steered my vehicle into the ley line, and the magic current dragged it off toward the city. Chapter 1. I rode through the streets of Atlanta, rocking with the hoofbeats of my favorite mule, Marigold, who didn't care for the birdcage attached to her saddle and really didn't care for the globs of lizard spit dripping from my jeans. The birdcage contained a fist-sized clump of gray fuzz, which I'd had a devil of a time catching, and which might or might not have been a living dust bunny. The jeans contained about a half-gallon of saliva deposited on me by a pair of Trimble County lizards, which I'd managed to chase back into their enclosure at the Atlanta Center for Mythological Research. I was 11 hours, and page 6 generated by ABC Amber LIT Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html, 13 minutes into my shift. I hadn't eaten since that morning, and I wanted a donut. 3 weeks had passed since Curran had stood me up. For the first week, I was so angry I couldn't see straight. The anger had subsided now, but the dense, heavy stone remained in my chest, weighing me down. Strangely, donuts helped, especially ones drizzled with chocolate. As expensive as chocolate was in our day and age, I couldn't afford a whole chocolate bar, but the drizzle of chocolate syrup on the donuts did the job just well enough. Hello, dear. After almost a year of working for the Order, hearing Maxine's voice in my head no longer made me jump. Hello, Maxine. The Order's telepathic secretary called everyone dear, including Richter, a new addition to the Atlanta chapter, who was as psychotic as a knight of the Order could get without being stripped of his knighthood. Her dears fooled no one. I'd rather run 10 miles with a rucksack full of rocks than face a chewing out from Maxine. Perhaps it was the way she looked. Tall, thin, ramrod straight, with a halo of tightly curled silver hair and the mannerisms of a veteran middle school teacher who had seen it all before and would not suffer fools gladly. Richter is quite sane, dear. And is there any particular reason you keep picturing a dragon with my hair on its head and a chocolate donut in its mouth? Maxine never read thoughts on purpose, but if you concentrated hard enough while on call, she couldn't help picking up simple mental images. I cleared my throat. Sorry. No problem. I always thought of myself as a Chinese dragon, actually. We're out of donuts, but I have cookies. Cookies. What do I have to do for a cookie? I know your shift is over, but I have an emergency petition and nobody to handle it. Ugh, what's the petition? Someone attacked the Steel Horse. The Steel Horse? The border bar? Yes. Post-shift Atlanta was ruled by factions, each with its own territory. Of all the factions in Atlanta, the People and the Pack were the largest and the two I most wanted to avoid. The Steel Horse sat right on the invisible border between their territories. A neutral spot, it catered to both the People and the Shapeshifters, as long as they could keep it civil. For the most part, they did. Kate? Maxine prompted. Do you have any details? Someone started a fight and departed. They have something cornered in the cellar, and they're afraid to let it out. They're hysterical. At least one fatality. A bar full of hysterical necromancers and werebeasts. Why me? Will you take it?
What kind of cookies? Chocolate chip with bits of walnuts in them. I'll even give you 2. I sighed and turned Marigold to the west. I'll be there in 20. Marigold sighed heavily and started down the night-drenched street. The pack members drank little. Staying human required iron discipline, and the shapeshifters avoided substances that altered their grip on reality. A glass of wine with dinner or a single beer after work was pretty much their limit. The people also drank little, primarily because of the presence of shapeshifters. A bizarre hybrid of a cult, a corporation, and a research institute, they concerned themselves with the study of the undead, primarily vampires. Vampirus immortusis, the pathogen responsible for vampirism, eradicated all traces of ego from its victims, turning them into bloodlust-crazed monsters and leaving their minds nice and blank. Masters of the Dead, the people's premier necromancers, took advantage of this occurrence. They navigate vampires by riding their minds and controlling their every move. Masters of the Dead weren't brawlers. Well-educated, lavishly compensated intellectuals, they were ruthless and opportunistic. Masters of the Dead wouldn't be visiting a bar like the Steel Horse either. Too lowbrow. The Steel Horse catered to the journeymen, navigators in training, and since the Red Stalker murders, the people had tightened their grip on their personnel. A couple of drunk and disorderlies, and your study of the undead would come to an untimely end. The journeymen still got roaring drunk. Most were too young and made too much money for their own good, but they didn't do it where they'd get caught, and they definitely didn't do it with the shapeshifters watching. A shadow scuttled across the street, small, furry, and with too many legs. Marigold snorted and kept on, unfazed. The people were led by a mysterious figure known as Roland. To most, he was a myth. To me, he was a target. He was also my biological father. Roland had sworn off children. They kept trying to kill him. But my mother really wanted me, and he decided that, for her sake, he could suffer to try one more time. Except he changed his mind and tried to kill me in the womb. My mother ran, and Roland's warlord, Voron, ran with her. Voron made it, my mother didn't. I never knew her, but I knew that if my natural father ever found me, he'd move heaven and earth to finish what he started. Roland was legend. He'd survived for thousands of years.
Some thought he was Gilgamesh, some thought he was Merlin. He wielded incredible power, and I wasn't ready to fight him. Not yet. Contact with the people meant the risk of discovery by Roland, and so I avoided them like a plague. Contact with the pack meant the risk of contact with Curran, and right now, that was worse. Who the hell would attack the Steel Horse anyway? What was the thinking behind that? Here is a bar full of psychotic killers who grow giant claws, and people who pilot the undead for a living. I think I'll go wreck the place. Sound reasoning there? Not. I couldn't avoid the pack forever, just because their lord and master made my sword arm ache. Get in, do my job, get out. Simple enough. The Steel Horse occupied an ugly bunker of a building, squat, brick, and reinforced with steel bars over the windows and a metal door about 2¼ inches thick. I knew how thick the door was because Marigold had just trotted past it. Someone had ripped the door off its hinges and tossed it across the street. Between the door and the entrance stretched potholed asphalt covered with random patches of blood, liquor, and broken glass, and a few moaning bodies in various stages of inebriation and battle damage. Damn, I'd missed all the fun. A clump of tough guys stood by the tavern's doorway. They didn't exactly look hysterical, since the term was conveniently absent from their vocabulary, but the way they gripped makeshift weapons of broken furniture made one want to approach them slowly, speaking in soothing tones. Judging by the battle scene, they had just gotten beat up in their own bar. You can never lose a fight in your own bar, because if you do, it's not your bar anymore. I slowed my mule to a walk. The temperature had plummeted in the past week, and the night was bitterly, unseasonably cold. The wind cut at my face. Faint clouds of breath fluttered from the guys at the bar. A couple of the larger, thuggy-looking citizens sported some hardware. A big, rough-hewn man on the right carried a mace, and his pal on the left wielded a machete. Bouncers. Only bouncers would be allowed to have real weapons in a border bar. I scanned the crowd, looking for telltale glowing eyes. Nothing, just the normal human irises. If there had been shapeshifters in the bar tonight, they'd either cleared off or kept their human skins securely on. I didn't sense any vampires nearby either. No familiar faces in the crowd. The journeyman must have taken off too. Something bad went down and nobody wanted to be tarred by it. And now it was all mine. Oh, goody. Marigold carried me past the human wreckage and to the doorway. I pulled out the clear plastic wallet I carried on a cord around my neck and held it up so they could see the small rectangle of the order ID. Kate Daniels. I work for the order. Where is the owner? A tall man stepped from the inside of the bar and leveled a crossbow at me. It was a decent modern recurve crossbow with close to 200 pounds of draw weight. It came equipped with a fiber optic sight and a scope. I doubted he'd need either to hit me at 10 feet. At this distance, the bolt wouldn't just penetrate, it would go through me, taking my guts for a ride on its fletch. Of course, at this distance, I might kill him before he got off a shot. Hard to miss with a throwing knife at 10 feet. Page 7, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. The man fixed me with grim eyes. Middle-aged and thin, he looked as if he'd spent too much time outdoors doing hard labor. Life had melted all the flesh off his bones, leaving only leathery skin, gunpowder, and gristle. A short, dark beard hugged his jaw. He nodded to the smaller bouncer. "Vic, check the ID." Vic sauntered over and looked at my wallet. "It says what she said it did." I was too tired for this. "You're looking at the wrong thing." I took the card out of the wallet and offered it to him. "See the square in the bottom left corner?" His gaze flicked to the square of enchanted silver. "Put your thumb over it and say ID." Vic hesitated, glanced at his boss, and touched the square. ID. A burst of light punched his thumb, and the square turned black. The card knows you're not its owner. No matter how many of you mess with it, it will stay black until I touch it. I placed my finger over the silver. ID. The black vanished, revealing the pale surface. That's how you tell a real order agent from a fake one. I dismounted and tied Marigold to the rail. Now, where is the corpse? The bar owner introduced himself as Cash. Cash didn't strike me as the trusting kind, but at least he kept his crossbow pointed at the ground as he led me behind the building and to the left. Since his choice of order representatives was limited to me and Marigold, he decided to take his chances with me. Always nice to be judged more competent than a mule. The crowd of onlookers tagged along as we circled the building. I could have done without an audience, but I didn't feel like arguing. I'd wasted enough time playing magic tricks with my ID. "We run a tight ship here," Cash said. "Quiet. Our regulars don't want trouble." The night wind flung the sour stench of decomposing vomit in my face, and a touch of an entirely different scent, syrupy, thick, harsh, and cloying. Not good. There was no reason for the body to smell yet. "Tell me what happened." "A man started trouble with Joshua. Joshua lost," Cash said. He'd missed his calling. He should have been a saga poet. We reached the back of the building and stopped. A huge, ragged hole gaped in the side of the bar where someone had busted out through the wall. Bricks lay scattered across the asphalt. Whoever the creature was, he could punch through solid walls like a wrecking ball. Too heavy duty for a shapeshifter, but you never know. Did one of your shapeshifter regulars do that? No, they all cleared off once the fight started. What about the people's journeymen? Didn't have any tonight. Cash shook his head. They usually come on Thursdays. We're here. Cash pointed to the left where the ground sloped down to a parking lot, punctuated by a utility pole in its center. On the pole, pinned by a crowbar thrust through his open mouth, hung Joshua. Parts of him were covered by shreds of tanned leather and jeans. Everything uncovered no longer looked human. Hard bumps clustered on every inch of his exposed skin, dark red and interrupted by lesions and wet, gaping ulcers, as if the man had become a human barnacle. The crust of sores was so thick on his face I couldn't even distinguish his features, except for the milky eyes, opened wide and staring at the sky. My stomach sank. All traces of fatigue fled, burned in a flood of adrenaline. Did he look like that before the fight started? Please say yes. No, Cash said. It happened after. A cluster of bumps over what might have been Joshua's nose shifted, bulged outward, and fell, giving space to a new ulcer. The fallen piece of Joshua rolled on the asphalt and stopped. The pavement around it sprouted a narrow ring of flesh-colored fuzz. The same fuzz coated the pole below and slightly above the body. I concentrated on the lower edge of the fuzz and saw it creep very slowly down the wood. Fuck. I kept my voice low. Did anybody touch the body? Cash shook his head. No. Anybody go near it? No. I looked into his eyes. I need you to get everyone back into the bar and keep them there. Nobody leaves. Why? He asked. I had to level with him. Joshua's diseased. He's dead. His body's dead, but the disease is alive and magic. It's growing. It's possible that everyone's infected. Cash swallowed. His eyes widened and he glanced through the hole and into the bar. A dark-haired woman, slight and bird-boned, wiped up the spills on the counter, sliding broken glass into a wastebasket with her rag. I looked back at Cash and saw fear. If he panicked, the crowd would scatter and infect half the city. I kept my voice quiet. If you want her to live, you have to herd everyone back into the bar and keep them from leaving. Tie them up if you have to, because if they take off, well, have an epidemic. Once the people are secure, call Biohazard. Tell them Kate Daniels says we have a Mary. Give them the address. I know it's hard, but you have to be calm. Don't panic. What will you do? I'll try to contain it. I'll need salt, as much as you've got. Wood, kerosene, alcohol, whatever you have that might burn. I have to build a flame barrier. You've got pool tables? He stared at me uncomprehending. Do you have pool tables? Yes. I dropped my cloak on the slope. Please bring me your pool chalk, all of it. Cash walked away from me and spoke to the bouncers. All right, the bigger bouncer bellowed. Everybody back into the bar, 1 round on the house. The crowd headed into the bar through the hole in the wall. One man hesitated. The bouncers moved in on him. Into the bar, Vic said. The guy thrust his chin into the air. Fuck off. Vic sank a quick, hard punch into his gut. The man folded in half, and the bigger bouncer slung him over his shoulder and headed back into the steel horse. 2 minutes later, one of the bouncers trotted out with a large sack of salt and fled back into the bar. I cut the corner of the bag and began drawing a 3-inch wide circle around the pole. Cash emerged from the hole in the tavern carrying some broken crates, followed by the dark-haired woman with a large box. The woman set the box down by the lumber, filled with blue squares of pool chalk. Good, thank you. She caught a glimpse of Joshua on the pole. The blood drained from her face. Did you call Biohazard? I asked. Phone's out, Cash said softly. Can something go right for me today? Does that change things? Cash asked. It changed a short-term fix into a long-term defense. I'll just have to work harder to keep it put. Page 8. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. I finished the salt circle, dumped the bag, and began laying the wood into another circle around the pole. The fire wouldn't hold it indefinitely, but it would buy me some time. The flesh-colored fuzz tested the salt and found it delicious. Figured. I didn't feel any different, and I was closest to the body, so I'd be the first one to go. A comforting thought. Cash had brought down some bottles, and I dumped their contents onto the crates, soaking the wood in hard liquor and kerosene. One flick of a match, and the wooden ring flared into flames. Is that it? Cash asked. No. The fire will delay it, but not for long. The two of them looked as though they were at their own funeral. It will be okay. Kate Daniels, agent of the Order. We take care of your magic problems, and when we can't, we lie through our teeth. It will all turn out. You two go inside now. Keep the peace and keep trying the phone. The woman brushed Cash's sleeve with her fingers. He pivoted to her, patted her hand, and together they went back into the tavern. The fuzz crawled halfway across the salt. I began to chant, going through the roster of purifying incantations. Magic built around me slowly, like cotton candy winding on the spire of my body and flowing outward, around the flame circle. The fuzz reached the fire. The first flesh-colored tendrils licked the boards and melted into black goo with a weak hiss. The flames popped with the sickening stench of burning fat.
That's right, you bastard. Stay the hell behind my fire. Now I just had to keep it still until I finished the first ward circle. Chanting, I grabbed the pool chalk and drew the first glyph. Chapter 2. Holy Mother of God. The tall, thin spire of a woman that was Patrice Lane, Biohazard's in-house med mage, crossed her arms on her chest. She seemed even taller from where I sat, huddled on the slope under my cloak. The cold seeped through the fabric of my jeans, and my butt had turned into a chunk of ice. The telephone pole had become a mass of flesh-colored fur. Around it, the entire parking lot was covered in my glyphs. I had used up all of Cash's chalk. The pole slowly rained skin-colored fuzz. The same crap spread in a circle around its base. The fire had died down to mere coals, and the fuzz had spilled over it in several places, pooling against the first ring of glyphs. I'd chopped off the wires going from the pole after completing the second circle of glyphs and threw them into the ward. The fuzz had swallowed them so completely you'd never know they were there. Med mages and med techs swarmed the scene. Biohazard was technically part of PAD, but practically speaking, it had its own separate quarters and its own chain of command, and Patrice was pretty far up that chain. Patrice raised her arm, and I felt a faint pulse of magic. "I can't feel a thing past the chalk," she said, her breath escaping in a cloud of pale vapor. "That's the idea. Smart ass." Patrice surveyed my handiwork and shook her head. "Look at it crawl. Persistent blight, isn't he?" That was why I'd made the second circle, in case the first failed, and then it occurred to me that the telephone pole could take a dive. The wards of the first two circles extended only about 8 feet up, and if the pole fell, the disease would land outside the barrier. So I drew the third ward circle. It had been a very wide circle too, because the pole was painfully tall, about 30 feet. 4 med techs now walked along the outer circle's perimeter, waving sensors which trailed purifying smoke. I'd sunk everything I had into those wards. Right now, a kitten could touch me with her paw and score a total knockout. A young male med tech crouched by me and raised a small white flower in a pot to my lips. 5 white petals streaked with thin green veins leading to a ring of fuzzy stalks, each tipped with a small yellow dot. A bog star. The tech whispered an incantation and said in a practiced cadence, "Take a deep breath and exhale." I blew on the flower. The petals remained snow white. If I had been infected, the bog star would have turned brown and withered. The tech checked the color of the petals against a paper card and chanted low under his breath. One more time, deep breath and exhale. I obediently exhaled. He took away the bog star. "Look into my eyes." I did. He peered deeply into my irises. "Clear. You have beautiful eyes." "And she has a big, sharp sword." Patrice snorted. "Be gone, creature." The medtech rose. "She's clean," he called in the direction of the tavern. "You can speak with her now." The dark-haired woman who'd brought the chalk to me hours earlier stepped out of the bar and carried a glass of whiskey. "I'm Maggie. Here." She offered the glass to me. "Seagram 7 Crown." "Thank you. I don't drink." "Since when?" Patrice raised her eyebrows. Maggie held the whiskey to me. "You need it. We watched you crawl around on your hands and knees for hours. It must hurt, and you've got to be frozen solid." The parking lot proved a bit rougher than anticipated. Crawling back and forth drawing glyphs had shredded my already worn-out jeans into nothing. I could see my skin through the holes in the fabric, and it was bloody. Normally, leaving traces of my blood at the scene would have sent me into panic. Once separated from the body, blood couldn't be masked, and in my case, advertising the magic of my bloodline meant a death sentence. But I knew how tonight would end, and so I didn't worry. What little blood I left on the asphalt would be obliterated very soon. I took the whiskey and smiled at Maggie, which took some effort since my lips were frozen. "Did you finally get the phone working?" She shook her head. "It's still out." "How did you contact Biohazard?" Maggie pursed her narrow lips. "We didn't." I turned to Patrice. The medmage frowned at the circle. "Pat, how did you know to come here?" "An anonymous tipster called it in," she murmured, her eyes fixed on the pole. "Something is happening." With a loud crack, the utility pole snapped. The dark-haired woman gasped. The techs dashed back, waving their sensors.
The pole spun in place, fuzz swirling around its top, teetered and plunged. It smashed against the invisible wall of the first two ward circles, toppled over it, and slid down, dumping the flesh-colored shit onto the asphalt. The pole top rammed the third line of glyphs. Magic boomed through my skull. A cloud of fuzz exploded against the ward in an ugly burst and fluttered down harmlessly to settle at the chalk line as the pole rolled to a stop. Patrice let out a breath. "I made the third circle 12 feet high," I told her. "It isn't going anywhere, even if it really wants to." "That does it." Patrice rolled up her sleeves. "Did you put anything into those wards that might fry me if I cross them?" "Nope, it's just a simple containment ward. Feel free to waltz right in." "Good." She strode down the slope to the glyphs, waving her hand at the tech team fussing with some equipment on the side. "Never mind, it's too aggressive." Page 9 generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. "Well, do a live probe. It's faster." She tossed back her blonde hair and stepped into the circle. The chalk glyphs ignited with a faint blue glow. The ward masked her magic, and I could feel nothing past it, but whatever Patrice was working up had to be heavy duty. The fuzz shivered. Thin tendrils stretched toward Patrice. I wondered who'd called Biohazard. Somebody called. Maybe it was just a good Samaritan passing by. And maybe I would sprout wings and fly. Maggie leaned over to me. "How can she enter but the disease can't leave?" "Because of the way I made the ward. Wards both keep things in and keep them out. It's basically a barrier, and you can rig it several ways. This one has a high magic threshold. The disease that killed Joshua is very potent. It's heavily saturated with magic, so it can't cross. Patrice is a human, which makes her less magical by definition, and so she can go back and forth as she pleases. So couldn't we just wait it out until the magic wave falls and the disease dies? Nobody knows what will happen to the disease once the magic falls. It might die, or it might mutate and turn into a plague. Don't worry, Patrice will nuke it." In the circle, Patrice raised her hands. "It is I, Patrice, who commands you. It is I who demands obedience. Show yourself to me." A dark shadow rolled over the fleshy fur, spreading into a mottled patina over the pole and the remnants of the body. Patrice stepped back out of the circle. The techs swarmed her with smoke and flowers. "Syphilis," I heard her say. "Lots and lots of magically delicious syphilis. It's alive and hungry. We're going to need napalm." Maggie glanced at the still untouched whiskey in my glass. I raised it to my lips and took a sip to make her happy. Fire rolled down my throat. A few seconds later, I could feel my fingertips again. "Woo, back in business." "Did they clear all of you?" I asked. She nodded. "Nobody was infected. A few guys had broken bones, but that's all. They let everyone go. Thank the universe for small favors." Maggie shuddered. "I don't understand. Why us? What did we ever do to anybody?" She was looking for comfort in the wrong place. I was numb and exhausted, and the stone in my chest hurt. Maggie shook her head, her shoulders hunched. "Sometimes there is no reason," I said. "Just a bad roll of the dice." Her face was drained of all expression. I knew what she was thinking. Broken furniture, busted wall, and a bad reputation. The steel horse would forever be known as the joint where the plague almost started. "Look over there." She glanced in the direction of my nod. Inside the bar, Cash pulled apart a broken table. "You're alive. He's alive. You're together. Everything else can be fixed. It can always be worse. Much, much worse. Trust me on this." "You're right." For a while we sat in silence, and then Maggie took a deep breath as if she was going to say something and clamped her mouth shut. "What is it?" "The thing in the cellar," she said. "Ah." I pushed upright. I'd rested enough. "Let's go take care of that." We went in through the hole in the wall. The techs had evaluated and released most of the patrons, who were only too happy to clear off. The tavern lay virtually empty. Most of the furniture hadn't survived the brawl. An icy draft swept through the open doors and windows to blow out of the ruined wall. Despite the unplanned but vigorous ventilation, the place stank of vomit. Cash leaned against the bar. Long shadows lined his haggard face. He looked worn out, like he'd aged a year overnight. Maggie paused by him. He took her hand into his. It must have twisted them into knots to sit there for hours, watching each other's faces for the first signs of infection. They were killing me. If I could have gotten a hold of Curran right now, I would have punched him in the face for making me think I could have that and then taking it away from me. At the door, 2 biohazard techs packed away an M-scanner. The M-scanner registered residual magic at the scene and spat it out in various colors. Purple for vampire, blue for human, green for shapeshifter. It was imprecise and finicky, but it was the best tool for magic analysis we had. I stopped by the team and flashed my order ID. Anything? The female tech offered me a stack of printouts. Patrice said for you to have a copy. Thanks. I flipped through them. Every single one showed a bright blue slice streaking across the paper like a lightning bolt, cutting across pale traces of green. The green were the shapeshifters, and judging by the watered-down color of the signatures, they had taken off at the beginning of the fight, leaving behind only weak residual magic. Not surprising. The pack had a strict policy regarding unlawful behavior, and nothing good ever came from a drunken brawl in a border bar. I studied the blue. Human, mundane, basic human magic. Mages registered blue, healers, empaths. I registered blue, unless you had a really good scanner. Maggie, how many people would you say were here when this happened? She shrugged at the bar. About 50. 50? But only one human magic signature? I glanced at Cash. I need to talk to your people. He headed behind the bar to a narrow stairway leading down. I followed. At the bottom of the stairway, Vic and the bigger bouncer guarded the door secured by a large deadbolt. I sat at the top of the stairs. My name's Kate. Vic. Toby. Thank you, I said. I know it had to be hell to keep everyone put for this long, and I appreciate how you've handled it. We had a good crowd tonight, Cash said. Most of them were regulars. Yeah, Vic said. If we'd gotten a lot of out-of-towners, there would have been blood. Can you tell me how it started? Someone hit me with a chair, Vic said. That's when I got into it. A man came into the bar, Toby said. What did he look like? Tall. Big guy. Tall was a given. I'd gotten a good look at Joshua's body while I was crawling around the parking lot. Joshua had been 5'10", and his feet were about 6 inches off the ground. Whoever nailed him to that pole probably held him at his own eye level, which made our guy close to 6.5 feet tall. Cash disappeared for a minute and returned with 5 glasses. More whiskey. What did the big guy wear? The 3 men and Maggie knocked back their glasses. There was collective grimacing and clearing of throats. I sipped mine a bit. Like drinking fire spiced with crushed glass. A cloak, Toby offered. Page 10. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Like this. I fingered my own long, plain, dark gray affair. Most fighters wore cloaks. Used properly, the cloak could confuse the attacker by obscuring your movements. It could shield, smother, and kill. It doubled as a blanket in a pinch for the person or for the mule. Unfortunately, it also made a dramatic fashion statement and was easy to make. Every 2-bit Bravo had one. His was one of those hooded cloaks, long and brown, and torn up at the bottom, Toby said. Did you get a look at his face? Toby shook his head.
He kept the hood on the whole time, didn't see the face or the hair. Great. I was looking for the proverbial guy in a cloak. He was as elusive as the legendary white truck had been when cars still filled the roadways. All sorts of crazy driving accidents had been blamed on the mysterious white truck, just as all sorts of random crimes had been perpetrated by some guy in a cloak with his hood pulled over his face. Toby cleared his throat again. Like I said, I didn't see his face. I saw his hands, though they were dark, about this color. He nodded at the whiskey in my glass. He came in, stood at the bar, sized up the crowd for a while, and then came up next to Joshua. They said a few words. Did you hear what he said? I did, Cash said. He whispered. He said, do you want to be a god? I have room for 2 more. Oh boy. What did Joshua say? Cash's eyes were mournful. He said, hell yeah. And then the man punched him off his feet, and the whole place went to hell. Hell yeah. Famous last words. Some guy sidles up to you in a bar and offers you godhood, and you say yes? Dumb. Over 30 years had passed since the shift. By now, every moron should know to watch their mouth and not accept bargains with random strangers, because when you said yes to magic, your word was binding, whether you meant it or not. A life wasted. All I could do now was to find the killer and punish him. Just once I would have liked to be there before this sort of shit happened, so I could nip it in the bud. That's when all the shapeshifters left, Maggie said. That's right, Cash nodded. They ran out of here like their tails were on fire. These shapeshifters, do they come often? Once a week for about a year now, Cash said. They drink a lot? 1 beer each, Maggie said. They don't drink much, but they don't cause any trouble either. They just sit by themselves in the corner and eat barrels of peanuts. We started charging them for it. They don't seem to care. I think they all work together because they come in at the same time. In times of trouble, shapeshifters snapped into an us versus them mentality. The world fractured into pack and not pack. They would fight to the death for one of their own or to protect their territory. This was their hangout, their place. They should have waded into this fight, and in this case, the pack law would be on their side. Instead, they took off. Odd. Maybe Curran had come up with some new order forbidding fights. No, that didn't make sense either. They were shapeshifters, not nuns. If they didn't blow their steam off once in a while, they'd self-destruct. Curran knew that better than anyone. I filed this tidbit to puzzle over in the future. Right now, the guy in the cloak was my primary concern. Joshua was killed for a specific purpose. The guy had gone through a lot of trouble, starting a fight, busting walls, arranging Joshua to impersonate a human butterfly, and infecting him. It was unlikely he'd done it just for kicks, which meant he had some sort of a plan, and he wouldn't stop until he followed through with it. Nothing good could possibly come from a plan that involved turning a man into a syphilis incubator. We run a quiet tavern, Maggie said. Usually, guys don't want to fight here. They just want to get a drink, shoot some pool, and go home. If there is a fight brewing, they'll talk shit for a while and wait for Toby and Vic to break them up. But this, I've never seen anything like this. That man threw one punch and the whole crowd exploded. People were screaming and fighting and growling like wild animals. I looked at Vic. Did you fight? I did. And you? I turned to Toby. Yeah, I glanced to Cash. He nodded. I could tell by their faces they weren't proud of it. The bouncers were paid to keep a cool head, and Cash was the owner. Why did you fight? They stared at me. I was mad, Vic offered. Real mad. Angry, Toby said. Why? Hell if I know, Vic shrugged. Interesting. How long did the fight last? Forever, Toby said. About 10 minutes, Maggie answered. That's a long time for a fight. Most bar fights were over in a couple of minutes. Did it get worse with time? She nodded. Did anybody see Joshua die? It was all a blur, Toby said. I remember hitting somebody's head against the wall, and I don't even know why I did it. It's like I couldn't stop. I saw it, Maggie hugged herself. The fight broke out. Joshua was in the middle of it. He was a big man, and he knew what he was doing. I was screaming for them to stop fighting. I was afraid they'd bust up the place. Nobody listened to me. Joshua was mowing people down with his fists, and then that man grabbed him and they hit the wall. The man dragged Joshua to the pole, grabbed a crowbar, and stabbed. Joshua was wriggling on the crowbar like a fish. That bastard put his hand on Joshua's face. A red light flashed, and then he walked away. I saw Joshua's eyes. He was gone. This just got better and better. Maggie hugged herself. Cash put his hand on her shoulder. Neither said anything, but I watched the haunted expression ease from Maggie's face, as if she drew strength from him. One day, I'd find someone to lean on as well. It just wouldn't be Curran, and I really had to stop thinking about him, because it hurt. Did you see any part of the man during the fight? Anything at all? Maggie shook her head. Just the cloak. Biohazards techs would have taken statements before they let the brawlers go. I'd bet a chocolate bar nobody had gotten a look at the John Doe in the cloak. A 10-minute fight, 50 eyewitnesses, and no description. That had to be some kind of record. Okay, I sighed.
What about the critter in the cellar? What do we know about it? Big, Vic said. Hairy, big teeth. He held his hands apart, demonstrating teeth with his fingers. He was like the spawn of hell. How did this spawn get into the cellar? The smaller bouncer shrugged. I was trying to make my way to the bar, where the shotgun was, and then some asswipe hits me with a pool cue and I take a tumble down this stair and hit my head a bit. Once the room stops spinning, I try to get up and I see this huge thing coming down. Wicked fangs, eyes glowing. I'm thinking I was done for. It jumps right over me and into the cellar. I slam the door shut, and that's that. Did anybody see this beast come in with the man who killed Joshua? Page 11. Generated by ABC Amber LIT Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abc.lit.html. Nobody said anything. I took it as a no. Did it try to get out? Both bouncers shook their head. I rose to my feet and pulled Slayer from my back sheath. The opaque saber caught the blue light of Fey lanterns. A light mother-of-pearl shimmer ran along the blade. Everybody took a step back. "Lock the door behind me," I told them. "What if you don't come out?" Maggie asked. "I'll come out." I unlatched the heavy wooden door, opened it, and ducked inside. Darkness mugged me. I waited, letting my eyes adjust to the gloom. The cellar lay quiet, steeped in shadows and the thick odor of hops and liquor. Dark curves of large beer kegs to find a narrow path. I moved forward, ready to dodge at any second. My back and knees hurt. The last thing I wanted was something big with teeth the size of Vic's fingers jumping at me from above. Nothing but moonlight, crawling through the narrow slit of a high window to my right. A black shadow stirred against the far wall. "Hi there." I shifted my stance. A low, throaty whine answered me. A very plaintive whine, followed by heavy, wet panting. I took another step and paused. No flash of teeth, no glowing eyes. My nose caught a whiff of fur. Interesting. I put a bit of excitement in my voice. "Here, boy." The dark shadow whined. "Who's a good boy? Are you scared? I'm scared." A faint sound of a tail sweeping the floor echoed the panting. I slapped my leg with my palm. "Come here, boy. Let's be scared together. Come on." The shadow rose and trotted over to me. A wet tongue licked my hand. Apparently, he was a friendly kind of demonic beast. I reached into my belt and clicked a lighter.
A shaggy canine muzzle greeted me, complete with big black nose and infinitely sad dog eyes. I reached over and slowly patted the dark fur. The dog panted and flopped on the side, exposing his stomach. Wicked fangs and glowing eyes. Right. I sighed, flicked the lighter off, and went to rap my knuckles on the door. "It's me, don't shoot." "Okay," Cash called out. A metallic sound announced the deadbolt being slid open. I cracked the door slowly to find myself staring at the business end of the machete. "I've got the spawn of hell cornered," I said. "Can you get me some rope?" In 10 seconds, I had a length of chain in my hand thick enough to hold a bear in check. I felt the dog's neck, no collar. Big surprise. I looped the chain and slid it around his head and opened the door. The beast docilely followed me into the light. It stood about 30 inches at the shoulder. Its fur was a mess of dark brown and tan in a classic Doberman pattern, except his coat wasn't sleek and shiny, but rather a shaggy, dense mass of rank curls. Some sort of mongrel, part Doberman, part sheepdog, or something long-haired. Vic turned the color of a ripe apple. Cash stared at it. "It's a damn mutt." I shrugged. "Probably got scared during the fight and just ran blindly through the bar. He seems friendly enough." The dog pressed against my legs, rubbing a small army of fetid bacteria into my jeans. "We should kill it," Vic said. "Who knows, it might turn into something nasty." I gave him my best version of a deranged stare. The dog's evidence. Don't touch the dog. Vic decided he liked his teeth in his mouth and not on the floor, and beat a strategic retreat. Right. I'd kill a dog in self-defense. I'd done it, and I felt bad about it afterward, but at the time, there was no way around it. Killing a mutt who just licked my hand was beyond me. Besides, the dog was evidence. 10 to 1, he was a local mongrel who had a panicked reaction to whatever magic John Doe in the cloak had been throwing around.
Of course, he could also sprout tentacles in the night and try to murder me. Only time would tell. Until I'd watched him for a few days, the spawn of hell and I were joined at the hip. Which wasn't necessarily a good thing, considering he tried his best to singe away the lining of my nose with his stink. I took the dog to the medtechs to get cleared of the plague. He passed with flying colors. They drew some blood for further analysis and advised me that he had fleas and smelled bad, just in case I'd failed to notice. Then I took paper and pen from Marigold's saddlebag and sat down at one of the tables to write out my report. In the parking lot, the inside of my ward circle blazed with orange flames. 3 guys in heat-retardant suits waved their arms, chanting the fire into a white-hot rage. I couldn't even see the pole or Joshua's body inside the inferno. The magic crashed. It simply vanished from the world in a single blink. The inferno in the parking lot began to die down. The guys in flame-retardant suits switched to flamethrowers and went on burning. Patrice came up. "Nice dog." "He's evidence," I told her. "What's his name?" I looked at the mutt, who promptly licked my hand. "No clue." "You should name him Watson," Patrice said. "Then you can tell him Elementary Watson when you solve a case in a blaze of intellectual glory." Intellectual glory. Yeah, right. I waved my write-up at her. "I'll show you mine if you show me yours." "Deal." I handed her my notes. "The perpetrator is male, olive complexion, approximately 6 feet 6 inches tall, wears a long sweeping cloak with a tattered hem, and likes to keep his hood on." She grimaced. "Don't tell me. A guy in a cloak did it?" I nodded. "Looks that way." Other fun characteristics are preternaturally hardy constitution and superhuman strength. There were roughly 50 people in the bar, but the M-scanner registered only 1 magic signature, probably our murderer. 50 violent guys and nobody used magic. Sounds unlikely, Patrice said. It was a big, brutal brawl. Nobody can explain to me why they started fighting, but apparently they went from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. I think our dude in a cloak emanates something that hits people on a very basic level, makes them really aggressive. It's also possible that animals run away from him, but we only have 1 test subject. I petted the demon dog. "Your turn." Patrice sighed. "He's a Mary." I nodded. Marys, so named after Typhoid Mary, were disease vectors, individuals who either spread or induce disease. "A very, very strong one," Patrice said. "Our guy didn't just infect, and we can't say for sure that he did, since the victim could have been syphilitic prior to the fight, but he actually gave the disease life, making it more potent and almost self-aware. The last time I saw this was during a flare. It takes a great deal of power to make a disease into an entity, godlike power to be exact. Except that no gods were prowling Atlanta's streets. They only came out to play during a flare, which occurred roughly every 7 years, and we had just gotten over the latest one. Besides, if he'd been a god, the M-scan would have registered silver, not blue. Page 12. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com ablit.html. We have to find him now. Patrice's face was grim. He has pandemic potential. The man's a catastrophe in progress. We both knew that the trail had gone cold. I'd missed the chance to go after him because I was busy crawling around and trying to keep his handiwork from infecting the city. He would strike again, and he would kill. It wasn't a question of if, but a question of how many. "I'll put out an alert out," Patrice said. "Find a guy in a cloak without any eyewitness sketches and apprehend him before he contaminates the whole city. Piece of cake." "Can you find out more about the Good Samaritan who called it in as well?" I asked. "Why? You're Joe Blow. You walk by and see me crawl around the fuzzy pole drawing shit on the pavement. Are you going to figure out immediately that I'm trying to contain a virulent plague?" Patrice pursed her lips. "Not likely. Whoever called it in knew what I was doing and knew enough to call biohazard, but didn't stick around. I'd like to know why." Half an hour later, I dropped Marigold in the Order's stables and surrendered the dust bunny to the assistant stablemaster, who also was in charge of collecting all living evidence. We had a slight disagreement as to the living status of the dust bunny, until I suggested that he let it out of the cage to settle the issue. They were still trying to catch it when I left. I dragged the dog into my apartment and into my shower, where I waged chemical warfare on his fur.
Unfortunately, he insisted on shaking himself every 30 seconds. I had to rinse him 4 times before the water ran clear, and by the end of it, a wet spray blanketed every inch of my bathroom walls, my drain was full of dog hair, and the beast smelled only marginally better. He'd managed to lick me in the face twice in gratitude. His tongue stank too. "I hate you," I told him, before giving him leftover bologna from the fridge. "You stink, you slobber, and you think I'm a nice person." The dog wolfed down the bologna and wagged his tail. He really was an odd-looking mutt. Once the diagnostics from Biohazard came back, if he was just a regular dog, I'd have to find him a nice home. Pets didn't do well with me. I wasn't even home enough to keep them from starving. I checked my messages, nothing, as usual, took a shower, and crawled into bed. The dog flopped on the floor. The last thing I remembered before passing out was the sound of his tail sweeping the rug. Chapter 3. I made it to the office by 10. I'd had roughly 4 hours of sleep, awoken in a foul mood, and my face must have shown it because people took pains to move out of my way on the street. Of course, it could have been because a giant fetid mess of a dog trotted next to me, growling at anyone who came too close.
The office of the Order of Merciful Aid occupied a plain box of a building. When the magic was up, it was shielded by a military-grade ward. But now, while the technology had the upper hand, nothing distinguished the bastion of knightly virtue from its fellow office buildings. I climbed to the second floor, entered a long, drab hallway, and landed in my tiny office, painted plain gray. The faithful canine companion flopped on the carpet. I pushed the button of the intercom. "Maxine?" "Yes, dear. I believe I'm due 2 cookies. Come and get them." I looked at the canine companion. "Me cookies? You stay." Apparently, stay in faithful canine companion language meant follow with enthusiastic glee. I could shut my office door in his face, but then he'd probably howl and be sad. I had enough sad in my life right now. We trotted down the hallway and crashed to a halt before Maxine's desk. She surveyed the demon dog for a couple of stunned seconds, then reached under her desk and produced a box of cookies, each the size of my palm. The scent of vanilla hit me. I did my best not to drool. One must maintain the sleek and deadly image after all. I snagged 2 cookies, broke one down the middle, picked the chocolate chips out of one half, and gave it to the mutt. I chomped on the other half. Heaven did exist, and it had walnuts in it. "Any messages for me?" Usually I got 1 or 2, but mostly people who wanted my help preferred to talk in person. "Yes. Hold on." She pulled out a handful of pink tickets and recited from memory without checking the paper. 7:42 a.m. Mr. Gasparian. "I curse you. I curse your arms so they will wither and die and fall off your body. I curse your eyeballs to explode. I curse your feet to swell until blue. I curse your spine to crack. I curse you. I curse you. I curse you." I licked cookie crumbs off my lips. Mr. Gasparian is under the impression that he has magic powers. He is 56 years old, terribly unhappy because his wife left him, and he keeps cursing his neighbors. Magically, he's a dud, but his ranting scares the neighborhood kids. I kicked his case to Atlanta's finest. I'm guessing they paid him a visit, and he's a bit upset that I didn't take his magic mojo seriously. People do the strangest things. 7:56 a.m. Patrice Lane. Biohazard. Joshua was a shapeshifter. Call me now. I choked on my cookie. Shapeshifters didn't get sick, at least not in the traditional sense. The only time I'd seen one of them sneeze was when they got a bit of dust in their nose or when they became inexplicably allergic to giant tortoises. Their bones knitted together in a couple of weeks. What the hell? Maxine kept going. 8:01 a.m. Derek Gaunt. "Can you ring me when you get in?" 8:05 a.m. Jim, no last name given. "Call me." 8:12 a.m. Gastak Stefanov. "Please call me at your earliest convenience." 8:37 a.m. Patrice Lane. Biohazard. "The dog's clean." The Good Samaritan was a woman with an accent of some sort. Why haven't you called me? 8:44 a.m. Detective Williams, Atlanta, PAD. "Agent Daniels, contact me about your statement in regard to the incident at Steelhorse ASAP." And that's all of them. Maxine gave me a bright smile and handed me a stack of pink message slips. Andrea emerged from the armory carrying a manila envelope and headed my way. Short and blonde, she was armed with a pretty face, a charming smile, and a pair of 9mm Sig Sauers, which she used to shoot things with preternatural accuracy many times, and very fast. She was also my best friend. Andrea braked a couple of feet from me. I shook my giant stack of pink slips at her. "I see you have messages. That's nice." Andrea nodded at me and snagged a cookie from the box. The canine companion growled under his breath, just in case she was trouble. "What is that?" Andrea's eyes widened. "What is what?" "The beast." She waved the cookie at the dog. The beast trotted over to her side, sniffed her, and wagged his tail, indicating he had decided she was good people and she should give him a piece of her cookie. He's evidence. Don't get me wrong, I think a dog is a great idea. I just never pictured you with a mutant poodle. He isn't a poodle, he's a Doberman mix. Page 13. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Aha! Keep telling yourself that. Where have you seen a poodle colored like that? Why don't we ask Morrow? His wife's a vet and he breeds Dobermans. I growled. Fine, let's go ask him. We padded down the hall to Morrow's office, Canine Enigma in tow. If I had to partner up for a job and Andrea wasn't available, I usually conned Morrow into joining forces. A huge, hulking Samoan, he was steady as the Rock of Gibraltar. Bringing him to a job was like having your own portable howitzer. People took one look at him and decided making trouble wasn't in their best interest. Morrow's office was only marginally bigger than mine, and his body was substantially larger, so the examination of the faithful canine companion had to be taken to the hallway. Morrow knelt by the dog, felt his sides, stared at his mouth, and rose, shaking his hands. Standard poodle, probably purebred even. Aside from being freakishly large, he's actually a very nice-looking dog under all that fur. You won't get any breeders lining up at your door because you can't show him. He's too huge, but otherwise a very fine specimen. You've got to be kidding me. What about the color? That's a recognized bicolor for the breed. They're called phantom poodles. Andrea snickered. The phantom poodle sat by me, looking at my face like it was the best thing he'd ever seen. They're very smart dogs, Morrow said. Canine Einsteins. They're protective and they make good guards. He cleared his throat and slid into an atrocious Southern tinged with Samoan accent. You know, a young wallflower such as yourself, Miss Scarlet, shouldn't be on these vicious streets without a male escort. It's just not proper. Andrea doubled over, croaking with laughter. Screw you guys. Morrow shook his head, gazing mournfully at Andrea. See, the streets have affected her. She's become coarse. There were times in life when nothing short of spitting fire would do. Have you thought of what to name him? Morrow asked. How about Eric, after the Phantom of the Opera? No, you should name him Fezzik, Andrea said. Inconceivable, I told her, and took the canine trader back to my office. You might want to shave him, Morrow called after me. His fur's all matted, and it's uncomfortable for him. In the office, I pulled out my brown bag. I'd stopped by a food stall on the way to the office. It was a dingy stall marked with a big sign that said, Hungry Man, and operated by a thin blonde guy. You'd have to be a very, very hungry man to stop by that stall, on the brink of starvation, and even then, I think I would go for a raw rat instead. The smell alone was known to send people running for their lives. However, the dog had found the aroma emanating from Hungry Man curiously enticing, and so I bought a bag of small round fried things that were supposedly hush puppies. I reached into the bag, pulled a round object out, and tossed it at the poodle. Big jaws opened for a blink, caught a hush puppy, and snapped shut. He must have spent some time being a stray, because he'd learned the two things all strays know. Food is rare, so eat it quick, and stick to the sap who feeds you. I folded the bag over. Kate Daniels and her deadly attack poodle? Kill me, somebody. Julie, my adopted niece, would have a field day with this. It was a good thing she was away at a boarding school until Thanksgiving. Maybe the corner store would have hair clippers. I flopped behind my desk and spread my pink slips in a fan on its scarred surface. In a perfect world, Joshua's vertically gifted murderer would have had himself a monologue before rampaging, during which he loudly and clearly would have announced his full name, occupation, religious preference, preferably with his God's country and time period of origin, his goals, dreams, and aspirations, and the location of his lair. But nobody had ever accused post-shift Atlanta of being perfect. The killer was likely a devotee of some deity who enjoyed plagues as means to motivate and discipline his or her faithful. A very powerful devotee, able to overcome the regenerative powers of Like-V, which was pretty much impossible as far as common wisdom was concerned. Obviously, common wisdom had once again proven itself wrong. Of course, the killer could also be some psychopath who thought all disease was divine and just enjoyed infecting people in his spare time. I leaned toward the first theory. The man had specifically wanted Joshua. He killed him in a very odd way, and he strode off once the deed was accomplished. He didn't stay to soak in the reaction. All this pointed to some sort of method to his madness, some definite purpose. Why start a fight? If he had wanted Joshua, he could have ambushed him on some lonely street instead of starting a brawl in a bar full of tough guys. Why take the risk that he or Joshua would get injured? Was this some sort of a message, or did he think he was just that much of a badass? The only hint I had was the link between disease and the divine. I pulled a piece of paper from the drawer and took a stack of books off my shelf. I wanted some background before I started returning calls. 2 hours later, my list of deadly disease-related deities had grown to unwieldy proportions. In Greece, both Apollo and his sister, Artemis, infected people with their arrows. Also from Greece hailed the Nosai, daimones of pestilence, disease, and heavy sickness, who escaped the confines of Pandora's jar. In the myths, Nosai were mute, and my guide definitely spoke, but I've learned not to take myth as gospel. The list kept going. Every time an ancient man stumbled, there was a god ready to punish him with an array of agonizing maladies. Kali, the Hindu goddess of death, was known as the goddess of disease. Japan was riddled with plague demons. The Mayans had Ak-Kak, who was the god of both disease and war, and looked to be a good candidate, considering Joshua's killer started a brawl. The Maori boasted a disease deity for each body part. The Winnebago Indians tried to secure blessings from some two-faced god they called Disease Giver. The Irish had the plague bringer Kylek, and in ancient Babylon, Nergal gave out diseases like they were candy. And that wasn't even counting deities who, while not specializing in illnesses, used an odd plague here and there when the occasion called for it. I needed more data to narrow this down. My butt hurt from sitting still for too long. I'd fed the dog 4 hush puppies so far, and curiously, he seemed no worse for wear. I half expected him to blow up or upchuck on the carpet. A tack poodle with the stomach of steel. When my eyes glazed over, I took a break and called Biohazard. A shapeshifter? Where, Coyote? Patrice said. How sure are you of this? Without a shadow of a doubt. Several pissed-off pack members showed up at my office demanding his remains. How is that possible? Shapeshifters don't get sick. I don't know. A note of worry vibrated in Patrice's voice. Like-V is a jealous virus. It exterminates all other invaders with extreme prejudice. If the plague did that to a shapeshifter, what would it do to a regular human? The rest of the conversation went in a similar vein. The guy in a cloak now had an official code name, the Steel Mary. The attack poodle was all dog, the Good Samaritan was gone forever, and we were all out of clues as to the Steel Mary's identity. The statements of eyewitnesses proved useless. The med mages had crawled all over the scene and discovered diddly squat. No names of forbidden gods written in blood on the wall, no accidentally discarded matchbooks from 5-star hotels, no mud prints made with one-of-a-kind mud found only 3 feet to the left of some famous landmark. Nothing. I asked Patrice if she thought praying to Miss Marple would help. She told me to stuff it and hung up. Page 14. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com, abclit.html. PAD was next in line.
Williams mostly flexed his muscle and rattled his sabers because PAD hadn't been called to the scene and Biohazard got all the glory. But after my vivid description of Joshua's nose falling off, the good detective decided that he had a very pressing and very full caseload, and while he would love to assist my investigation in any way possible, he was simply swamped. Regretful that. I checkmarked the 3 pink slips from Patrice and Williams and called Jim because I had to. One had to take pains to be polite when dealing with the pack's security chief, even if that chief was your buddy. A male shapeshifter named Jack put me on hold. I flipped the pink slip over and doodled an ugly face on it. Jim and I went way back. Before my job as a liaison between the Order and the Mercenary Guild, and his job as the pack's head spook, we both earned our cash as mercs, contractors for the Mercenary Guild. The guild assigned each merc a territory. Mine happened to be crap, and well-paying gigs came my way very rarely. Jim's territory, on the other hand, often generated good gigs, but they frequently required more than one body. Usually, he cut me in on it, mostly because he couldn't stomach working with anybody else. During that time, I learned that with Jim, the pack always took precedence. He could have the guy we hunted by his throat, but one call from the keep and he'd walk away without a word. He was probably going out of his mind. Shapeshifters spent all their life thinking they were free of disease. Last night had ripped their immunity away from them. I colored the doodle's nose black and added a spiky mane of wild hair. "Kate," Jim said into the phone. Jim looked like he broke bones for a living, but his voice was heavenly. "What the hell took you so long?" "You say the sweetest things to me, honey bear," I told him. "I was trying to track down the Mary who killed Joshua." Jim growled a little, but didn't bite back. He was only 24 years old. A were-coyote, good guy. He worked for me once in a while. I gave the doodle 2 sharp horns. "I'm very sorry. Biohazard told me he was infected with syphilis, and it ate him from inside out." "That's accurate. They won't release the remains to us." I knew where he was coming from. "Doodle wants a sample to analyze." Yeah. Doodle was the pack's medic, and the best med mage I'd ever had the privilege of driving to the brink of near insanity. He was the reason why my friend Derek still had a face. He was also the reason why I was still around at all. Jim, Joshua was extremely contagious. Pieces of him fell off, grew pale fuzz, and crawled across the pavement. Biohazard torched him down to his skeleton, which they locked in a hermetically sealed coffin and then cremated. They would have dropped a nuke onto the parking lot if they thought they could get away with it. Is there anything left? I drew claws on the doodle's arms. Unfortunately, no. Georgia Code, Title 38, under Georgia Supernatural Emergency Management Act of 2019, in the event of a clear threat of epidemic, Biohazard has broad emergency powers, which trump everything, including the pack's claim on the remains. As far as I know, they didn't even keep a sample for themselves. It was extremely virulent, Jim. It slithered over salt and fire. If it got out, most of the city would be infected by now. The poodle raised his head, a low warning rumble rolling deep in his throat. I looked at him. "Visitor," Maxine's voice whispered in my head. "I'll have to hang up in a minute, so very quickly," I murmured into the phone. There were other shapeshifters in the bar.
"Why did they leave?" He hesitated, Jim. "We went through this before. I can't help you if you don't level with me." "They were driven out. Something that bastard did terrified them out of their minds. Where are they now? I need to interview them." "You can't interview Maria. She's under sedation." "What about the rest?" There was a tiny pause. "We're looking for them." "Oh, crap. How many are missing?" 3. There were 3 panicked shapeshifters lost in the city, each a spree killer in waiting. If they went loop, they'd paint the city red. Could this get any worse? An emaciated shape scuttled into my office with preternatural quickness and perched in my client chair. It might have been a man at some point, but now it was a creature, gaunt, hairless, corded with dried muscle, as if someone had stuck it into a dehydrator for a few days and all of the fat and softness had drained from it. The vampire stared at me with glowing eyes, and in their red depths I sensed a terrible hunger. The attack poodle exploded into wild barking. Why did I even bother asking that question? "Once again, I'm very sorry. Please pass my condolences to his family," I said. "If there is anything I can do to help, I'm here." I knew you would be. Jim hung up. I hung up and looked at the vampire. Its mouth gaped open, and it showed me its fangs, 2 long, curved needles of ivory. Seeing bloodsuckers during daylight wasn't unheard of, but usually they appeared smeared with sunblock. Considering the dense gray blanket of clouds smothering the skies and weak late-fall sun, they probably didn't need to bother today. The vampire spared a single glance for the attack poodle and looked back at me. I would have liked to kill it. I could almost picture my saber slicing into undead flesh right between the 6th and 7th vertebrae of his neck. I pointed a finger at the attack poodle. You, quiet. An interesting animal. Gostek's voice spilled from the bloodsucker's mouth, sounding slightly muffled, as if through a phone. The vampire repositioned itself in my client chair and crouched like a cat, arms in front. Of all the masters of the dead among the people in Atlanta, Gostek was the most dangerous, with the exception of his boss, Nataraja. But where Nataraja was cruel and chaotic in his behavior, Gostek was intelligent and calculating, a far worse combination. I folded my arms on my chest. A personal visit? Don't I feel special? You don't return your phone calls. The vampire leaned forward, tapping my doodle with a scimitar claw. Is that a lion with horns and a pitchfork? Yup. Is he carrying the moon on his pitchfork? No, it's a pie. What can I do for Atlanta's premier master of the dead? The vampire's features twisted, trying to mirror the emotion on Gostek's face. Judging by the result, Gostek was struggling not to vomit. Someone attacked the casino this morning. The people wished to petition the order to look into it. The vampire and I stared at each other. Can you run that by me again? I asked. Some mentally challenged individual attacked the casino this morning, causing roughly $200,000 worth of harm. The bulk of the cost came from 4 vampires he managed to fry. The damage to the building is mostly cosmetic. I meant the part where the people petition the order. It was my understanding that the order extends its protection to all citizens. Page 15, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. I leaned forward. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you the same guys who run the other way the moment a badge gets involved? The vampire looked insulted. That's not true. We always cooperate with law enforcement. And pigs gracefully glide through clear sky. 2 weeks ago, a woman robbed a vendor at gunpoint and fled into the casino. It took the cops 14 hours to get her out because you claimed some sort of sanctuary privilege that was last invoked by the Catholic Church. As far as I know, the casino doesn't stand on hallowed ground. The vampire looked down on me with an air of haughty disdain. Whatever faults Gostek had, his control over the undead was superb. That is a matter of opinion. You don't cooperate with authorities unless forced. You lawyer up at the first hint of trouble, and you have a stable of undead capable of mass murder. You're the last group I expected to petition the order for assistance. Life is full of surprises. I chewed on that for a minute. Does Nataraja know you're here? I'm here on his direct orders. Warning bells went off in my head. Gostek's superior, the people's head honcho in Atlanta, called himself Nataraja after one of Shiva's reincarnations. There was something odd about Nataraja. His power felt too old for a human, and he packed a lot of magic, but I had never actually witnessed him pilot a vampire. About 3 months ago, I ended up getting involved in an underground martial arts tournament, which resulted in me fighting shape-shifting demons called Rakshasas. It also resulted in my owing Curran a naked dinner. If that furry bastard could stop intruding on my thoughts for 5 seconds, I might have to dance a jig in celebration. The Rakshasas had made a pact with Roland, the people's leader and my biological father. He provided them with weapons, and in return, they tried to destroy the shapeshifters. The pack had grown too large and too powerful, and Roland wanted it out of the way before it grew any larger. The Rakshasas failed. If Nataraja turned out to be a Rakshasa, I wouldn't be surprised. Roland still wanted the pack out of the way, and Nataraja answered to Roland. Maybe Nataraja had hatched some sort of a plan in retaliation, and he sent Gostek here to me to create an appearance of propriety. Maybe I was just getting paranoid. I looked into the vampire's eyes. What's the catch? The bloodsucker shrugged, a revolting gesture that jerked his whole body. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't believe you. Should I take that as a refusal to accept the petition? Gostek 1, Kate 0. On the contrary, the order would be delighted to accept your plea. I pulled the petition sheet from the stack of forms. The people accumulated money to fund their research. Their extreme wealth went hand in hand with severe frugality. They were notoriously tight-fisted. The order charges on a sliding scale, according to one's means of income. For the impoverished, our services are free. For you, they will be shockingly expensive. Money is no object, the vampire waved his claws. I've been authorized to meet your prices. They really wanted the order involved. Tell me what happened. At 6:08 a.m., 2 men wearing ragged trench coats approached the casino. The shorter of the men burst into flames. I paused with the pen in my hand. He burst into flames? He became engulfed in fire. Was his buddy made out of orange rocks, and did he at any point yell, "It's clobbering time"? The vampire heaved a sigh. It was an eerie process. It opened its mouth, bit the air, and released it in a single hissing whoosh. I find your attempted levity inappropriate, Kate. Consider me properly chastised. So what happened next? The pyromancer directed a jet of flame at our building. His companion aided it by creating a strong wind, which carried the fire toward the casino's entrance. Most likely a fire mage and a wind mage, a firebug and a whistler, working together. The fire swept the front of the casino, scorching the outer wall and the parapet. A team of 4 vampires was dispatched to deal with the issue. Their appearance caused the 2 intruders to shift the flames from the casino onto the approaching vampires. The intensity of the fire proved to be higher than anticipated. They took down 4 vampires? That was unexpected. The vampire nodded. And you let them walk away? I couldn't believe this. We did give chase. Unfortunately, the 2 intruders disappeared. I sat back. So they appeared, sprayed some fire, and vanished.
Did you receive any demands? Money? Jewels? Rowena in lingerie? Personally, I was betting on Rowena. She was the master of the dead who handled the casino's PR, and half of the city's male population would kill to see her naked. The vampire shook its head. Was this a prank of some sort? If it was, it ranked right up there with dropping a toaster in your bathtub or trying to put a fire out with gasoline. How badly did they burn the vampires? The vampire gagged. The muscles of its neck constricted, widened, constricted again, and it disgorged a 6-inch-long metal cylinder onto my desk. The bloodsucker grasped it, twisted the cylinder's halves apart, and retrieved a roll of papers. Photographs, Gostek said, handing me a couple of sheets from the roll. That's disgusting. He is 30 years old, Gostek said. All his internal organs, with the exception of the heart, atrophied long ago. The throat makes for a very good storage cavity. People seem to prefer it to the anus. Translation, be happy I didn't pull it out of my ass. Thank the gods for small favors. The 2 photographs showed 2 charred, blistered ruins that might have been bodies at some point and now were just burned meat. In random places, the undead flesh had peeled away, revealing bone. A mage who could deliver a blast of heat intense enough to cook a vampire was worth his weight in gold. This wasn't some 2-bit firebug. This was a high-caliber pyromancer. You could count those guys on the fingers of one hand. I held out my hand. The M-scan, please. The vampire became utterly still. Many miles away, Gostek was deep in thought. You have enough diagnostic equipment in the casino to make the entirety of the Mage College giddy with joy, I said. If you tell me the scene wasn't M-scanned, I'll be very tempted to make a new storage cavity in your vampire with my saber. The vampire peeled another page from the roll and handed it to me. An M-scan printout, streaked with purple. Red was the color of undeath. Blue was the color of human magic. Together, they made the purple of the vampire. The older the vamp, the redder the signature. These 4 were relatively young. Their residual magic registered almost violet. 2 bright magenta lines sliced through the vampiric traces like twin scars. No matter how old a vampire would grow, it would never register magenta. The tint was wrong. Bloodsuckers ran to the deeper tones of purple, but magenta still had red in it, which meant undead mages. Holy shit! Page 16, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. It seems so, Gostek said. How is this possible? I was beginning to sound like a broken record. The use of human elemental magic is directly tied to cognitive ability, which ceases to exist after death. The vampire shrugged again. If I had answers, I wouldn't be here. Just when I got comfortable with the rules of the game, the universe decided it was time for a swift kick to my rear. Were-coyotes caught deadly plagues, the people asked the Order for assistance, and undead creatures used elemental magic? Do you have any idea who could be behind this? Any suspicions at all? No. The vampire leaned forward. A long yellow claw traced the slice of magenta across the M-scan. But I'm dying to find out. Chapter 4. When you have no idea where to start, go back to basics. In my case, the basics involved gluing myself to the phone and calling the biohazard units of major cities around Atlanta. Being with the Order had its disadvantages, but it did open some doors, and anything concerning an epidemic had a high profile among biohazard staff. In 2 hours, I had a better picture, and it wasn't pretty. So far, the Steel Mary had left his skid marks in 5 cities: Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Jacksonville, Savannah, hit my home turf, and I didn't even know it, and finally Atlanta. He was moving north, working his way up the coast, which probably meant he came off the boat in Miami. Sea travel was a dicey affair. He would have stayed away from the ocean if he could help it. Several sea routes ran out of Miami. I had a sick feeling he came by the one curving down from West Africa. Africa churned with old magic, ancient, powerful, and primal. In Miami, a man in a cloak had been sighted in the marketplace. A herd of cattle waited to be slaughtered. He walked right into the enclosure, raised his arms, and the herd broke through the wooden corral and stampeded through the market. His magic hit the shoppers as well, and in seconds people fled the marketplace, trampling one another and causing a city-wide panic. Then he unleashed smallpox, which proved to be too strong to cause trouble. It killed its carrier in seconds and burned itself out. The citizens of Fort Lauderdale had no idea the guy in the cloak existed, but their biohazard unit did report an outbreak of extremely virulent influenza, which affected everyone who visited an underground bare knuckles tournament. Fancy that. The pad in Jacksonville got his number pretty fast, but he dumped a hellish strain of dysentery on them, and by the time they cleaned up the bodies, he was long gone. They did mention that he had 4 flunkies with him. They also called ahead to just about every city in Georgia with a warning, which Savannah and Atlanta's biohazard units promptly ignored. Savannah paid for it with an outbreak of bubonic plague that started after a battle royale in one of their infamous Irish pubs on River Street. I knew the pad detectives down there, and all 3 of them were very sore about the whole thing, so sore that they offered to box their case evidence and send it up to me. I jumped on the chance with both feet. Every incident took place during a magic wave. Every incident involved a rough crowd and a brawl, and in every case the toughest fighter ended up pinned to the first available hard surface. Sometimes the Steel Mary used a spear, sometimes a harpoon or a crowbar. Women seemed mostly unaffected. Either his magic didn't work on them as well, or he wasn't interested in the more dangerous of the sexes. Animals ran from him. Shapeshifters seemed to have issues as well. In Miami, the 3 werewolves in the market went berserk. Of the berserkers, 1 was killed by the cow stampede, and the other 2 were apprehended and taken into police custody. The first survivor ripped out his own throat and bled to death in his cell. The other escaped, and the upstanding members of the Miami PD blew the back of his head to pieces and collected the bounty. Some things even Like V couldn't fix. A shotgun blast to the head was one of them. The Miami PD had issued a formal apology to the pack, but it was clear the pack had no leg to stand on.
In the cop's place, I would have shot him down too. I tapped my notes with my fingernails. I had to warn Andrea about it. She was female, true, so she'd have some protection against the Steel Mary's magic, but she was also beastkin. Like V, the shapeshifting virus infects people and animals alike. Sometimes the result was an animal were, a creature that had started life as a beast and gained the ability to turn into a human. Most animal wares were violent, mute, sterile idiots, unable to cope with the rules of human society. Murder and rape had no meaning to them, which was why some shapeshifters killed them on sight, no questions asked. Very occasionally the animal wares developed the ability to reason and learn to communicate. Even more occasionally they could procreate. Andrea's mother was a boda, a were-hyena, but her father was a hyena were, which made her beastkin, the child of an animal. She hid this fact from everyone, from the Order because they would jettison her from their ranks, and from the Pack because some shapeshifters would kill her. Only a handful of people knew what she was, and we all quietly decided to keep it to ourselves. There was no telling what this guy's power would do to her. If she panicked and ran or went berserk, we'd all be in deep shit.
The growing number of the Steel Mary's flunkies worried me. According to Toby the bouncer, this guy told Joshua that he had an opening for 2 more gods. What did that mean? Was he gathering himself a posse and calling them gods? I rubbed my face. His M.O. said he might move on to another city, but I had a feeling he would stick around. He was obviously building to some sort of goal, and if he got whatever it was from Joshua, that left the Steel Mary with only one would-be god spot. Something big would happen when he filled his quota. Atlanta was the center of the South. The largest pack was here, the largest guild was here, the Southern MSDU was headquartered here. It made sense that Atlanta has been his goal all along. I didn't know where he would hit next, but at least I could thrust some sticks into his wheels. I pulled up the phone and grabbed the phone book. My tenure in the mercenary guild was about to pay off. I dialed the first number. A gruff male voice answered. Black Dog Tavern. Hey, Keith, it's Kate Daniels. Hey, Order Kate, how are you? I almost choked. Order Kate? Really? I'm good. How about yourself? Can't complain, can't complain. What are you hunting for today? I've got a troublemaker who recently moved to town, a really tall guy in a tattered cloak. He likes to come into bars when the magic's up and throw around some heavy-duty spells to start fights. Sounds like a fun fella. Depends on your definition of fun. Do you still have that girl working for you, Emily? Yep, she's here every night. Apparently this guy's power bounces from ladies. Would you do me a huge favor and make sure you have Emily working during the magic waves? Give her my number and tell her to call me right away if any crazy fights break out. He's costing the bar owners an arm and a leg in broken furniture. Just so you know, he comes in here, it won't be my furniture that will get broken. I'll snap his legs. Sure you will, you do that. But make sure you give the girl my number anyway. I know your crew can handle him, but humor me. I'd really like to get my hands on this guy. Will do, Keith said. Thanks. I hung up. That was the best I was going to get. I slipped my fingers to the next number and dialed. Devil's Pit. A woman answered. Page 17, generated by ABC Amber LIT Converter, http www.processtext.com abclit.htl. Hey Glenda, it's Kate Daniels. How are you? Good. How about yourself? Still truckin'. Listen, I've got this moron who just cruised into town. He likes to start fights, and I want to head him off at the pass. In an hour and a half, I'd hit every tough guy watering hole I could remember. I'd called Payad and apprised them of the situation. I'd called the regular cops and given them the description of the guy. I'd called the local gossips and asked them to spread the word around. I'd called the guild, where the clerk picked up the phone. I'd known the clerk for years. A trim, middle-aged man, he manned a counter, and all mercs saw him twice per every gig, first when they got the job, and second when they turned in their capture tickets at the end. Somewhere along the way, he'd lost his name, and the multitude of us knew him simply as the clerk. I gave him my spiel, and he chuckled at me. If he comes in here, I'll just tell the fellas there's a gig ticket on his head. They'll dismantle him to parts. He's a tough guy to deal with. Let Solomon know. Sure. I could tell by his voice that he would blow me off. Just as well. I doubted the guild's founder would pay me any mind.
Solomon Red didn't even know my name, but I had to try. I tell you what, put me through to him. Sorry, he's on DND, do not disturb. Fine, give me his voicemail then. Suit yourself. I left a long and detailed message explaining all about the Steel Mary and his penchant for picking fights. Fat good it would do me. Solomon Red was a legend, the king of the molehill that was the Mercenary Guild. If Mercs did have to elect a king, he probably would have gotten the job too. Huge, rust-haired, with a bulky jaw and different color eyes, one blue, one brown. He lived in the guild, but was almost never seen, save at the obligatory Christmas celebration, when he personally gave out bonuses to the best mercs. In my 6-year tenure with the guild, I had seen him exactly twice, and not because I stood in the bonus line. I seriously doubted he'd listen to my warnings of a mysterious ass-kicker in a torn cloak. I called a couple of local dojos and the Red Guard and Fist Shield, the other premier security guard outfit. I called to Biohazard and spoke to Patrice to bring her up to speed. Patrice liked what I had to say so much, she cursed for a full 3 minutes. She especially enjoyed the part where I explained how her staff had failed to make use of Jacksonville's warning. I let her vent. Not often you got to hear the head of the Biohazard Rapid Response Unit promise to rip out someone's guts. At 2, I left to go home. I needed sleep and a new jaw, but if the guy in the cloak so much as showed his nose in one of Atlanta's bars, I'd know about it first. The dog and I stopped at the Order stables and I checked out Marigold again. I did have a beat-up old truck by the name of Carmillion which ran on enchanted water, but it took a good 15 minutes of intense chanting to get it started, and if the guy in the cloak attacked somewhere, I didn't want to waste time begging my engine to start. My apartment building came equipped with a set of garages, which the residents used for everything, from extra storage to makeshift stables. I used mine mostly to store wood for the winter and to put up an occasional mount I borrowed from the Order stables. With Marigold safely installed in the garage, the faithful canine and I went down to the store. The corner store didn't have clippers, so I generated a new plan, one that involved leaving the shaving of attack poodles to people who actually knew what they were doing. The dog and I jogged 3 miles to the groomer. We stepped through the door, announced by a bell, and a smiling, plump woman emerged from the depths of the place, glanced at the dog, and smiled wider. What a lovely poodle! We both growled a little bit, I because of the poodle comment, and the dog out of a sense of duty. The happy woman, whose name was Liz, secured my poodle to a long iron pole and turned on the electric clippers. The moment the clippers touched his skin, the dog whirled about and tried to clamp his teeth on Liz's arm. Instead, I clamped my hand on his muzzle and turned him to face me. "Phew, you're fast," Liz said. "I hold, you cut." 20 minutes later, Liz had swept away a rank mass of matted poodle fur, while I received a new dog, an athletic-looking mutt with smooth ears, long legs, and a build similar to an abnormally large German pointer. The dog got a homemade dog biscuit for suffering through the indignity, and I was relieved of the awful burden of $30. "Have you picked out a name yet?" the woman asked. "No." She nodded at the pile of black matted fur. "How does Samson sound?" We jogged home. The magic wave caught us on the way, and I gave silent thanks to whoever it was upstairs that we'd managed to get the poodle trimmed before the magic rendered the electric clippers completely useless. I let the chain sag as an experiment, but the dog seemed content to stay by my side. In the parking lot, he proved that not only did he have a stomach of steel, but his bladder was also magically connected to one of the Great Lakes. We made a circle as he enthusiastically marked his territory. The sleepless night was catching up with me. My head swam and my legs kept trying to fold, pitching me into a horizontal position. I'd put a lot of effort into the wards around Joshua's corpse, and my body demanded a few hours of sleep. The dog snarled. I looked up. He stood with his feet planted wide, back humped, his body frozen stiff. Hackles rose on his spine. He stared left, where the parking lot narrowed between my apartment building and the crumbling wall of the ruins next door. I pulled Slayer from the sheath on my back. The ruins had once been an apartment building as well. The magic had crushed it, chewing it down to rubble, and now crumbling brick walls served as purchase for ivy frosted with the cold. The greenery obscured my view. The attack poodle bared his teeth, wrinkling his muzzle, and let loose a low, quiet growl. I took a step toward the ruins. A figure dashed from behind the wall with preternatural speed, veered left, and jumped. It sailed through the air, clearing the 6-foot-tall wall with a couple of feet to spare, and vanished from view. Alrighty then. I jogged to the spot where the person had been hiding, comparing the memory to the wall. Whoever it was, he or she wasn't very tall, near 5 feet, swaddled in some sort of drab garment. Not much to go on. Chasing the person through the ruins wasn't an option. I'd never catch up, not with that kind of speed. Who would want to keep tabs on me? No way to know. I'd pissed off a lot of people. For all I knew, it could be one of the Steel Mary's flunkies, assuming he had flunkies. I headed back to my apartment, dog in tow. If this person is following me, he or she will continue to do so. Sooner or later, I'll snag them, I told him. If you're really good, I'll let you bite them first. The attack poodle wagged his tail. What we need now is something to eat and a nice shower. More adoring wagging. Well, at least one creature in this universe thought my plans were genius. I heard the phone ringing when I unlocked the door. Phones were funny things. Sometimes magic took them out, and sometimes it didn't. When I desperately needed it, the damn thing failed. But when I didn't want to be bothered, it worked like a charm. I got inside and picked it up. Kate Daniels. Kate! The frantic note in the clerk's voice knocked the sleep right out of me. We've been hit! Page 118, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Chapter 5. I dropped the phone and dashed down the stairs, slapping the door shut in the poodle's face. I cleared 6 flights of stairs in seconds, sprinted across the parking lot, unlocked my garage, got Marigold out, mounted, and we thundered out of the parking lot. We turned up the street, nearly plowing into a cart. Marigold thudded up the wooden ramp onto the highway. The ruined city dashed by me, a long smudge of wrecked buildings and overcast sky. The Mercenary Guild occupied a converted Sheraton hotel on the edge of Buckhead. I brought Marigold to a halt before the thick iron gates, jumped down, grabbing a canteen of kerosene I used to obliterate my blood, and took off, praying that whatever disease the magic hitman induced wouldn't go active. I dashed through the gates into the lobby and nearly collided with the clerk. A huge red welt marked his face, and his left eye was rapidly swelling shut. "Inner hall," he yelled. "Did you call Biohazard?" "Yes." The inner door hung crooked on its hinges. I ran through the doorway and into the inner hall. The Sheraton was built as a hollow tower. In its other life, the inner hall housed an on-the-premises restaurant, a coffee shop, and a happy hour area, raised on a platform above the main floor and the gift shop. The old photographs showed a small stream winding through it all, flanked by carefully selected plants, its waters sheltering huge surly koi. At the far wall, an elevator shaft of transparent plastic rose up to the 4th floor. The happy hour platform now held the job board, the gift shop contained one of the numerous armories, and the restaurant had been converted into a mess hall where tired mercs filled their stomachs between jobs. The elevator no longer worked, the plants, stream, and koi had vanished years ago, and the main floor lay bare. The first thing I saw was the body of Solomon Red, pinned to the elevator shaft by a spear through his throat. 3 mercs rapidly drew a chalk-warding semicircle around the body. Another dozen hugged the walls. I grabbed the first warm body. "Where is he?" "Gone," the merc woman told me. "About 5 minutes ago." Damn, I was too late. Solomon's body swelled, expanding. "Back up," I barked, in tune with 2 other voices. The mercs scattered. A flood of blood and feces drenched the clear plastic, gushing to the floor to form a wide puddle. The stench hit us. People gagged. The body shriveled, drying up right before my eyes like some sort of mummy. I didn't need Patrice to diagnose that for me. I've seen that before. It had the same name in English, Spanish, and Russian, cholera. Only this one was on magic steroids. The foul puddle turned black. A shiver ran along the surface. The liquid slithered, testing the chalk edge of the ward circle, and rolled right over it, heading right. I glanced in that direction and saw an old drain in the floor, a remnant of the koi brook. Cholera spread through water. It's going for the drain. I sprinted before it, pouring kerosene across the tile. Behind me, Bob Carver struck a match, setting the fuel stream on fire. The puddle reached the flame, recoiled, and rolled to the left.
Ivera, a tall, large woman, folded her hands together, let out a piercing screech, and jerked her hands apart, palms outward. Magic snapped. Twin jets of flame rolled from Ivera's hands and licked the puddle. It shrank back to the half-moon of burning kerosene. I poured more, trying to corral it. Ivera's arms shuddered. She gasped. The flame vanished, and she stumbled back, her nose bleeding. The puddle oozed out of the flaming trap. I took a deep breath, bracing myself for the pain of a power word. I didn't know if a power word would stop it, but I was out of options. A chant rose from behind the mercs, a low, soft voice murmuring Chinese words in a practiced sing-song melody. A long, scaled ribbon slipped past the mercs, a snake. The snake tasted the air with her tongue and stopped, swaying slightly in tune with the chant. Ronnie Ma emerged into the open. His real name was Ma Runing, but everyone called him Ronnie. Ancient, wizened, Ronnie was one of those rare and endangered mercs who managed to retirement. He'd done his 20 years and got his pension. His house was only a minute away, and he spent most of his time hanging out in the guild, sipping tea and nodding at the crowd with a small smile. He circled the puddle, carrying several small sacks, the chant rolling from his lips. The puddle made a beeline for the drain. Somehow Ronnie got there first, reached into a sack, and lowered something to the floor. A scorpion. The arachnid danced in place, curling its tail. The puddle shrank away. Ronnie dropped the sack on the floor and moved on. A few more steps and he reached into another sack and deposited a large toad. Flanked on 3 sides by animals, the puddle reversed its course and almost ran into the 4th creature, a long, twisting millipede, just as Ronnie dropped her on the ground. A few more steps and the old man emptied the last sack on the floor, revealing a large spider. The creatures swayed in tandem with his voice. The puddle hovered in the center, caught. Ronnie took a small canister from his waist and walked up to the puddle. His fingers flickered very fast, and he pulled a small yellow piece of paper from his sleeve. The paper fluttered onto the puddle, a small Chinese symbol written in red lying face up. Ronnie uncorked the canister and poured its contents onto the paper in a vermilion stream. A dark miasma surged up from the puddle and vanished, as if burned off. The nasty fluid lay placid. Ronnie Ma smiled. "It's an ancient Chinese ritual," Patrice said, as 2 medtechs fumigated me with mugwort smoke while I stood behind the salt line drawn on the floor. 5 poisonous creatures to hold the disease at bay. We know it because it was part of the 5th Moon Festival.
The festival fell over summer solstice and coincided with hot, humid weather and a spike in infections. What did he pour on the cholera? If I had to take a guess, wine with cinnabar. Patrice glanced at Ronnie Ma, still smiling serenely as 2 techs unsuccessfully tried to get him to exhale at the diagnostic flower. We've been looking forever for someone who knows how to perform it. Do you think he would come to work for me? I'd say yes. Mr. Ma enjoys being useful. Can I go? I feel fine. No pain, no discomfort. Patrice put her hand onto my forehead. Magic struck me. Circles swam in my eyes. My skin felt on fire. I sucked in a breath and shook my head, trying to clear it. Now you can go, Patrice told me. Was I infected? No, just a precautionary measure. 5 poisonous creatures, she said, nodding at the 5 animals still sitting in their places. They put all disease to sleep, but once away from them, it will wake up, and I don't want to take chances. Good to know. I stepped over the chalk line. Around me, a controlled chaos reigned as the biohazard team swept the scene, examining 24 mercs and taking samples of the puddle. Page 19, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com, abclit.html. I leaned toward Patrice. That puddle went straight for the drain. That implies intelligence or instinct. Either it knew the drain would lead to water, or it sensed the moisture. How can a disease sense anything? Patrice shook her head. I don't know. I'm not suggesting you're wrong. I just have no answers. I can tell you that it's instinct rather than intellect. The organisms that caused both diseases are simply too primitive to develop intelligence. There are limits, even to magic. And in this case, my guess would be physics. She pointed to the floor. It slopes toward the drain. The puddle may have simply tried to take the path of least resistance. Chapter 6. It took me 15 minutes of questioning to ascertain that nobody in the hall had actually seen how the attack on Solomon started. 2 men saw the Steel Mary enter. He kept his face hidden. In the hall full of street bravos, nobody paid him any mind. The man crossed the floor and took the stairs up to the 4th story, where Solomon Red made his quarters. The altercation ensued there. My present pool of witnesses became aware of it only when the stranger and Solomon stumbled out of his rooms into the hallway and took a dive over the railing into the inner hall. According to Bob Carver, the man landed on his feet, holding Solomon Red by his throat. That got everyone's attention in a hurry, given that Solomon Red was 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed close to 240 pounds. The fight itself was short and brutal. Did any of you wade into it? The 4 mercs at the table shook their heads, all except Evera, who still had gauze up her nose. Bob Carver had 12 years in the guild, Evera and Ken both had 7, and Juke was coming up on her 5th. All 4 were trained, seasoned, tough, and worked well as a team. In the guild, they were known as the 4 Horsemen. Most mercs were loners, occasionally working with a partner when they had no choice about it. The horsemen worked the jobs that required more than 2 bodies, and they were damn good at it. "He's good," Bob said. "I stayed clear of him." "He didn't do any fancy shit," Juke added, rubbing her hand through her spiked black hair. She was probably going for frightening, with black hair and smoky eyes, but her features were too sharp and delicate, and she ended up looking like a pissed-off goth Tinkerbell. None of the spinning whirlwind or whip-chang stuff. He slammed Solomon against the elevator and stuck the spear into his throat. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That was it for the fearless leader. It was a practiced thrust, Evera added. No hesitation, didn't aim, nothing. What happened after he added Solomon to his butterfly collection? The magic hit, Evera answered. Did the Steel Mary sense the magic coming? That would be a hell of a trick. And then? Bob looked to Ken. The tall, lean Hungarian was the group's magic expert. Ken had a habit of sitting very still, so quiet you forgot he was there. His motions were small, in direct contrast with his lanky body, and he rationed out words like they were made of gold. Extraction. Could you explain that, please? Ken mulled it over, weighing the benefit to mankind against the terribly taxing effort of producing a few more words. The man placed his hand over Solomon's mouth. He held his long fingers apart to show me. He said a word and pulled his essence out of him. What the hell did that mean? Define essence. Ken regarded me for a long minute. The glow of his magic. That made no sense. Can you describe the glow? Ken halted, puzzled. It looked like a wad of bright red cotton candy, Juke supplied, glowing with Solomon's magic. I felt it. Powerful. Ken nodded. The man held his essence in his hand, and then he left. He just walked out of here? Nobody was dumb enough to stop him, Juke said. And that was the difference between the guild and the order in a nutshell. If the cloakman walked into the order's chapter, every single knight would have to be dead before he came out. Her, Evera said. Bob looked at her. If it was a man. She shook her head. It was a woman. Bob leaned forward. I saw the hands. They were man hands. The guy was 6.5 feet tall. Nope, about 6'8", Juke said. It was a woman, Evera said. I glanced at Juke. She raised her arms. Don't look at me. I only saw him from the side. Looked like a man to me. Ken? The mage folded his long fingers in front of him, pondered them for a long moment, and met my gaze. I don't know. I rubbed my face. Eyewitness accounts were supposed to narrow the pool of suspects, not make it wider. Thanks, I said, snapping my notepad closed. I had taken to carrying it because it was necessary. It made me feel stupid. I could duck in a room for half a second and tell you how many people were in it, which of them were a threat, and what weapons they carried. But when it came to interviewing witnesses, if I didn't write it down, it was gone in a couple of hours. Gene, a Knight Inquisitor with the Order and a former Georgia Bureau of Investigations detective whom I strove to emulate because he knew what he was doing and I didn't, could listen to a witness or a suspect once and recall what they said with perfect accuracy. But I had to write it down. It made me feel like I had a hole in my head. It was time to wrap it up. On behalf of the Order, I appreciate your cooperation and all that. Juke gave me the evil eye.
She was trying hard for an early version of me, but although Juke was good, by her age I had already dropped out of the Order's Academy. I'd eat Juke for breakfast, and she knew it, but kept at it anyway. So, you're in the big leagues now, investigating for the Order and all that? I feel like bowing or something. I fixed her with my little deranged smile. Bowing, not necessary. Don't leave town. Juke's eyes went wide. Why? Are we under arrest and shit? I kept smiling. We stared at each other for a long moment, and Juke glanced into her cup before tipping it down to her mouth. Screw you! Now come on, sugar, you know I don't swing that way. Whatever. Curran's alpha-staring habits must have rubbed off on me. Curran. Of all the people, why did I think of him? It's like I couldn't shrug him off. It comes, Ivra murmured. Mark trotted through the crowd toward me, looking well put together in a Navy business suit. The 4 horsemen glowered in unison. Mark had a last name, but nobody remembered it. When someone condescended to add some moniker to his first name, it was usually corporate asshole or that bastard, and if the speaker was particularly displeased, massa. At least he got to keep one name, unlike the clerk. Page 20. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com, abclit.html. Officially the guild secretary, Mark was more of an operations manager than an admin.
Solomon Red had created the guild and earned the lion's share of its profits, but it was Mark who solved day-to-day problems, and the way he went about that didn't make him any friends. The universe created him with his understanding setting stuck permanently on 0. No emergency or tragedy, real or fabricated, made a dent in his armor as he raced to a better bottom line. Part of it was his appearance, too. His skin was unstained by the sun and probably generously moisturized. His toned body marked him as a well-off man who paid attention to his appearance, rather than a fighter who used his body to make a living. His face was meticulously groomed. In a crowd of blue-collar thugs, he stood out like a prissy lily in a flower bed full of weeds, and he broadcasted, "I'm better than you," loud and clear. He came to an abrupt stop in front of me. "Kate, I need to talk to you." "Is this regarding Solomon's death?" He grimaced. "It's regarding its consequences. If it doesn't directly relate to the investigation, it will have to wait." Bob narrowed his eyes. "Moving fast, are you, Mark? Wasting no time." Mark ignored him. "Do I have to make an appointment?" "Yes. Give the Order a call tomorrow, and they'll make sure to coordinate something with you." I headed toward the stairs to examine Solomon's quarters. Behind me, Bob said, "Tomorrow, the front page of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution will be screaming all about how Solomon Red voided his bowels, and then his mercs had to chase the puddle of his blood and shit across the floor. Shouldn't you get on that?" "Mind your own business, and I'll mine," Mark said. Solomon's death created a power vacuum. Something had to fill it, and they were already drawing the battle lines. They could draw all they wanted. You couldn't pay me to get involved in it. I walked up the stairs, past a desiccated Solomon. The guild leader sagged on the spear shaft, reduced to a sack of dried-out skin over the skeletal frame. The man who'd built himself into a living legend had died with great indignity. The universe had a razor-sharp sense of humor. The biohazard team was filing out without Solomon. All of the disease had ended up in the puddle, which Biohazard took into custody. Solomon's corpse was now a mere inert shell. Mark must have convinced them to let the guild have the body for burial. I climbed up to the 3rd floor and entered the internal stair leading to Solomon's quarters. A variety of weapons decorated the walls: bearded axes, slick Japanese blades, simple, elegant European swords, modern tactical weapons. I came to an empty space between 2 bare iron hooks, just large enough for a spear. My hope that the spear in Solomon's neck belonged to the Steel Mary just went up in flames. He could have anything he wanted, but he chose the spear. Why a spear? The stairs led me to a hallway bordered by a balcony. 4 floors below, in the main hallway, mercs mulled about, still shell-shocked. The front door of Solomon's quarters hung ajar, its left side splintered. The Steel Mary must have shattered the wood around the lock with a single kick. I stepped inside. Barren walls greeted me. No paintings broke up the malachite green paint. The plain, almost crude furniture supported no knickknacks. No photographs on the mantel over the small fireplace. No magazines on the coffee table. No books. The place resembled a hotel room awaiting a guest, instead of lived-in quarters. I stepped through to the left into the bedroom. A simple bed, a simple desk with a flurry of papers. Chair overturned on the floor. Solomon must have been sitting here when the Steel Mary broke in. A tape recorder lay on the desk. I picked it up and pushed play. 7 lines down. Sign, Mark's voice said. Count 3 pages. Page 6. Count 3 lines from the bottom of the page. Sign. What in the world? I rewound for a few seconds. It's just like the old contract, Mark said. You should still have the tape of it in the box from last year. It's the one numbered 34. The only thing we did was change the dates and 2 paragraphs involving the new city ordinances. The first is on page 3. Count 2 paragraphs down. It now reads, Solomon Red couldn't read, and Mark had covered for him all these years. None of the mercs knew. Kate, Mark's voice called. What now? I stepped out of the room and looked down. Mark stood on the floor below. Next to him waited 2 men. The first was muscular and dark. He didn't really need help in the menacing department, but he chose to amplify his badass status by wearing a long, sweeping black cloak edged with wolf fur. Hello, Jim. The man next to him wore pack sweats. For shapeshifters, sweats meant working clothes. They were easy to rip off before a fight. The man stood with the easy animal grace particular to the very strong. Even from this distance, his pose telegraphed violence, tightly coiled and reined in, but ready to explode at the slightest provocation. The mercs sensed it and gave him a wide berth, like scavengers recognizing a predator in their midst. The man looked up, tilting his head of short blonde hair. His face matched him, powerful and aggressive. A square jaw, prominent cheekbones, nose with a misshapen bridge that had been broken but never healed quite right. Gray eyes glanced from under thick golden eyebrows and locked on me. Curran. Chapter 7. The trick here was indifference, I decided as I took my sweet time coming down the stairs. Act cool, detached. Something potent and violent boiled inside me, and I strained every nerve in my body to keep it on its chain. I could do this. I just had to stay cool. Zen. No punching in the face. Punching would not be zen. The stairs ended. I wished I knew the jackass who'd made the staircase so short. I'd throw him down the damn steps so he could count them with his head. I stepped onto the floor and walked over to the 2 shapeshifters, looking straight at Jim. Jim, what a lovely surprise. I smiled, aiming for cordial. Mark winced and took off. I caught a glimpse of my smile in the wall mirror. Very little cordially, but lots of homicidal maniac. I dropped the smile before I caused an interagency incident. Jim nodded at me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Curran's face, like looking into a glacier. Please relay my greetings to the Beast Lord, I said. I appreciate his willingness to alter his extremely busy schedule and make an appearance. Curran showed no emotion. No gloating, no anger, nothing at all. Jim looked at me, looked at Curran, looked back at me again. Kate says hi, he said finally. I'm ecstatic, Curran said. My hand twitched to touch Slayer's hilt protruding over my shoulder. Silence stretched. What can I do for you? I asked finally. Jim glanced at Curran again. The Beast Lord remained stoic. You stood me up, you son of a bitch. If I made it through this in one piece, I'd need some sort of medal to commemorate it. The pack would like to extend an offer of assistance to the Order in the matter of the Steel Mary, Jim said. Knock me over with a feather. The pack cooperated only when forced. The shapeshifters almost never volunteered. Why? Page 21, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Why is irrelevant, Curran said. We're willing to put our considerable resources at the Order's disposal. We stared at each other. Add some whistling and a rolling tumbleweed, and we'd be all set. A green sheen rolled over Jim's eyes, reacting to the tension. A couple of mercs lingered some distance from us. A third one stopped.
They were expecting a brawl and didn't want to miss it. We needed to get away from the audience. I nodded at the small workout room, separated from the main floor by a wall of frosted glass. The hotel had used it for private dining. The mercs had emptied it, thrown some mats into a corner, and turned it into a makeshift dojo. Let's go someplace more private. We moved off the main floor. Curran stalked into the room as if he owned it, turned and crossed his arms on his chest.
Biceps bulged, stretching the sleeves of his sweatshirt. If there was any justice in the world, he should have gone bald, lost all his teeth, and developed a terrible skin rash. But no, the bastard looked good, in perfect health. Just keep cool, that's all I had to do. I shut the glass door and locked it. The pack has a personal stake in the matter, Jim said. I see no basis for the pack's involvement. Solomon Red was a closet shapeshifter, Jim said softly. The world stood on its hands and kicked me in the face. The man was deeply religious. It was a difficult thing for him. He didn't shift, but he had to live with the urge. The pack gave him special permission to operate on his own in exchange for a cut of the guild's profits. First Joshua, now Solomon. There is a pattern. How much of a cut? 10%. 10% of the guild's take was a lot of money. Someone had killed 2 shapeshifters and just bit a large chunk out of the pack's income. Curran kept watching me, and I couldn't shut him out enough to properly concentrate. Who else knew about Solomon? The council. 14 people, 2 alphas from each clan. So either this was a coincidence, or you have a traitor among the alphas. Jim's eyes flashed green. There are no traitors on the council. I sighed. Of course not. How dare the mighty shapeshifters have human vices? Curran leaned half an inch forward. We're not mercenaries, Kate. Don't measure us by your standard. Thank you, Your Majesty. I looked at Jim. The Order appreciates the offer of aid from the pack, but given the sensitive nature of our investigation, we decline your assistance at this time. Curran showed me the edge of his teeth. Are you implying my people can't be circumspect? I looked at Jim. Please relay my congratulations to His Majesty on learning such a big word all by himself. If Jim had been in his feline form, his whiskers and his fur would have stood on end. I kept going. Also, please explain to him that either he has a traitor in the ranks, which means that his people aren't circumspect, or Solomon's murder was a coincidence and the pack has no reason to bully its way into the Order's investigation. Why aren't you talking to me? Curran took a step from the mats. I'm following your orders to the letter. I was told to address all queries to your chief of security, but if you wish to speak to me directly, I'll be happy to oblige. Curran's eyes narrowed. When did I say that? Don't be coy. It doesn't suit you. Stay cool, stay cool. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. You have a tiny bit of power and you used it. Run with it while you can. In the end, the Order will let us in. I'll go over your head. Jim took a small step forward. His teeth were clenched, and the muscles on his jaw stood out. I actually felt sorry for him. Stay calm. Don't give him the satisfaction of seeing you lose it. I unclenched my teeth. Right now, you have nothing to justify your involvement. If I accept your offer of cooperation, I'll have to clear it with Ted, who'll block it because he distrusts you on principle. It's in your best interests to wait until you can give me irrefutable proof that the pack is being targeted, forcing Ted into a corner. If you want direct access to the Night Protector, you're of course welcome to it. But please keep in mind that expecting understanding from Ted Moynihan is like waiting for wine from a stone. I, on the other hand, am sympathetic to the pack's needs as a whole, no matter how much I might dislike interacting with you personally. Because of Jim and Derek and Raphael and Andrea, who wasn't yet part of the pack, but who might end up there one day. So now you dislike me? Ironic, considering you pulled the plug on us. I pulled the plug? You stood me up, you arrogant asshole. You ran away. He moved toward me. I deserve an explanation.
Slayer left its sheath almost on its own. It was the fastest draw of my life. One moment empty space lay between us, and the next my saber jumped into my hand. You deserve nothing. Gold rolled over Curran's eyes, so briefly that had I blinked I would have missed it. His face gained a slightly bored expression. Do you honestly think your toothpick can hurt me? Let's find out. Let's not. Jim stepped between us. Curran looked at him, his voice rasped with the beginning of a snarl. What are you doing? My job. He had lost his mind. Curran was hovering on the verge of violence, and Jim had just made himself into a target. Jim, you want to step back. Jim remained rooted to the floor. Curran's gaze fastened on me, the gold burning, scalding hot. Like looking into the eyes of a hungry lion and realizing I was food. My body locked, tiny hairs on the back of my neck rose on their ends, and inside me a tiny voice whispered, "Don't breathe, and he might forget you're there." I flicked my saber, warming up my wrist. Your headlights don't scare me. Jim squared his shoulders. You can't do this. Not here and not now. Curran's voice slid into icy calm. Be very careful, or I might start thinking you're telling me what to do. If Curran ordered him to move and Jim refused, it would be a challenge. Curran would have to fight his own chief of security and his best friend. They both knew it. That was why I was on the receiving end of Curran's alpha stare. If he leveled it at Jim, there would be a fight. I sidestepped. Jim moved with me. I stared at the ceiling and growled. Cute, Curran said. Die. Why don't you come over here and I'll show you cute? I'd love to, but he's in the way. Besides, you had your chance to show me anything you wanted to. You just run away again. For the love of God, I didn't run away. I made you your damn dinner, but you didn't have the decency to show. Jim's eyebrows crept up. Dinner? Curran's eyes blazed. You took off. I smelled you. You were there, and then you got cold feet and ran. If you didn't want to do this, all you had to do was pick page 22, generated by ABC Amber, http://www.processtext.com, abclit.html. Up the phone and tell me not to show up. Did you actually think I'd make you serve me dinner naked? But you didn't even bother. Bullshit. Hey, Jim barked. What? Curran and I said at almost the same time. Jim looked at me. Did you make him dinner? He'll find out sooner or later. Yes. Jim turned on his foot, went out of the room, and shut the door behind him. All righty then. He thinks we're mated. Curran moved forward, too light on his feet for a man of his size, his gaze locked on me, a predator stalking its prey. In the pack, one doesn't stand between mates. He's being polite. He doesn't realize you broke it off. Oh no, I didn't break it off. You had your chance and you blew it. Curran's mask cracked. The hell I did. All of the pain and anger of the past month smashed into me. Having him near was like ripping the dressing off a raw wound. Words just came tumbling out and I couldn't stop them. So, it's my fault? I made you your bloody dinner. You didn't show up. Just couldn't pass up a chance to humiliate me, could you? Curran bit the air as if he had fangs. I was challenged by 2 bears. They broke 2 of my ribs and dislocated my hip. When Doolittle finally finished setting my bones, I was 4 hours late. I asked if you called, and they said no. He'd sunk enough gravity into that no to bring down a building. If you were late, I would have turned the town inside out looking for you. I called you. You didn't answer. I was so sure something happened to you, I dropped everything and dragged myself to your house. I came to check on you with broken bones, and you weren't there. You're lying, Curran snarled. I left a note on your door. More lies. I waited for you for 3 hours. I called the keep, thinking that something happened to you, and your flunkies told me that the Beast Lord said he was too busy to speak to me.
I was shaking with rage. That in the future I should address all my concerns to Jim, because His Majesty declared that he didn't want to be bothered with talking to the likes of me anymore. That phone call happened in your head.
You're delusional. You stood me up and then rubbed my nose in it. Something hissed behind the frosted glass in the main hall. Curran lunged toward me. I should have thrust straight through him. Instead, I just stood there like an idiot. He clamped me to him, spinning us so his back faced the glass. The glass wall exploded. Shards pelted the dining room behind us, breaking against Curran's back. A black and gold Jaguar crashed against the opposite wall. Twin jets of water burst into the room from the main floor. The first thudded into the wall, pinning Jim. The second smashed against Curran's spine. He grunted and clenched me to him. We were caught out in the open, no place to hide. Oh, the stupid, stupid idiot. He was shielding me. Jim snarled, trying to get to his feet, but the water slapped him down and kept him there. Gold flooded Curran's eyes. His big body shook. I jerked left, trying to see past Curran's shoulder. A man stood in the middle of the main hall, his hands raised. Behind him, a broken pipe jutted from the wall, spilling water under his feet. 2 pressurized jets shot from the water, following the direction of his arms. A water mage. Shit. I pressed closer to Curran to speak into his ear. 1-man fire brigade, dead center of the room. He's broken the main pipe and is emptying the guild's water tower into the lobby. Let me go. No. Curran gripped me tighter. Too risky. He's sanding the skin off your back. I'll heal, you won't. Until he let go of me, he couldn't maneuver. If he did, the mage would cut me down. The jet that pinned us was only a foot wide. I pulled out a throwing knife. Slayer was too long for close-up fighting. Throw me. Golden eyes looked into mine. Throw me at him. He grinned, showing me his teeth. Over or under? Under. Say please. Red spray hit my lips. Magic nipped at me. I tasted shapeshifter blood. The water was scraping the skin off his back, but he didn't give an inch. When this was over, I would rip his head off. Throw me, please. I thought you'd never ask. He spun, twisting, and hurled me like a bowling ball. I slid across wet floor and broken glass, the twin water jets shooting above my head, right at the mage standing in a 10-inch whirlpool. Water drenched my face. The mage's bare feet loomed before me. I grabbed his left ankle. The momentum jerked me behind him, and I sliced across the Achilles tendon of his right leg. The mage dropped to his right knee, his back to me, his filthy cloak pooling about him. I knocked his left leg out from under him and sank a throwing knife deep between his ribs. He twisted to me. I saw the fist coming, but could do nothing to avoid it. The blow smashed into my jaw like the strike of a sledgehammer. I slid across the wet floor, through the whirlpool, and rolled to my feet on instinct. The world shuddered and swam sideways in a haze of pain. I stumbled back, shaking my head. Things snapped into focus. The mage grinned at me from 12 feet away. Pale hair framed a narrow face. Mid-20s, maybe a bit younger. His tattered cloak hung open, revealing a martial artist's body, hard, crisply defined, and completely nude. Too short, 5'10" at most. I had a guy in a cloak, he was naked, and he wasn't the Steel Mary. Only I could be this lucky. The jets behind the water mage kept spraying, changing direction. He was still tracking Curran and Jim. How the hell did he do that? Water swirled around his feet, surging up. A needle-thin jet hit me, burning my left thigh. A narrow cut sliced through my jeans and skin, like a slash from a scalpel. Another jet singed my ribs. He was playing with me. If he hit me straight on with one of those, the water would punch right through me. As long as he didn't hit harder eyes, I would survive. Everything else med magic could fix. The mage pulled my knife out of his side and looked at it. Nice knife. The voice was deep but female. I threw my second knife. The blade bit into the mage's chest. Shit, missed the neck. Here, have another one. The mage laughed. Definitely a female voice. The only way he could sound like a woman would be if he... A demonic shape leapt above the man, a 7.5-foot tall muscled monster, sheathed in gray fur, half human, half beast, all nightmare. He came sailing above the water as if he had wings, huge arms opened wide, eyes burning with gold on a terrible face. God damn it, no! The mage spun about, water shot from him in dozens of sharp, narrow jets. Curran backhanded him, bones crunched. The mage's head spun on his shoulders. Page 23, generated by ABC Amber LIT Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. Turning completely around. Hair, face, hair again. The mage's body froze, rigid. He toppled back like a log, crashing on the wet floor with a splash. The whirlpool fell apart. Broken neck, severed spinal column, instant death. There goes my chance at a chat, I swore. Did you have to kill him? Gray eyes stared back at me. Prehistoric jaws opened, revealing enormous teeth. Yes, I did. The words came out perfectly. Curran's control over his warrior form was absolute. You're welcome. You're welcome, my ass. I pulled Slayer from the back sheath and strode to the corpse. Why the hell was I so relieved that Curran was mostly unhurt? I wanted to strangle him, not celebrate the fact that he was in one piece. Thank you for killing my suspect before I could talk to him. Don't mention it. Jim trotted over and sniffed the mage's body. I reached them and crouched by the corpse. Jim decided it was a good moment to shake. Wet spray hit me in the face. Thanks, that's just a cherry on my day. I wiped wet jaguar out of my eyes and stabbed Slayer into the mage's stomach. He's dead already, Curran told me. The casino was attacked this morning. I leaned closer, watching the skin around Slayer's blade. 2 elemental mages fried some vampires and enhanced the casino's walls with a lovely burn pattern. Curran shrugged his monstrous shoulders. Stupid, but not remarkable. They registered magenta on an M scanner. Jim snarled. Curran wrinkled his muzzle. Undead mages? It was my turn to shrug. We'll see in a minute. Fire, air, water are all part of the same brand of magic. The mage had spoken in a female voice. The room was noisy with the sounds of running water, but I had heard a woman laugh. The body before me was unmistakably male. The only way he could speak like a woman would be if he was undead, and a female navigator was riding his mind. But I'd never heard of any other types of undead being piloted. Vampires, yes, but nothing else. Well, no, wait, I'd seen undead mermaids being piloted too, but they weren't undead in the traditional sense of the word. I leaned closer to examine the wound. My saber liquefied undead flesh and consumed it, building thickness onto the blade. If this was a vampire, the wound would have sagged by now. A thin streak of white smoke curled from the blade. It could be something, or it could be just Slayer reacting to me being pissed off out of my mind. "Clerk," I yelled. "Hey!" The clerk's head appeared above the 3rd-story balcony rail. A moment later, more heads joined it. That's the guild for you. Would it have killed one of them to shoot the damn bastard with a bow? I didn't say it out loud. They would have laughed. People inclined to help others ended up in pad or the order. These guys were exactly where they wanted to be. Unless money or their hide was involved, they didn't give a damn. They weren't getting paid, so why bother? "You all okay up there?" "We're fine," Jukes called back. "Touched you care." Slayer fist. I tapped the saber with the tip of my index finger. It careened to the side. The edges of the wound drooped, as if the man's flesh were heated wax. I pinched the muscle near the wound and watched a telltale burgundy fluid seep from the cut. Curran inhaled next to me, sampling the scent. A grimace troubled his nightmarish face. Undead. Yup, just like the 2 undead mages who had attacked the casino with elemental magic.
It would be a miracle if they weren't connected. There were things I could do with an undead body that I couldn't do with any other corpse. I had to hurry. I'd need magic and herbs for this. The herbs waited in my apartment, and there was no telling how long the magic wave would last. I looked up at the clerk. "What happened?" "He came in through the front," the clerk shouted.
I saw he was naked and cleared out. He busted the pipe and went after you. Except it wasn't me he was after. True, the people hired me to investigate the attack, but I hadn't had a chance to do anything warranting this sort of retaliation. No, he went right after Curran. He and Jim were the primary targets. I was a bystander. Get the firebugs to torch the floor and call Pad. Who'll pay for the torching? Mark called out. The guild will, Mark, unless you'd like us to keep walking around in undead blood. If Mark had any other objections, he decided to keep them to himself. There were at least a few pyro-talented mercs, and once they were done with the floor, all traces of the undeath and of my blood would be gone. I raised Slayer and sliced across the corpse's neck. It only took one cut. Curran had broken his neck and tore the muscle, leaving only skin for me to sever. I grasped the head by the hair and got up to my feet. The Order accepts the offer of aid from the pack, I said quietly. We had an audience, and this wasn't something I wanted them to hear. I was about to force Curran into a corner, and while he might come to terms with it in private, in public he would immediately refuse. With the understanding that the Order is in the position of authority and our agreement can be terminated at will, I showed the head to Curran. The rest is yours. We compare results later. Changed your mind? Gold rolled over Curran's eyes, but he kept his voice low. To the peanut gallery above, we appeared to be having a pleasant conversation. I can now take this to Ted. It's hard to refute eyewitnesses. If I fight hard enough, he'll let it stand. Let Jim know what Doolittle finds out about the body. I'll call you. Jim's better. Curran leaned to me. Bones crawled under his skin. His jaws shrank, his muzzle shortened, his claws receded. Gray fur flowed, melting into human skin. In a blink, he stood nude in front of me. A month ago, I would have needed a moment to cope. Today, I just looked straight at his face. I'll call you, he repeated. If you call me, I won't pick up the phone. You will wait by the phone for my call, and when it rings, you will pick it up and you will speak to me in a civil manner. If you don't know how, ask someone. That did it. I pivoted to him. My voice came out quiet and cold. Do you need me to draw you at short? You stood me up. You made me think there was something between us. You made me want things I thought I could never have, and then you crushed it. Don't come near me, Curran. Don't call. We're done. I turned and walked away, heading to the guild changing room, where I still kept clothes in a locker. I had to strip off my soggy rags, seal my cuts, and drag the head home. I needed to ask it some questions. Chapter 8. The weather decided it wasn't ugly enough. Usually our winters ran to rainy and dreary. Once in a while it would snow, but mostly at page 24, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com abc.html. Wouldn't stick. For some reason, for the last few years, winter in Atlanta had decided to play Russian roulette. 3 times out of 4, we'd get the usual sludge, but about a quarter of the time it hit hard with snow and deep freeze. Some said it was because of magic. Some said it was the side effect of global warming. Whatever caused it, I didn't like it. By the time I arrived at my apartment, every inch of me was frozen. I dragged myself up the stairs and reached for the door. The ward spell licked my skin and drained down in a wave of blue, letting me in. I opened the door and saw a huge, slimy pile of dog puke cooling in the middle of my hallway carpet. The attack poodle sat nearby, an expression of perfect innocence on his narrow mug. I pointed at the puke. That was a dick move. The attack poodle wagged his tail. I stepped over the vomit and headed to the kitchen. The magic still held, but the wave could end at any moment. If the magic fell, I could as well play soccer with the head for all the good it would do me. I pulled out a large silver platter from the cabinet, set it in the middle of the table, and collected the herbs. I'd pre-mixed most of them, but some things had to be combined on the spot or their effect would have worn off with time. Seeing Curran again hurt. The rock in my chest just got heavier and heavier. A bastard and a liar. I came to you with broken bones. In 10 minutes, I spread the herb mixture on the platter, retrieved the head, and set it onto the aromatic mix, stumped down. Necromantic magic came naturally to me.
It repulsed me, but still I gravitated toward it, as if it were an itch I had to scratch. My revulsion might have been nature, but most of it was nurture. Voran did his best to suppress this part of me since I was a baby. Strange that I found myself needing to shrug off his training more and more often. I slid a shallow baking pan under the platter and poured an inch of glycerin into it. The attack poodle watched me with a very focused expression. "Watch out," I told him. "It's about to get ugly." I nicked my thumb with the point of a throwing knife and let a drop of my blood fall onto the herbs. Magic surged through the dried grasses like fire along a detonation cord and exploded into the head. The undead flesh shivered, revived by the burst of power. I touched my thumb to the undead forehead, driving a spike of magic into the brain. Wake. The head's eyes snapped open, focusing on me. Its mouth gaped, contorting. Foul magic flared about it in a swirling storm of malice, furious and hungry. The poodle bolted like the roadrunner from an ancient cartoon. I waited for a second to see if the carpet would catch on fire in his wake. Fortunately, no ACMI fire extinguishing equipment needed to be used. I leaned to the head. "Show me your master." The words weren't necessary. The old Arabic woman who taught me the ritual when I was 11 said they helped one concentrate, so I said them all the same. The magic convulsed. A foul stench rose from the herbs. The head shuddered. Thick burgundy blood slid from the tear ducts, dripping down the cheeks, into the herbs, then into the pan, spreading on the glycerin in a thick, dark stain. "Show me your master." The stain swirled. Faint glimpses of a face appeared in its depths. "Show me!" The magic raged and boiled. The image flared, fuzzy but clear enough to recognize. My own face stared back at me from the stain. What in the world? I scrutinized the ghostly image. It was distorted, but I saw the matching skin tone, long dark hair, and dark eyes. Me. I let go. The magic collapsed on itself. I leaned my elbow on the table, rested my chin on my fist, and looked at the head. I'd done the ritual 6 times in my life, always with vampires. It never failed. Why did it show me? The head stared at me with unseeing eyes. The surge of magic during the ritual cooked the Vampirus immortalis pathogen, and once it vanished, the vampire heads decomposed in minutes. This one looked no worse for wear. I needed someone with more expertise. I got up and tried the phone. No dial tone. Ah. Enthusiastic barking echoed from under my bed. A moment later, someone knocked. "Who is it?" "Kate?" Andreas's voice called. "You're home?" "Nope." I opened the door. Andreas grinned at me while tapping a manila envelope against her palm. I suppose I walked into that. What is that stench? "Something I have in the kitchen." I stepped aside, motioning her in. "Don't land in the dog vomit," which I now had no excuse not to clean up.
She stepped over the attack poodles offering to the digestive gods and saw the head and the herbs sitting on the platter in the kitchen. Her face stretched. "That's just not right. What is that stuff? It's lying on herbs, rosemary, coriander." Andrea's blue eyes went wide as saucers. "If you're going to cook it, I'll barf next to the dog. Why would I cook it?" "Well, it's lying like a turkey on a roaster, and you have herbs under it." I marched into the kitchen, grabbed the head, and stuffed it back into the plastic bag. The bag went into the fridge, the rest went into the garbage. Better? Yes. I went to clean up puke while she set the water for tea on the kerosene stove. Magic robbed us of electricity, but kerosene still burned, and I kept a camper burner in my apartment for small jobs. It once saved my life and Julie's. As soon as the offending evidence of his disgrace had been removed, the attack poodle deemed the area safe. He emerged from under the bed and licked Andrea's hand. "He looks good with his hair off," she said. "He thinks so." The poodle licked her hand again. Andrea smiled. "You don't mind my scent, do you, Dogface? Maybe he was raised around shapeshifters." "You're not a regular shapeshifter," she shrugged. "I still smell like my father." Given that Andrea's father was a hyena, the poodle was showing remarkable restraint. We went into the kitchen, where I poured us some tea. "Before we do anything else, let me tell you about my guy in a cloak."
15 minutes later, she frowned at me. So, male shapeshifters go berserk? I nodded. What about the female shapeshifters? I don't know. She tapped the edge of the table with the envelope. So there is a good chance that the other me will make an appearance. Clearly my life hasn't been complicated enough. My sentiments exactly. Don't let Ted put you on this if I fail. Her eyes told me that if I said that, she'd suggest I stick my opinion where the sun didn't shine. Andrea suppressed the part of her that was beastkin. She'd made it through the academy, earned knighthood, served with distinction for 5 years. She carried a handful of medals and the Iron Gauntlet, the 4th highest decoration the Order could award to its knights. A year ago, she was well on her way to take the page 25, generated by abcamberlit.www.processtext.com abclit.htl, step up from Knight Defender to Master-at-Arms, firearm. To earn the designation of a master in a weapon or magic use was a great achievement. All of it came crashing down one night when Andrea and another knight had gone out to check the report of a loop sighting. The trip left several loops dead, including Andrea's partner, who caught like V and tried to turn Andrea's stomach into an all-you-can-eat buffet. Standard procedure after an encounter with loops mandated comprehensive tests to confirm your humanity. Andrea passed the M-scan and tests. She did it by means of an amulet embedded in her skull and a silver ring under the skin of her shoulder, which had almost cost her her arm. She was pronounced free of the shapeshifter virus and fit for active duty. And then her chapter shipped her off to Atlanta to ease the trauma. In Atlanta, she ran into a brick wall called Ted Morahan. Ted knew there was something wrong with her. He felt it in his gut, but he lacked proof, so he assigned her to support. She had no office, no active cases, and the only time she saw action was when nobody else could get there in time. Despite it all, she was determined to serve. Pointing out that if the Steel Mary showed up, she should abandon her knighthood and run the other way would only get my head bitten off. So I clamped my mouth shut and said nothing. I kept her secret and she kept mine. Only 2 people besides me knew my ancestry, and Andrea was one of them. If I had a choice, I would have kept it.
Methodically devoured my trash. As I watched, he tore a piece from a potato peel, raised his muzzle to the ceiling, chewing it with a nirvana-like rapture printed on his face, and bent down for more. A black substance stained his paws and muzzle. It had to be paint. Julie had gone goth on me a couple of months ago. When she wasn't at the boarding school, she stayed with me. She had picked the library as her bedroom, and I let her paint it black. The poodle had gotten into her paint can. You're so dead. Chomp, chomp, chomp. The magic wave was still up, and my apartment was freezing cold. I had a hard time sleeping in sweatpants. Something about sweats under a blanket just didn't agree with me, but this morning I definitely regretted my decision. My toes were so cold, it was a wonder they didn't break off. I grabbed the blanket, stood up on my bed, and put my hand against the vent. Nothing. The building's boiler was in its death throes. It had cut out twice in the past month. Even if all of the tenants pooled their money, we still couldn't afford to replace the damn thing, especially considering that we had already bought coal for the winter. That left me with Plan B. I glanced across the room to a small wood stove, half covered by stacks of books. Building a wood fire right now seemed impossibly hard, so I bravely dropped the blanket and pulled on sweats as fast as I could. Once dressed, I checked the head in the fridge. Still no decomposition. This whole investigation took the notion of normal undead behavior out back and blew its brains out with a sawed-off shotgun. I walked the dog, sorted out the garbage, which took nearly 20 minutes, and tried the phone. Dial tone. No rhyme or reason to it, but one doesn't look a gift phone in the mouth. I called to the casino before the phone line decided to cut out on me. In 10 seconds, Gostick came on the phone. I sincerely hope you have news, Kate. It's been a long night, and I was resting. This was likely the stupidest thing I could have done, but I had no idea who else to ask. Are you familiar with the Double ritual? There was a tiny pause before he answered. Of course, I've performed it on several occasions. However, I'm surprised you're aware of it. He wouldn't ask me how I knew about it, but he had to be dying of curiosity. Nobody, except my guardian's ex-wife, knew I was able to pilot undead. The Double ritual required a great deal of raw power and a lot of knowledge. Gostick viewed me as a thug. The idea that I was capable of it would never cross his mind, and that's the way I preferred it. What would cause the ritual to fail? Describe the manner of the failure. Instead of the identity or location of the undead's former navigator, the person performing the ritual saw themselves in the blood. Gostek hummed to himself for a long breath. The Double ritual lifts the imprint of the navigator's mind from the undead's brain.
The blood streaming from the head isn't central to the ritual. In fact, any dark surface will do. The dark background simply makes the image stand out more. If you stare for a few seconds at a lamp, then close your eyes or look at a dark object, you'll see the glowing outline of the lamp. This phenomenon is called negative afterimage. The same principle applies here, except that the image is acquired from the mental footprint left on the brain of the undead. I filed that tidbit away for future reference. Aha! There are two factors that could cause the practitioner to see themselves. One, too much time had passed or the undead had been unpiloted. How quickly was the ritual performed? Within 2 hours of death. Page 28, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Then the time lapse shouldn't be an issue. I've been able to pull a reasonably decent image 6 hours after the termination of the undead. In this case, we're left with possibility number 2. The navigator's will was much stronger than that of the practitioner. If the navigator realized the undead was about to be terminated, he or she could shock it with a mental surge. We refer to it as searing. A seared brain is difficult to read. Lifting the image becomes a matter of raw power rather than skill. Is there a possibility that the navigator is much stronger than the practitioner? Unlikely. I had little skill, but in the raw power department, I would blow even Gostek off the scale. What makes you say that? I know how powerful the practitioner is. So this is someone you know personally? Thin ice. Proceed with caution. Yes. Am I to understand that you were in possession of an undead head and you didn't take it to me for identification? Yes. Oh boy. Silence reigned. There are 4 people in Atlanta, aside from the People's personnel, capable of performing the Duval ritual. I have their numbers in front of me. Of the 4, Martina is the best, but she can't match me in either finesse or power. Why would you use someone other than me? I had my reasons. I'm waiting to hear them. I'd rather keep them to myself. You disappoint me. I grimaced. Why should you be any different? Was it a vampire head? This wouldn't go over well. No. More silence. Finally, he sighed. Do you still have it? If I brought him the head, he'd lift my imprint from its mind. It decomposed. Gostek sighed again. Kate, you had a unique undead specimen and you've denied me the opportunity to examine it. Instead, you've taken it to a hack who's obviously ignorant of the basic necromantic principles. Otherwise, we wouldn't be engaged in this phone call. I trust you won't make the same mistake in the future. Was there anything else? No. A disconnect signal beeped in my ear. I looked at the poodle. I think I hurt his feelings. This petition was getting complicated in a hurry. On one side, the Steel Mary attacked the Shapeshifters. On other side, undead mages tried to barbecue the casino and the guild. They didn't seem connected, except that both the Steel Mary and the undead then attacked the guild. Maybe Roland had declared a free-for-all on the pack, and we were getting a flood of bounty hunters who thought they could take the Shapeshifters on. But then the attack on the casino made no sense. The phone rang. I picked it up. Kate Daniels. It's me, Curran said. I hung up. The phone rang again. I unplugged it from the wall. Talking to Curran was beyond me at the moment. When I made it into the office, most of the coffee was already gone, and what remained had cooked down to a syrup-thick brew that smelled toxic and tasted like poison. I got a mug anyway. I also stole a small yellow donut from the box of Dunkin's Donuts in the rec room and fed it to the attack poodle in my office. He made a great production of it. First, he growled at the donut, just to show it who was boss. Then he nudged it with his nose. Then he licked it, until finally he snagged it into his mouth and chomped it with great pleasure, dropping crumbs all over the carpet. Watching him eat made me feel marginally better, but only just. Morrow walked into my office, carrying a large paper box plastered with evidence tape.
The poodle growled and snapped his teeth. Morrow smiled. He's such a good doggy, so fierce. He has a mad passion for garbage. He probably lived on it for a while. Did you name him yet? Morrow set the box on the table. No. You should name him Beau. Beauregard. He looks like Beau. Anyway, this came for you from Savannah. Thanks. He left and I checked the shipping manifest. Evidence pertaining to Savannah Mary 7, a.k.a. Steel Mary, a.k.a. the guy in the cloak. Oh, goody. I reached over to lift the stack of paperwork out, and my fingers grazed something solid. I dragged it into the light. A lead box, 6 inches long, 4 inches wide, and 3 inches deep. In the magic trade, people often referred to lead as black gold. Gold, being a noble metal, was inert. It didn't rust, tarnish, corrode, or decay, and most acids had no effect on it. Magically, lead imitated gold. It resisted enchantment, ignored wards, and absorbed most magic emissions without suffering any consequences. A lead evidence box had to contain something spiffy. The small sticker in its corner stated, Exhibit A, Mary 14, October 9th. I dug in the paperwork. October 5, October 8, October 9. Here you are. I perched on the corner of my desk and scanned the report. The Steel Mary crashed the monthly cage match held in the bottom floor of the Barbed Wire Noose, a booze hole on the southern edge of Savannah. The proprietor of the Barbed Wire Noose, Barbara Barb Howell, reported a 7-foot-tall, hairy man walking through the door, wearing nothing except a tattered cloak and what she described as leather Bermuda shorts. Barb proceeded to communicate her refusal to serve the intruder by leveling a Remington 870 pump-action shotgun at the man, accompanied by no shirt, no shoes, no service. I liked Barb already. The man laughed. At this point, the head bouncer decided to get involved. The man put the bouncer's head through the wooden bar, which indicated to Barb that she should use her shotgun. Unfortunately, the magic wave had hit and the shotgun misfired. The man confiscated the shotgun and bashed Barb over the head with it. Her recollection of the following events seemed understandably murky. One of the regular patrons, one Ori Cohen, 21, got up off his chair and held up a locket to the hairy man. According to Barb, the man snarled like a dog and backed away. He continued to retreat, and Barb thought that Ori would walk him right out. Unfortunately, a tall person in a cloak entered the bar through the back door and chopped through Ori's neck with an axe. The hairy man then proceeded to demolish the place, while the second intruder watched. The descriptions were vague at best. According to Clint, Barb's second in command, the first man was a giant, shaggy son of a bitch with glowing eyes. Veins on his arms the size of electrical cords. Not exactly a quality description. Hi, I'd like an AP on a giant, shaggy son of a bitch. The second man was described as tall. Nobody saw his face. Because of the unusual height and near-naked status of the intruder, the incident was classified as a possible Steel Mary sighting. The Steel Mary had struck in Savannah the night before, and the Savannah biohazard preferred to err on the side of caution. The report came equipped with several photographs. I spread them on the desk. Ori, a thin, slight man, curled into a ball in the middle of a trash-strewn floor. The second shot showed the body from the back. Ori's face stared right at the camera, his cheek resting in a puddle of thickening blood. He looked at me with page 29, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Milky, dead eyes. His face was clean-shaven, narrow, and shockingly young. Just a kid, really. A kid who saw a bully, stood up to him, and was crushed.
The good guys didn't always win. The third photo showed Oris's toolbox tucked neatly under the bar. Somehow, it survived the destruction. Inside the box lay chisels and brick trowels, stacked, clean, organized. A small wicker box tied with a pink bow sat on top of the tools. Close-up of the box. Chocolate-dipped strawberries. Masons earned good money, but he was barely old enough to be a journeyman. Chocolate was expensive, and strawberries were way out of season. He must have saved up for weeks to buy them. Probably planned to give them to somebody special. Instead, he ended up on the filthy floor, discarded like some piece of trash. We have to find this bastard I told the attack poodle. Well, find him, and then I'll hurt him. I flipped through the stack of pictures. A close-up of Oris's hand. A broken silver chain wound about his dead fingers. Something must have been attached to it. An amulet? An idol? Maybe a charm of some sort. Something that made the Mary back off. I flipped through the report to Barb's interview. It mirrored the report summary until I came to the no shirt, no shoes, no service. Barbara Howell stated that the hairy man laughed like a woman. The phone screamed at me. I picked it up. Kate Daniels. "I'm done with this game," Curran snarled. I pushed the disconnect button and pressed Maxine's extension. "Maxine, if he calls again, please don't put him through." "Dear, that was the Beast Lord." "Yes, I know. Please screen his calls." "Very well." I looked back at the paper. The hairy man laughed like a woman, just like the undead mage. Why the hell was Curran calling me anyway? I picked up the phone and dialed Christie's number. Christie was my closest neighbors. She lived only a few minutes down the road from my house near Savannah. She answered on the first ring. "Hey, it's Kate. How are you?" "Fine, fine. What's up?" "I'd regret this later. I need a favor. Could you go up to my house and see if there is a note anywhere by my door?" A month had passed. Unless he stuck it under the screen door, which had glass panels, even if the note had been there, it would be long gone. "Sure, I'll call you back in a few. Your job number?" "No, my apartment is better. Thanks." I hung up. Even if there was a note, it changed nothing. Nothing at all. If the big and shaggy man who attacked Barb's bar did laugh like a woman, and if the second intruder was the Steel Mary, it meant they were batting for the same team. Was it a new faction trying to carve a territory in Atlanta? The deeper I dug, the more confused I got. I went back to the evidence photos. A wide image of the bar. The inside of the barbed wire noose had been demolished. Everything that could have been broken was. Splintered chairs, crushed tables, shattered glass, holes in the walls. A chaotic, twisted wreck that might have been a pool table at some point. The definition of fury in the dictionary had this picture under it. One of the shots captured an amulet, photographed under wooden debris. 2 inches long, the amulet resembled a hollow silver scroll with a piece of paper peeking out on one side. It was a common amulet. The scroll contained a piece of paper or parchment with a protective spell. The caption under the picture said, "See Exhibit A." I opened the lead box. Inside, in a small plastic bag, waited a piece of parchment. It was 2 inches wide and about 4 inches long, with tattered yellow edges that had been creased and torn too many times. Gently, I flipped it over. Blank. Just once I would have liked evidence that wouldn't make me jump through burning hoops. The notation stated that the parchment was found inside the amulet, and it was blank. Who whoop-de-doo. According to the follow-up, Ori lived alone. One of the carpenters he worked with stated that Ori was afraid of getting sick and carried the amulet as a protection against disease. She didn't know what sort of magic it had or how he got it. I dug around until I unearthed the lab report. It had gone with the wind ambitions, at least 2 inches thick. I started with the first test. All evidence had to be routinely M-scanned. The M-scanner picked up traces of magical residue and recorded it as colors. Blue for human, various shades of red and purple for undead, green for most shapeshifters. The M-scan of my parchment was blank too. Lovely. The next item was titled Franco Emission Test. I hadn't the foggiest what that was. I pulled a reference volume of Magic Laboratory Procedure off the shelf. Apparently, FET involved placing the object of interest on a white sheet of paper, exposing it to intense chant or an item emitting heavy-duty magic, and then M-scanning it. If the tested object had no enchantment, it would saturate with magic, if only for a few moments, enough to be picked up by M-scan. The copy of the post-FET M-scan showed a pale blue piece of paper with a nice parchment-sized blank space in the middle. The parchment had an enchantment. Surely one of the tests would nail it down. 30 minutes later, I had learned way too much useless trivia about what bored Savannah PAD mages did for fun.
Their conclusions after 17 tests on the parchment amounted to, it's blank, it's magic, we don't know what it is, and we can't read it. Toodles. Something good had to be on the parchment, something that made Ori stake his life on it. I picked up the bag and held it up to the window, letting the light shine through. Nothing but parchment grain. A door clanged to the left, followed by heavy steps echoing through the hallway. The Night Protector entered my office, growled at my attack poodle, and sat down in my client chair. Wood and metal groaned, accepting his weight. Ted fixed me with his flat stare. What do you have? Chapter 10. You don't have much, Ted said after I had laid out my case. I've had the case for 36 hours. 38. Ted leaned forward and glared at me with his lead eyes. Ted had a fondness for Western clothing. Today he wore jeans, cowhide boots, and a turquoise shirt with black patches on the shoulders, each patch embroidered with a white Texas star. Ted Moynihan, channeling a cattle rustler at the prom. Trouble was, the Night Protector ran about 40 pounds too heavy for the outfit. Not exactly fat, but thick across the chest and carrying the beginnings of a gut, Ted had the build of an aging heavyweight boxer. He wouldn't run up a staircase for fun, but if you slammed a door in his face, he would punch through it and knock you out with the same blow. Despite the outfit, being on the receiving end of that stare was like peering into the mouth of a loaded .45 with the safety off. I wondered what he would do if I screamed and fainted. His voice was low, almost lazy. What is the Order's primary directive? Page 30, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://processtext.com abclit.html. To ensure the survival of the human race. He nodded. We keep the order. We force monsters to coexist. We ensure peace. 48 hours ago, this city functioned. As we sit here, the people are paranoid that someone has better undead than they do and is coming after their slice of the pie. The shapeshifters are pondering their own mortality and imagining their children dying of epidemics. The mercs are flailing because the guild's head has been chopped off. Biohazard wants to declare a citywide quarantine, and Pad is shaking down every homeless person in a dirty cloak. The city is headed to hell in a handbasket. Do you know what happens when monsters, thugs, and cops get scared? I knew. They stop playing nice. We must restore order. We have to simmer Atlanta down at any cost, or it will boil over with panic and chaos. If I had a female knight more competent than you, with better experience and a longer track record, I'd pull you off this petition and give it to her. What is Andrea, chopped liver? Thanks for the vote of confidence. Assigning this petition to a man is out of the question.
I have to rely on an academy dropout with a discipline problem and a big mouth. I wanted to jump on the table and kick him in the mouth. My heart bleeds in sympathy. Ted ignored me. You have the full power of the Atlanta chapter behind you. Fix this mess. What do you need to make it happen? The urge to pull off my ID and hand it to him was so strong, I had to fight not to touch the cord around my neck. Here, you deal with it. You try to run around with the weight of a possible pandemic riding you. You carry the responsibility for people dying, and I'll sit back and tell you where you fall short. A year ago, I might have done it. The memory of Oris' crumpled body flashed before me. But then again, maybe not. I squished my pride into a ball, sat on it, and plucked the lead case from the evidence box. This is the parchment that stopped him before. I need to know what was written on it. I need to know what hurts him and who he is. You need an expert. I nodded. I want to take it to Simon, the polyform. He refuses to work with the Order. He's the best narcissistic pervert, sexual deviant, greedy hedonist expert in the city. We don't have time to import anyone else, and Savannah Pad has exhausted all the standard test possibilities. Given the proper financial incentive, I'm confident Simon would work with me. How confident? Very confident. He wants to get into my pants, and I've been throwing his flowers away. He would be overjoyed if I called. But he doesn't come cheap. Ted wrote down something and put it in front of me. 100,000. It was an exorbitant sum, even for Simon. This is your limit. Call him. Now. He showed no signs of moving from my chair, making it crystal clear.
He didn't believe me. I reached for the phone. Simon answered on the second ring. Kate, a familiar male voice breathed into the receiver. I thought I was forgotten. Ugh, no, only avoid it. I put him on speaker. You're as blunt as ever. Shall I save us some time? You're calling because Solomon Red's insides erupted from his body and attempted to infect the city's water supply. Yes, that was expected. Simon dealt in information. He paid well for it, and mercs were always short on cash. His voice could have melted butter. Do you require my expertise? The order requires your expertise. Oh, but I won't work for the order. He laughed. They're too lawful for my taste. My apologies for disturbing you then. I thought you might be interested. I was wrong. But I'll work for you, on my terms. Here we go. In fact, I would be excited to work with you. Your call couldn't have come at a better time. He sounded happy all over. This would cost me. Let's get the simplest things out of the way, Simon stated. For the ease of accounting, yours and my own, I will require a flat fee of $50,000 for my services. That's a rather large number. I'm a rather expensive consultant. 30 grand? Oh, please, Kate, don't haggle. Ted Moynihan likely authorized double this amount. I know this because he called me this morning and offered me $50,000 to consult on the case. Which I refused, of course, given that I dislike him personally and find the order's fanaticism constricting. Ted's face was granite hard. He went behind my back. My memory served up Morrow, bringing me the box of evidence. Why would Morrow have it? All packages came to Maxine's desk, and he never once carried them down to me. Unless the package was in Ted's office, and Ted told him to do it. Ted had gone through my evidence and then sat there with a straight face as I recapped my findings. Kate? Simon's voice prompted. I picked up my coffee cup and stirred the coffee with a spoon. I'd read somewhere that doing small repetitive movements like stirring or doodling helped reduce stress, and I needed to reduce my stress or it would erupt and smash into Ted Moynihan like a ton of bricks. I'm thinking, have you noticed that your criminal doesn't target women? Either they possess a natural immunity to his power, or he simply doesn't feel they're a threat. I've noticed. Then you must realize that Moynihan's options consist of you and Andrea Nash. Moynihan despises Nash. I'm not sure why, but I'm sure I'll eventually find out. So you are the only viable solution. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he's sitting in your office right now, listening in on the conversation, just so he can be certain you've ensured my cooperation. Your back is against the wall, Kate. Under these circumstances, a fee of $50,000 is a gift. Accept it graciously. The spoon bent under the pressure of my fingers. I pulled it out and began bending it with both hands, back and forth, back and forth. Very well, I said. You will be paid the sum of $50,000 when we have conclusive proof that the Mary is dead or apprehended, or left beyond your jurisdiction. I don't cherish the prospect of chasing him all over the country. I bent the spoon some more. Agreed. What's the real price, Simon? You will accompany me to an event, Kate. It will be a public function, you will wear an evening gown, and you will be on display on my arm. Think of it as a date. The spoon snapped in my hands. I threw it into the trash can. The last time we tried that, I ended up covered in demonic blood. I assure you, you will be perfectly safe. In fact, the function in question takes place at one of the safest locations in Atlanta. It's not my safety that concerns me, it's your company. You seem very gleeful at the prospect of displaying me. Is there an ulterior motive? Simon assured me. But aside from that, I find your presence delightful. I found his presence irritating. He gave an exaggerated sigh. I don't wish to force you into a sexual relationship. I want to seduce you. That takes far more skill. I'm afraid I do require an answer. Yes or no? Yes. The word tasted slimy, as if I'd bitten into a rotten orange. You say it with such distaste. I count myself lucky to be out of your striking range at the moment. Do we have an agreement? Page 31. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com/abctext.html. We do. Marvelous. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 9 p.m. I'll send the gown to your house. It will be there by 8 tonight with a matching pair of shoes. Do you require anything else? Stockings? Intimates? Chaperoning sexual deviants to parties wasn't on my agenda in the near future. That's rather short notice. I'm a little busy with an epidemic-spraying maniac trying to break down the city. Can this be postponed? Absolutely not. It has to be tomorrow night or our arrangement is off. What the hell was so important? Fine, but I'm wearing my own clothes. There was no telling what crazy outfit he'd come up with. I assure you, the dress I've chosen is exquisite. Perhaps you should wear it instead. I'm sure you'll be the belle of the ball. Simon sighed. Do you question my taste? The last time you dressed me up as a Vietnamese princess. I'm wearing my own dress. Having you wear the right dress is infinitely important to me. I'm taking a huge risk. My heart bleeds for you. If you wanted me to wear your gown, you should have covered it in our agreement. I propose an exchange. Simon's voice was smooth as melted chocolate. You answer my question, and I'll drop the issue of the gown. Shoot. How do you always recognize me, no matter what shape I wear? The eyes, I told him. They give you away every time. He was silent for a long minute. I see. Very well. I should be free in about 3 hours. I would like to begin my evaluation with the scene of the Steel Mary's last appearance. I'll require the presence of at least 5 witnesses. It will be arranged, I told him. I'll see you at the guild in 3 hours. I'm changing my face as we speak. Goodbye. He managed to infuse the word with so much innuendo, I needed a rag to wipe it off my phone. I hung up and turned to Ted. You went through my evidence behind my back? He treated me to his best impersonation of a statue from Easter Island. You don't trust me.
The attack poodle snarled, punctuating my words. I glared at him, and he lay down. Ted leaned back. I don't trust you not to fuck up. You aren't a fast learner, and I don't have time to teach you, so I put you on a short leash. The steady anger inside me flared into a full-blown rage. I worked hard. I pulled my own weight. I'd earned some fucking trust. I can't work if you stand over my shoulder. And that's your problem, Daniels. You have an ego. Every day you walk into this office as if you own it, as if you've earned it. The truth is, you couldn't go the distance in the academy. You don't have the education and discipline necessary for the job. You aren't a knight, and you never will be. You have yet to prove to me that you're worth something. I've proved it. You fought in the Midnight Games, and you led Nash into it. I stared at him. Did the two of you really think that you could fight in front of hundreds of witnesses and it wouldn't get back to me? It was necessary. Ted rose. His voice dropped low. The world is full of monsters. They're stronger than us. They have better magic. The only reason why we, humans, remain on top is because of our numbers, and because the monsters fear us. That's the order of things. That's the way it has always been, and that's the way it must remain. Do you know what the Midnight Games really are? They're a way for the monsters to make humans into prey. They keep seeing us die on that sand, and pretty soon they'll get an idea that we're food and we're easy to take down. They'll stop fearing us and throw this world into chaos. And you went into that ring and fought on the side of monsters. You've betrayed everything the Order stands for. You fucked up. I fought on the side of shapeshifters. The shapeshifters are cans of dynamite, ready to go loop any moment. They aren't human. It's convenient for us to let them think they're human for the time being, but in the end, there is no place for them in our society. They must be kept apart. The world slid into crystal clarity. I was a hair away from sliding my sword out and carving a new mouth across Ted's throat. So you would exile them. Shall it be reservations or labor camps? I would remove them from the picture entirely. They are a threat to us. They can kill us and infect us. To survive, we must retain our dominance. He would exterminate the shapeshifters. He would kill the lot of them. I could see it in his eyes. Ted straightened. I gave you an opportunity to add meaning to your life. You think you got in because you're good? No. I gave it to you because I respected Greg Feldman. He was one of my best, and to honor his memory, I made sure that you wouldn't embarrass his name. And any time you forget yourself or forget our mission and start thinking that you're hot shit and you know better, come see me and I'll set you straight." He turned. I exhaled rage slowly. "Ted?" He stopped, presenting me with his wide back. "When you walk a dog on a short leash, she's close enough to bite you. Keep it in mind." He stepped out. I spun to the window, trying to contain the urge to break something. At the midnight games, when I circled the sand with Hugh, he'd asked me why I took orders from people weaker than me. Back then, I had an answer. It escaped me now, and I grappled with my memory trying to wrench it free, because I needed it badly. I had to kill the Steel Mary. It was personal now, and I would finish it. But I could track Mary on my own, without the order's help. I had to get Simon to analyze my parchment, and then I could leave the order. It would feel good. If I left, the case would go to Andrea. Ted didn't have anybody else. If the Steel Mary released his magic, Andrea's secret half could panic and run. Best case scenario, the city would burn up in an epidemic, and she would be exposed and booted from the order. Worst case, she would be mistaken for a loose shapeshifter, hunted and killed. My mind painted a gory picture of Andrea's beastkin body riddled with bullets, with PAD standing over her. She'd gone Lou, never seen anything like it, had to put her down. No, my mess. I'd handle my own shit. The phone rang. It was probably Christy. I picked it up. "Kate Daniels? I'm in lockup in Milton County Jail," Andrea said. "Come get me." Chapter 11, page 32. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. A couple hours later, I walked into Bo Clayton's office carrying a long parcel wrapped in rags. Bo grinned at me from behind his desk. In 1066, ancient Saxons met ancient Norwegians in a bloody battle over Stamford Bridge. The legend said that the Saxons surprised their enemy, and as the Norwegians tried to rally, one of their warriors, a giant of a man, stepped onto the bridge and held it by himself, killing more than 40 Saxons, until someone got smart and stabbed him with a long spear from below, through the planks of the bridge. Looking at Bo, I could totally picture him on that bridge swinging a giant axe around. Hulking, 6'6", with shoulders that had trouble fitting through the door, the Milton sheriff had the face of a bone breaker. He sat behind a scarred desk that was organized to within an inch of its life. The only item out of place was a large can. The label on the can said, "Canned boiled green peanuts." I sat in a chair before his desk and put the parcel on my lap. Canned boiled peanuts. That's pushing it. With a name like Bo, a man has to be careful, he said. Someone might mistake me for one of them northern boys. The peanuts help to avoid misunderstandings. He passed me the can. I glanced into it. Spent shell casings. "Every time I get shot at, I drop the shells in the can," Bo said. The can was about halfway full. I handed it back to him. "The last time we met, I did say you would one day need a favor from me." He spread his huge arms, and here we are. We'd worked the same case before, I from the order side and he from the sheriff's side. He'd asked me to do him a favor, arguing that one day I would need one from him, and I had agreed. You never know on whose door you might have to knock next. What did Andrea do? He opened a manila folder and glanced at it. Ever heard of Paradise Mission? No. It's a high-class hotel, built like a Spanish mission, with the courtyard screened in. The roof is glass, and they keep the temperature nice and steady, like a hothouse, basically. The courtyard is a beautiful place. Flowers everywhere, a pool, hot tubs. Favorite getaway for rich couples from the city. I took Erica there once. Costs an arm and a leg, but it's worth it. Had to be on the waiting list for 4 months before we got in. Bo wasn't in a hurry. Screaming at him would just make him slow down more, so I nodded. "From what I understand, your girl was staying at the place with her significant other. I've got him in the cell next to hers. Now, I'm completely straight, mind you, but he was likely the prettiest man I ever seen. Raphael.
It must have been their big romantic night. He had probably reserved the hotel room weeks in advance. Apparently, they were both in the hot tub. Hot tubs are nothing but trouble, I told him. Oh, I don't know, Beau shrugged. With a beer and good company, they aren't bad. Relaxing, soothing even. In this case, however, they failed to bring about the desired relaxation. Miss Nash got up to go to the bathroom and get some drinks. When Miss Nash came back, she found a young female talking to her significant other. His eyes sparkled a little. He pretended to check his report. Apparently, the interloping female was scantily clad. He must have waited years to use that in a report. Go on. According to the hotel staff, the poor man did try to discourage the femme fatale the best he could, but she was either dense or really hoped to take him for a ride. Having met her, I'd say both. I sighed. I knew where this was going. When Miss Nash approached, her fella informed the scantily clad female that Miss Nash and he were together. He says the female appraised Miss Nash as cute.
I put my head down and bumped it on the table a couple of times. The 2 furry caterpillars Beau used as his eyebrows crept up. Do you need a minute? No, I'll be all right. Sorry. It seems that the young woman made some indelicate suggestion of a threesome. Nobody is quite sure what happened next, but everybody agrees it was damn fast. When I got there, Miss Nash was standing by the hot tub in a small bikini, pointing the business end of a Sig Sauer P226 at her fella and concerned members of the hotel staff, while dunking the scantily clad female's head under the water and asking, "Who's diving for clams now, bitch?" My pain must have reflected on my face, because Beau reached into his desk drawer and handed me a small bottle of aspirin. I popped 2 tablets into my mouth and swallowed, grimacing against the bitterness. Then what? Well, Miss Nash and I had a conversation. I bet that she wouldn't shoot a badge, and I won that bet. She had no ID on her. It was a very small bikini, so we invited her, her fella, and the aggrieved party to be our guests here in this lovely jailhouse. Spending the night with us calmed her down. Oh boy, she had no ID, but she had a gun? Brought it in a towel, from what I understand. Why wasn't I surprised? She's a knight. I figured that when she called the order. I took the parcel off my lap, placed it on his desk, and carefully unwrapped the rags. Beau sucked in a lungful of air in a sharp breath. A beautiful rapier lay in the rags. The Schiavona, I said, the preferred weapon of Dalmatian Slavs who served in the Venetian Doge Guard in the 16th century. Deep basket hilt. I traced the gleaming spiderweb of deceptively narrow metal strips forming the sword's guard. 36.7-inch blade, efficient for both cut and thrust. A genuine Ragnus dream sword. I turned the Schiavona to the side, letting the light of the Fey lantern catch the stylized RD on the ornate pommel. Ragnus Dream didn't make swords, he created masterpieces. The Schiavona alone would pay the mortgages on both my apartment and my father's house in Savannah for a year. Greg, my deceased guardian, had purchased it years ago and hung it on a wall in his library, the way one would display a treasured work of art. It was the kind of sword that would make a lifelong pacifist look for tall boots and a hat with feathers. Beau's face acquired a greenish tint. Breathe, Beau. He exhaled in a rush. May I? Every person had a weakness. Beau loved rapiers. I smiled. Once he touched it, I had him. Feel free. He got up, took the rapier gently, as if it were made of glass, and slid his big hand around the leather hilt. He raised the sword point up, admiring the elegant steel blade. A deep serenity claimed his face. Beau thrust, a textbook-perfect, liquid movement, elegant and precise, and so completely at odds with his huge body. Christ, he murmured, it's perfect. She was never here, I told him. Her fella was never here. You don't know their names, and you've never seen them before. Beau was a very good cop, because he made himself put the rapier down. Are you trying to bribe a law enforcement official, Kate? I'm trying to present a law enforcement official with a token of appreciation for his delicate handling of the Order's personnel issues. Knights of the Order are under a lot of pressure. Andrea Nash is one of the best knights I've ever met. Beau looked at the Schiavona. A minute stretched into eternity. I gave him a wide smile. Oh, and one more thing. I reached over and touched the pale opal in the base of the hilt. 3, 2, page 33. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. 1. The sword hummed a single perfect chime, like a silver bell. A thin line of red grew from the hilt down the blade, branching in curling shoots like an ornate vine until it finally reached the point. Bow turned pale. Enchanted blade. Never needs sharpening or oiling. I forgot to mention that part, I said. Bow tore his gaze from the Schiavona. Take them and make sure they don't come back. 10 minutes later, Andrea, Raphael, and I stepped out of the jailhouse into a frigid, overcast day. Both Raphael and Andrea wore the orange potato sacks that passed for Milton jail uniforms. Assault, I counted off on my fingers. Assault with a deadly weapon. Conduct unbecoming a knight. Endangerment of civilians. Reckless use of a firearm in a public place. Resisting arrest. Drunk and disorderly. I was neither drunk nor disorderly. Andrea clenched her teeth. No, I'm sure you were drowning her in a completely calm and professional manner. Bo Clayton is a crack shot. You're lucky he didn't empty his clip into your head. You brought a gun to the hot tub? Who does that? Andrea folded her hands on her chest. Don't hassle me about my guns. You drag that sword everywhere. The whole thing was his idea. I wanted to go on a weekend. I looked at Raphael. He hit me with a dazzling smile. If I had any capacity for swooning, I would have hit the floor like a log. Some men were handsome, some were sexy. Raphael was scorching hot. Not traditionally handsome, he had dark blue eyes, intense and heated from within by a fire that instantly made you think of sheets and skin. Coupled with his long black hair and the toned, supple body of a shapeshifter, the effect was shocking to all things female. Since he was my best friend's honey bunny, I was pretty much immune to his evil powers, but once in a while he caught me off guard. It was the only night that was available in the next 6 months, he said, and I had to call in a favor to get it. Andrea waved her hands around. And we spent it in a jailhouse. Do you have any idea how hard it is to go out in public with him? We can't go anywhere, we can't do anything, because he gets hit on all the time. Sometimes women come up to him like I'm not even there. I sympathize, but you can't drown them, Andrea. You're trained to kill, and they aren't. It's not exactly a fair fight. Fuck fair. Fuck you and fuck him and whatever. She strode off. Raphael was grinning ear to ear. Well, you're taking it well. His eyes shone with a faint ruby sheen. Mating frenzy? What? When two shapeshifters become mated, we go crazy for a few weeks. It's all about unreasonable aggression and irrational snarling at anyone who looks at your mate a second too long. And you're loving every moment of it. He bobbed his head up and down. I've earned it. Andrea reversed her course and came up to us. I'm sorry I was an ass. Thank you. I owe you one. No big, I told her. She looked at Raphael. I'd like to go home. He bowed with an exaggerated flourish. Your wish is my command, my lady. We need to go back to the hotel, scale the wall, and steal our car back. That sounds good. They walked off. Mating frenzy. The world had gone completely insane on me. I sighed and went to get Marigold. I had an appointment with a sexual deviant, and I didn't want to be late. Chapter 12. When I told Simon that I recognized his eyes, I wasn't lying. He looked at the world through a prism of intellect, arrogance, and subtle but smug contempt, and he was unable to hide it. It took me precisely 2 seconds to zero in on him in a half-deserted guild hall, but this time it wasn't his eyes that did it. Today he chose to appear as a lean male in his early 30s. When I entered, he stood with his face in profile, casually speaking to Bob, Ivera, Ken, and Juke seated at a table. Simon's black jacket showed a light Mandarin influence with a high collar and a form-fitting cut that accentuated his narrow waist and the straight line of his shoulders. Dark pants hugged his legs, showcasing muscular thighs, but his was the smooth, long muscle of a fencer or a runner, not the bulk of a weightlifter or the crisp definition of a martial artist. His hair, the color of dark alderwood, fell down to his waist without a trace of a curl. Simon turned at my approach, presenting me with a well-defined oval of a face, crisp jawline, a wide nose with a shallow bridge, and almond-shaped, slightly hooded eyes with shockingly green irises. He oozed professionalism and expertise, the way I sometimes emanated threat. Had I not known who he was and met him on the street, I would have thought him one of the high mages from the local college, the type who could decipher 3,000-year-old runes, speak a half-dozen dead languages, and level a city block with a sweep of his hand. He stood out among the mercs present in the hall, like a professor of medieval studies in a bodybuilder bar. Simon smiled, showing even white teeth, and came toward me, gracefully stepping past a large wooden trunk. "Kate," he said, his voice a smooth tenor, "you look lovely. The cloak, in particular, is an intimidating touch." "I strive to menace," I said. "Do you like my working persona?" Simon asked softly. "An aesthetically pleasing combination of intelligence and elegance, wouldn't you say? Aren't we pleased with ourselves? Are you Chinese, Japanese, half-white? I can't tell. Your features are neither here nor there. I'm inscrutable, mysterious, and intellectual." He forgot conceited. "Did you have any trouble getting that ego through the door?" Simon didn't even blink. "Not in the least. Have you been able to glean any information from the eyewitnesses using your mysterious intellect? Not yet. They do seem ill at ease at the moment. The 4 horsemen looked like they wanted to be anywhere but here." I surveyed the hall. Out of the 20 or so calls I had made this morning, 14 people showed up, including Mark, who stood leaning against the wall, a sour look on his face. A lot of familiar faces. The movers and shakers of the guild had turned out to watch Simon and me work. I reached into my cloak and pulled out a plastic bag with a piece of parchment in it. "What's this?" "This is a magic parchment. Page 34. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Simon took the bag with long, slender fingers, held the parchment to the light, and frowned. "Blank. You've piqued my curiosity." I took a piece of paper from my pocket. "This is the list of tests ran on the parchment by PAD." Simon scanned the list. A narrow smile curved his lips. "Amusing. 24 hours. I'll tell you what is written on it, or I'll tell you who can read it." He slipped the parchment into his inside pocket. "Shall we?" I turned to the mercs. "We need 5 volunteers. Don't volunteer if you didn't get a good look at the guy." Bob raised his hand. "The 4 of us will do it." "I need 1 more," I said. Mark came forward. "I'll do it." Juke sneered down her goth Tinkerbell nose, decorated with a tiny stud. "You weren't even there." Mark gave her a grim look. I was there for the end. They glared at each other. "Let us not argue," Simon said. "The 5 of you will do splendidly." He knelt by the trunk. It was a large rectangular trunk made of old scarred wood reinforced with strips of metal. Simon flicked his fingers and produced a piece of chalk with the buttery grace of a trained magician. He drew a complex symbol on top of the trunk. A dry metallic click sounded from the inside. Slowly and with great care, Simon lifted the lid and took out a bowling ball. Blue and green, swirled with a gold marbleized pattern, the ball had seen some wear and tear. "Have you ever heard of David Miller, Kate?" Simon asked. "No." Simon reached into the trunk and retrieved a plastic pitcher tinted with hunter green. David Miller was the magic equivalent of an idiot savant. All tests showed that he had an unparalleled magic power. He constantly emanated it the way an electric lamp emanates heat. He set the pitcher next to the bowling ball. However, despite numerous attempts to train him, Miller never learned to use his gift. He led a perfectly ordinary life and died a perfectly average death from heart failure at the age of 67. After he had passed on, it was discovered that the objects he had handled most during his life had gained a magic significance. By manipulating them, their owner can achieve a rather surprising and occasionally useful effect. Interesting. Let me guess, you hunted the objects down and acquired them?
Not all of them, Simon said. Miller's descendants made a concerted effort to scatter the objects, selling them to different buyers. They had agreed that concentrating all of that power in the hands of a single person was foolhardy. But I will collect them all, eventually. If they were worried, why sell the objects at all? Mark asked. Simon smiled. The lack of money is the root of all evil, Mr. Meadows. Mark blinked. My guess was nobody ever called him by his last name. I thought it was the love of money. Spoken like a man who never went hungry, Ivera said. Besides, Simon continued, the family had concerns for their safety. They were afraid they would be robbed and murdered by enterprising parties interested in Miller's collection. Considering the worth of the objects, their worries were quite valid. He extracted a keychain from the trunk and carefully closed it. I'll need a pitcher of water and 5 glasses, please. A couple of mercs brought over a full glass pitcher from the cafeteria and 5 glasses. Simon surveyed the floor and headed to the front door, chalk in hand. He drew a semicircle about 10 feet from the doorway, the curve facing the center of the room, and chalked an odd symbol into it. Then he crossed to the spot of Solomon's death, drew another, larger semicircle, straight side flush against the elevator shaft, and filled it with perfectly round circles. I counted. 10. Bowling pins? I asked. Precisely. Simon returned to the table, freed the keys from the chain, and handed each of the 5 keys to the 4 horsemen and Mark. Hold them between your hands and try to recall the event in your mind. What did you see? What did you hear? What smells floated in the air? Simon poured the water from the glass pitcher into Miller's plastic one. Ken, the Hungarian mage, studied the key. What sort of magic is this? Modern magic, Simon said. Each age has its own magic traditions. This is ours. It's unlikely that most of you will see a repetition of this ritual in your lifetime. This magic is extremely rare and very taxing. I only perform it for very special clients. He smiled at me. Oh, good. He just made everyone involved think we were sleeping together. I smiled back. I'll be sure to inform the Night Protector that he should be very generous in his compensation. Right back at you. Let them scrub the image of a naked Ted Moynihan out of their brains. After half a minute, he collected the keys, slipped them back onto the keychain, and dropped it into the pitcher. The keys sank to the bottom. Magic pulsed from the pitcher, breaking against me. It felt like someone had clamped a furry, soft paw over my eyes and ears, then vanished. Simon poured an inch of water into each glass and glanced at the eyewitnesses. Drink, please. Juke grimaced. That shit ain't sanitary. I'm sure you've swallowed much worse, Amelia, Simon said. Amelia? I said. What a lovely name, Juke. She scowled at me. Drop dead. Drink the water, I told her. She skewed her face. I already told you everything I saw. Our memory is much more detailed than our recall, Simon said. You might be surprised how much you do remember. Juke gulped it down. Bob drank his with a stoic expression. Ivera peered into hers and drained it. Mark tossed his down like it was whiskey. Ken was the last. He drank his water very slowly, in sips, holding each swallow in his mouth, probably trying to glean some sort of knowledge from it. Simon picked up the bowling ball. Please remain sitting through the event. Don't interfere with the illusion in any manner. Kate, you may move if you wish, however, don't intersect the image. Is everyone clear? An assortment of affirmative noises answered him.
He strode to the first semicircle, held the ball at his chest for a long moment, bent, and sent it hurtling across the hall's floor. As the ball rolled, a different reality bloomed in its wake, as if someone had pulled a zipper on the world, revealing the past. Solomon's murder took place in the afternoon, and the light slanted at a different angle from the present mid-morning sun, clearly marking the edges of the illusion. An oval about 30 feet at its widest, stretching through the hall. The ball smashed into the second semicircle, scattering the imaginary pins. It would have been a perfect strike. 2 men dropped from above into the oval. One was Solomon, his eyes bulging, his face bright red. He landed badly, on his back, but jumped to his feet. His opponent landed in a crouch. A spear fell next to him. The Steel Mary straightened to 6.5 feet. A cloak hung about his shoulders. His hood was up. From where I stood, I could only see the dark fabric. I ran along the illusion's edge toward the elevator shaft. Solomon hammered a vicious kick at the Steel Mary's side. The Steel Mary leaned out of the way, his cloak flaring about him. Solomon's foot passed within a hair of his face. Solomon spun for a back kick, and the Steel Mary backhanded him. Solomon flew through the air, crashing against the elevator shaft just as I braked next to him, at the edge of the illusion. The Steel Mary picked up the spear and walked to us, each step a deliberate point, like the toll of a funeral bell. The hood shifted back, and I caught a glimpse, page 35, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://processtext.com abclit.html, of large eyes, dark, almost black, framed in the thick velvet of long eyelashes and brimming with power. A woman. I froze. There was something so hauntingly familiar about those eyes. If I just stood still, I could figure it out. The Steel Mary opened her mouth. Words poured forth, resonating through me. I offer you godhood, imbecile. Accept it with grace. Perfect English, no accent, no clue to nationality. Damn. The Steel Mary grasped Solomon's shirt with her left hand, jerked him up against the elevator shaft, and thrust. The spearhead sliced through Solomon's windpipe. Blood gushed. Solomon screamed, writhing on the spear. Crimson spurted from his mouth. The Steel Mary raised her right hand, fingers rigid like talons, and thrust it into Solomon's chest. Hezad. Mine. The power word clutched at Solomon. His body strained, his back arching. He screamed again, a terrible hoarse bellow of pure pain. Blood burst from his chest and collapsed back, sucked inward into the wound. A long, exhausted sigh broke from Solomon's lips. He sagged. His eyes rolled back into his head. His body shook once and became still. The Steel Mary pulled her hand out of Solomon's chest, a wad of red glow resting on her palm. I couldn't feel it, but instinctively I knew exactly what it was. It was blood. Condensed blood. All of Solomon's power, all of his magic, his essence contained in a small glowing globe, trembling, caged in the Steel Mary's fist. The Steel Mary smiled. Finally. Her lips stretched in a smile. She turned, carrying the blood, and I saw the twisted lines of a tattoo on the inside of her forearm. The letters burst in my mind, searing it. A power word. The world burned around me. Heat surged through my blood, spreading through every vein and capillary. My body locked, struggling to overcome the shock. The Steel Mary turned, slowly, as if underwater, and walked away, melting into nothing. Pain racked me. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't breathe. Through the tempo of my heartbeat thudding like a sledgehammer in my ears, I heard Juke's voice. He bitch-slapped Solomon red. I'd missed that the first time around. My vision faded, replaced by a fog of blood. The power word was killing me. I clamped it, trying to break through its defenses. It hurt. God, it hurt. It certainly is interesting, Simon said. Don't you think, Kate? Kate? What's the matter with her? Ivera asked. The power word cracked under pressure. Searing light pulsed before me, and suddenly I saw, crystal clear, Simon staring at me from across the room. The power word hammered at me from the inside, threatening to tear me apart. I had to say it, to make it mine. Something clicked in Simon's eyes. Run. Too late. I opened my mouth, and the power word burst forth on a torrent of magic. Ahisa! The magic swept through the room. People screamed and fled, trampling each other. Bob clawed onto the table with both hands, his face a skewed mask of fear, and bellowed like a bull in pain. Ivera collapsed on the floor. I felt light as a feather. The last echoes of magic whipped about me, bringing the true meaning of the word into my mind. Ahisa. Flee. All of my strength leaked out through my feet. I sagged down and slid against the wall. The hall was empty, except for Bob breathing like there was an anvil on his chest, Ivera weeping quietly on the floor, and Simon pressed against the opposite wall. Ice covered his arms. His eyebrows had turned blue-green, and the eyes that stared at me from under them were the eyes of a frost giant, cold, piercing blue, like a diamond caught in a sheath of brine. The eyes that belonged to Simon's original form.
We stared at each other's secret face. It dawned on me that I had just scared the cream of the guild's crop half to death. They wouldn't forget it. To top it off, I had displayed control of a power word in front of Simon. His eyes told me he understood exactly what had transpired, and he was shocked by it. On a scale of 1 to 10, this disaster was a 20. If I could move, I'd be banging my head against the nice hard floor. Simon pushed himself free of the wall. The ice on his arms broke into 1,000 tiny snowflakes. His blue-green eyebrows fell out, individual hairs fluttering to the ground. New dark brows formed, matching his hair. The savage intensity of the frost giant's eyes dissolved into calm green irises. "We seem to have experienced a minor technical difficulty," he said with forced cheer. "My apologies for the inconvenience. This type of magic is yet unproven." Bob bent down and scooped Ivera off the floor. His face said that he wasn't buying any of it. He grunted, shifting Ivera's tall frame in his arms, and carried her from the hall. Simon approached me and knelt. If he tried to kill me now, there wouldn't be much I could do about it. Breathing was an effort. The first time I assimilated power words, I came very close to dying. The second time, I lost about 3 hours. The third time happened during the flare, and it was a rush of pain. Now, with normal magic, I felt completely drained. I didn't pass out, and I didn't lose time, so I had to be getting better at it, but I had no reserves left. Simon brushed my left arm with his fingertips. "There were words," he whispered. "Hundreds of words written in dark ink on your skin." "Words? What words? What?" He caught himself and rose. "Nothing. It's best we go. I'll gather the items." I watched him pack Miller's collection into his trunk and take it out. By the time he returned, I managed to assume a vertical position and shambled on out of the hall into the daylight. It was my body, my legs, and they would obey me. Damn it. Outside, a group of pale-faced mercs waited, gathered around the 4 horsemen and the clerk. A few smoked, clutching at the cigarettes with trembling fingers. Nobody spoke, but they watched me like I was a rabid pit bull. Ivera wouldn't look at me at all. I had to get the hell out of there, because right now I was easy pickings, and my audience was feeling unfriendly. "What happened?" the clerk asked. "A slight technical malfunction with the spell," Simon said. "My fault entirely." He was covering for me. Simon dealt in information, and the price of a secret was inversely related to the number of people who knew it. The fewer people possessed the information, the more valuable it became.
I knew this because Simon had patiently explained it for my benefit. "Sorry for the trouble, guys," I said to say something. "Did you at least get what you came for?" the clerk asked. "We got it, thanks," I said. "Any time," Bob said grimly. "The guild is always willing to cooperate with the order," Mark said. I waved at them and headed out into the parking lot. A woman. Dark eyes. I wished I could have seen her face. A quick staccato of steps echoed behind me, and Simon caught up. "I'd be delighted if you rode with me," he said. "The engine of my Volvo is wrapped in a layer of mass-loaded vinyl, caught between 2 layers of polyether foam. It's adequate at attenuation of low-frequency noise." Fascinating. Most water cars made enough noise to do permanent damage to one's hearing. Simon favored me with a narrow smile. "My vehicle is relatively quiet by enchanted engine standards. If you rode in my vehicle, you could rest." And he could ask me all sorts of interesting questions. I was tired, but not tired enough to risk a car ride with Simon. "Thanks, but I'll pass. I can't abandon my mule. Besides, I come with a passenger." His eyebrows came together. "A passenger?" I whistled, and the dog popped out of his hiding spot behind Marigold. Simon stared at my canine companion with an expression of pure horror. "What is that?" "That's my attack poodle." Simon opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. A grimace gripped his face. A violent struggle of some sort was obviously taking place inside. Page 36, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com abclit.html. "Are you trying to find something nice to say?" He looked at me helplessly. "I can't. It's an awful creature." "If you want me to ride with you, this awful creature has to enter your car." The pain on his face was priceless. "Can't we just—" I'm afraid we can't. The attack poodle trotted around me and proceeded to vomit an inch from my left boot. Delightful, Simon reflected, as the dog, having puked his guts out, urinated on the nearest wall. He's a dog of simple pleasures, I told him. Simon leaned back, stared at the sky, and said, "Very well. Your taste in dogs is as appalling as your taste in wine. It's a wonder you didn't name it Boone." It had been a long time since I had tasted Boone's farm. Drinking was no longer my preferred entertainment. It's a he. Please don't insult my faithful canine companion. Simon turned and strode to his sleek, bullet-shaped vehicle, disfigured by the bloated front end containing the enchanted water engine. I petted the poodle. "Don't worry, I'll let you bite him if he gets out of line." The dog wagged his tail. Either Simon smelled tasty, or my poodle had good instincts. I mounted, swaying a bit, and nudged Marigold into action. Even if I did fall along the way, I'd likely land in a snowdrift. Any landing you could walk away from was a good landing. Chapter 13. The magic wave kept going. My apartment would give any meat freezer a run for its money. I couldn't avoid the wood stove forever. I'd been thinking about the female Steel Mary the entire time I rode to my apartment and was getting nowhere. A woman's voice came out of the undead water mage's mouth, but I couldn't recall it well enough to compare it to the Steel Mary's. So either there were two women working together, or there was only one woman, 6.5 feet tall, expert with a spear, with the ability to pilot the undead, use power words, and create pandemics. Nothing I'd read even remotely fit that scenario. I'd have to rely on Simon's ability to read the parchment. I pulled my shoes off and trudged into the kitchen. The red light on my answering machine was blinking. I pushed the button. "Got your note," Christie's voice said. "Someone ripped out the lock on your screen and pinned the paper to your front door with a nail. It's rain-stained, but I think it says, 'I'm here, you're not. Call me.'" He did come to see me with broken bones, a day too late and $1 short. The second message was from Andrea. "Hey, it's me. Raphael says that Curran's been a real bastard since about mid-November. He's in a bad mood, he's snarling at everything and everyone, and he stopped hearing petitions. The big items that have to be done get done, but no new projects have been approved. Raphael's been trying to get financing from the pack to buy out a competing business. He says the last time he brought it up, Curran almost bit his head off. He apparently stalks the keep halls at night looking for someone to chew out. He needs to get laid." Raphael's voice called out from a distance. "Shush. Raphael's mad because he can't get his thingy approved." "My thingy would make us money," Raphael yelled. "Not getting it approved is costing us money we could be making." "Anyway," Andrea said, "I thought you ought to know." The message ended. The answering machine was still blinking. There was another message, and I had a pretty good idea who it was from. For a while, I sat in the kitchen and petted the attack poodle, deciding whether I should listen to the message or just erase it. Finally, I pushed the button, and Curran's voice filled the room. "You can run, but it won't matter. I will find you, and we will talk. I've never asked or expected you to deal with me on shapeshifter terms, but this is juvenile even by human standards. You owe me an answer. Here, I'll make it easy for you. If you want me, meet me, and I'll explain my side of what happened. Or you can run away from me the way you always do, and this time I won't chase you. Decide." "You've lost your mind," I told the answering machine. I played the message a couple of times more, listening to his voice. He'd had his chance and blown it. I'd paid for it. It would be stupid to risk this kind of pain again. Plain stupid. I slumped in my chair. The rock in my chest cracked into sharp pieces. Thinking about letting him go hurt. But then he wasn't mine to let go in the first place. My father taught me many things. Guard yourself. Never become attached. Never take a chance. Never take a risk if you don't have to. And more often than not, he proved right. Taking stupid risks only landed you into hotter water. But if I let Curran go without a fight, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I would rather drag a dozen rocks in my chest and know that he wasn't my chance at happiness than walk away and never be sure. And that's all he wanted, to be sure. We both deserve to know. As much as it pained me to admit it, Curran was right. I never made allowances for him being a shapeshifter. I always expected him to deal with me as a human. He didn't think I could meet him on his home turf and play by his rules. Big mistake, Your Majesty. You want me to act like a shapeshifter? Fine, I can do that. I pulled up the phone and dialed a number from memory. Yes, Jim answered. I was told that shapeshifters declare their romantic interest by breaking into each other's territory and rearranging things. There was a slight pause. That's correct. Does the Cat Clan use this ritual? Yes. Where are you going with this? When on shaky ground in negotiations, shovel on some guilt. Do you remember when I stood by you during the midnight games, even though you were wrong and your people attacked me? He growled quietly. Yes. I need access to Curran's private gym for 15 minutes. Silence stretched. When? He asked. Tonight. Another pause. After this, we're even. Jim was an ass, but he paid his debts. Deal. He's in the city tonight. I'll keep him here. Derek will meet you at the keep in 2 hours. Page 37, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. I hung up and punched in the second number. What do you know? I actually pulled it off. Teddy Joe, a gruff voice answered. You owe me for the apples, I said into the phone. I was calling in all favors tonight. That's right. What can I do you for? I smiled. I need to borrow your sword. The night was freezing, and I took Carmelian, my old, beat-up truck of a bile green color.
It was missing the front light assembly and had more dents than a crushed Coke can, but it ran during magic waves, and it would keep me warm. It also made enough noise to wake the dead, but I didn't care. Being warm won. It took me 2 hours to get the sword and leave Atlanta behind. Before the shift, many of Atlanta's residents had had the luxury of commuting from nearby towns, driving in through the countryside. Aided by magic, nature had reclaimed these undeveloped stretches with alarming speed. Living things generated magic by simply being, and when put against inert concrete and steel, plants had the advantage. What once were fields now had become dense forest. It swallowed gas stations and lone farmsteads, forcing people to move closer together. Trees flanked the road, their branches black and leafless, sharp charcoal sketches in the snow. I peered into the dark and petted the attack poodle. I had to lay the front seat flat for him, he was too big. I always missed the damn road. The poodle made a small growling noise and curled up tighter. A long howl of a lone sentry rolled through the night, announcing our arrival. We made a sharp turn, picking up a barely perceptible narrow road between the thick oaks. The trail veered left, right, the old trees parted, and we emerged into a wide clearing. The enormous building of the keep loomed before us. A hybrid of a castle and a modern fort, it jutted over the forest like a mountain, impregnable and dark. It was built the old-fashioned way, with basic tools and superhuman strength, which made it magic-proof. Since I'd been here last, most of the north wing had been completed, and the wall of the courtyard now rose about 15 feet high. I steered through the gates into the courtyard. A familiar figure sauntered to the truck. Derek. I'd know that wolf gait anywhere. 3 months ago, Derek had been handsome. He'd had one of those perfect male faces, fresh, almost bordering on pretty, and dark, velvet eyes that made women wish to be 15 again. Then Rakshasas poured molten metal on his face. It healed, he wasn't disfigured, although he thought he was. But his face had lost its perfect lines. His nose was thicker, his jaw bulkier. His eyebrow ridge protruded farther, making his eyes appear more deep-set. The result of the like-fic thickening the bone and cartilage in response to trauma. The skin along his hairline on the left temple showed permanent scarring, where bits of his shattered skull had become lodged in the muscle. I touched it once, and it felt like grains of salt under the surface of the skin. With longer hair, it would be practically invisible, but Derek kept his hair short. There were other small, minute things. The slight change in the shape of the mouth, the network of small scars on the right cheek. His face now made you want to call for backup. He looked like an older, scarred, vicious version of himself. And his eyes were no longer velvet. One look into those eyes, and you knew their owner had been through some heavy shit, and if he got pissed off, you wanted to be miles away. I shut off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. Derek opened the door for me.
"Hey, Kate." He had a wolf's voice, raspy, harsh around the edges, and occasionally sardonic. The ordeal at the midnight games had permanently damaged his vocal cords as well as his face. He'd never howl at the moon again, in fur or out, but his snarl made you cringe. He looked my truck over. Nice vehicle. Inconspicuous. Stealthy even. "Spare me." I got out, carrying Teddy Jaw's sword wrapped in flame-retardant cloth, and shut the car in the poodle's face. "Stay." Derek nodded at the vehicle. "Who is that?" "Your replacement." He led me away from the front gate to a narrow side door. "You replaced me with a shaved poodle?" He's got mad skills. Derek's eyebrows crept up. He can vomit and urinate at the same time, and he doesn't make fun of my car. He laughed under his breath. We entered the door and started up a long, winding staircase. "Let me guess, he's up at the very top." Derek nodded. "Curran has the top floor to himself. It's good to be the Beast Lord." We kept climbing, and climbing, and climbing. 5 minutes later, the stairs finally ended in a large door. Derek opened it, inviting me into a small room 10 by 10. Another door blocked the exit at the far wall. Derek waited a moment. The second door swung open, revealing 2 shapeshifters, an older bald man and a woman about my age, both in superb shape. They gave me the evil eye. Derek nodded at them. They plainly didn't want to let me in. Amber rolled over Derek's eyes. "Move," he said quietly. They stepped aside. Derek motioned me in. "Please." The boy Wonder had moved up the ranks. We passed between the shapeshifters into a hallway. On the left was a small room. A third shapeshifter, a man about Derek's age, sat there. We strode down the hallway, the older man and the woman shadowing us. Curran's guards definitely had doubts about my presence here. They were right. I was up to no good. "The gym will be on the left." Derek nodded at the hallway, where the stone wall ended, replaced by glass. "His living quarters are upstairs. There is a small stairway down the hall." He pointed to the doors as we passed them. "Private meeting room. Sauna. And that." I nodded to another door. The bodyguards looked like someone had stepped on their feet. Derek's face turned perfectly neutral. "It's reserved for the female guests." I opened the door. A huge canopied bed occupied most of the room, gauzy curtains drawn up like clouds above the snow-white comforter. The furniture was pale blonde oak with golden accents, elegant and light, almost floating above the polished wooden floor. A large dresser stood against the wall, next to a vanity table with a 3-panel mirror. The middle of the floor was taken over by an overstuffed sofa facing a fireplace, with a thick white rug by it. A flat screen hung on the wall above the fireplace. The far wall was frosted glass, strategically interrupted by clear stretches forming a bamboo design. The door stood ajar, and through it I saw a pristine hot tub. "Where is Barbie?" The female shapeshifter snickered and choked it off. "Is there a stripper pole?" The older man winced. Derek looked pained. "No." "Speakers for the mood music?" Page 38, generated by ABC Amber LIT, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Derek pointed at the corner, above a small refrigerator. I bet there was cold champagne in that fridge. I stepped out, shut the door, and pulled on an oven mitten. The shapeshifters watched me with great interest. I untied the cord securing the flame-retardant cloth on Teddy Jaw's sword and handed it to Derek, revealing a thick, asbestos-lined scabbard. "Hold this, please." He took it. I grasped the onyx-colored hilt and pulled the sword free. It was a classic hoplite blade, leaf-shaped, about 2 feet long. A spark ran down the metal, from the hilt to the point. The blade burst into blinding white fire. The shapeshifters jerked back. Derek's eyes went wide. "Where did you get this?" "It's a loaner from the Greek angel of death." I aimed the sword at the lock and touched it to the door. Blue sparks flew. "What are you doing?" the female bodyguard snarled. "I'm welding the bimbo room shut." She opened her mouth and clamped it closed without a word. I lifted the sword. The lock had melted into a blob of quickly cooling metal. Lovely. I held the sword straight up and turned to Derek. "Where did you say the gym was?" They led me down the hallway into a large room. The gym was state-of-the-art. A free weight rack filled with custom dumbbells, a curl bar for working the biceps, a station for dips and leg raises, and in the middle of the floor, the bench press, a leather bench with a bar rest. You lay flat on the bench and raise a bar loaded with weights above your chest.
Curran's bar was already loaded. I checked the numbers etched on the discs, custom made, 200s and a 50 on each side, 500 pounds.
The bar had to be specially made to support the weight. Curran truly was a scary bastard. I smiled and lowered the flaming sword. The phone screamed. I clawed my eyes open. 12 minutes after 2 a.m. I had gotten in about 2 hours ago. Teddy Joe wanted to chat, and while we chatted, the magic crashed. It took me forever to get home, and my skull hummed like someone was beating a kettle drum between my ears. I yawned and picked up the phone. Kate Daniels. "That was a custom weight bench," Curran snarled. My voice dripped bewildered innocence. Sorry? You welded the press bar to my bench. Perhaps it would help if you started at the beginning? I take it someone broke into your private exercise facility in the keep? You! It was you! Your scent is all over the bench. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why would I vandalize your bench press? Think, Curran, think, you idiot! A lion roar burst through the phone. I held it away from my ear until he was done. Very scary. I feel it's my duty to remind you that threatening a member of law enforcement is punishable by law. If you would like to file a petition regarding your break-in, the order will gladly look into the matter for you. The phone fell silent. Oh God, I gave him an aneurysm. Curran made an odd noise, halfway between a snarl and a purr. There is catnip all over my bed. I know, I dumped my entire supply on your comforter. It was a hell of a bed, too, enormous, piled with thick mattresses until it was almost 4 feet tall. I had to literally climb onto it. Catnip? How peculiar. Perhaps you should speak to your head of housekeeping. I have to kill you, Curran said, his voice oddly calm. That's the only reasonable solution. Apparently, I had to spell it out. There's no need to be so dramatic. I understand that having someone enter your extremely well-guarded private territory, wreak havoc in it, and then escape unscathed can be quite upsetting. He said nothing. He didn't get it. I treated him to a pass on his terms, and he didn't get it. I had just made a fool of myself again. You know what? Never mind. You're dense like a rock. I chased him as he had chased me, and he couldn't even figure it out. I'm leaving the catnip where it is, he said. You will remove every piece of it, and you'll do it naked. Only in your dreams. And I meant it, too. Of course you know this means war. Whatever. I hung up and exhaled. The attack poodle gave me a bewildered look. I'm in love with an idiot. The dog turned his head to the side. Just wait until he figures out I shut him out of his slut hut. The poodle whined softly. I don't need any criticism from you. If you can go a day without barfing or destroying my house, then I might listen to what you have to say. Until then, keep your opinions to yourself. I fell back into my bed and put a pillow on my head. I'd just had a conversation with a poodle and accused him of criticizing me? Curran had finally driven me out of my mind. Chapter 14. I woke up early and lay in bed for about 10 minutes, thinking of various ways I could kill Curran. Unfortunately, I still had the Steel Mary to catch, so I dragged myself out of bed and got dressed. Outside, the world had turned completely white. The snow must have started shortly after I got in, and at least 3 inches of powder covered the asphalt. Thick gray clouds smothered the sky. Cold burned my face. Winter had taken Atlanta into its mouth and bit hard. I looked at the attack poodle. Are you cold? He wiggled his shaved butt at me. I went back inside and added a t-shirt under my turtleneck and a green sweatshirt on top of it. Together with my old cloak, the layers would keep me warm. Next, I retrieved an old torn-up black sweater from the closet, cut off the sleeves, and stuffed the poodle into it. Since I'd shaved him, I now had to provide the artificial fur. He looked cute. Some people got vicious Dobermans. I got a shaved attack poodle in a black sweater. His tough spawn of hell image had taken a fatal blow, but at least he would be warm.
We headed to the order. The snow crunched under my feet. Simon would love it. Being a frost giant, he lived for winter. For me, the winter meant high heating bills, eating lean, and freezing as I tried to conquer snowdrifts. The colder the weather, the more poor people would die of exposure. We turned a corner onto a narrow path between 2 rows of decrepit office buildings. The magic hit hard here. Some offices had crumbled and spilled onto the street in huge piles of bricks and mortar. Some teetered on the brink of collapse, looking over the edge, but not quite willing to take a plunge. Once the entire street crumbled, the city would clear the rubble out and rebuild. The location was too close to the capital to remain vacant for long. Page 39. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. Hello. A male voice floated from behind the bend. Just walk right on. Gotta pay. A shakedown. I picked up speed and circled the pile of debris. 2 men and a woman crowded an older woman toward a concrete building, all 3 with a familiar, hungry look in their eyes. Not professional thugs, just opportunists, saw an easy mark and took a chance. Bad idea. The older woman saw me. Short, stocky, she was swaddled in a dark garment. An indigo mesh veil covered her dark hair and forehead. 2 deep-set eyes looked at me from a face the color of walnut. She showed no expression, no fear, no anxiety. I headed toward them. The attack poodle trotted next to me. It's our turf, the younger woman barked. Actually, it's my turf. The thug spun to me. Let's see. You're hassling people in my territory, so you owe me a fee. A couple of fingers ought to do it. Do we have a volunteer? The small thug pulled a bowie knife from a sheath on his waist. I kept coming. That's a mistake. The thug crouched down. He clenched his knife like he was drowning and it was a straw that would pull him out. A little crazy light danced in his eyes. Come on, whore, come on. The oldest bluff in the book. Get a crazy glimmer in your eyes, look like you're ready to fight, and the other guy might back off. Huh, that might work better for you if you held the knife properly. You were doing okay until you pulled the blade. Now I know that you have no clue how to use it, and I'll have to chop your hand off and shove that knife up your ass just to teach you a lesson. Nothing personal. I have a reputation to uphold. I pulled Slayer out. I had years of practice to back me up, and I made the draw fast. The 2 bravos behind the knife-wielding thug backed away. I looked at Slayer's blade. Well, check this out. Mine is bigger. Let's go, knife master. I don't have all day. The knife thug took a small step back, spun on his heel, and peeled out like his life depended on it. His friends chased him down the alley. I sheathed Slayer. Their would-be victim didn't move. Her eyes stared straight at me, unblinking. The irises so dark I couldn't tell where her pupils were. She smiled, wide lips stretching, her mouth opened, and she laughed. It was a throaty, genuine laugh, deep for a woman. She wasn't laughing at the thugs. She was laughing at me. Are you all right, ma'am? She gave no indication of having heard me. I shook my head and kept going. The woman's laughter floated after me. Even after we turned off onto the side path, I could still hear it. It doesn't matter if she's a creepy old lady, I told the attack poodle. We still had to do our job. 10 minutes later, we stepped through the door of the Order's building. Andrea exploded out of the staircase, her eyes huge. Someone broke into Curran's private quarters in the keep and welded his weight bench together. They also melted the lock on the room where he entertains his women. Was it you? He's making a big deal about never expecting me to behave like a shapeshifter. So I did. Are you out of your mind? It's not polite to lie to your best friend. It's a possibility. You challenged him? The whole keep is talking about it. He'll have to retaliate. He's a cat, Kate, which means he's weird, and he never courted anyone that way. There is no telling what he'll do. He doesn't operate in the same world you do. He might blow up your house because he thinks it's funny. I waved my arm. It doesn't matter. He didn't get it. Andrea shook her blonde head. Oh no, he got it. How do you know? Your office smells like him. Oh crap. Can you sniff out what he did? Andrea grimaced. I can try, but no promises. The office looked perfectly normal. Andrea wrinkled her nose and surveyed my working space. Well, he definitely was here. I'd say about 2 hours ago. She closed her eyes and moved to my desk. He stood here for a while. She turned, eyes still closed, and paused by my bookshelves. Yep, here too. She opened her eyes and pulled a book from the far end. The cover showed a drawing of a lion sprawled on a rock outcropping. You're reading about lions? Research, I told her, in self-defense. Well, he flipped through it, probably chuckled to himself too. I'm not sure how he came in. Andrea frowned. Through the window, I told her. Her blonde eyebrows came together. How do you figure? The bars are missing. He must have disabled the alarm too. If the magic had been up, he wouldn't have gotten through the wards in a million years. She stared at the window, where the fastenings of a once mighty metal grate jutted sadly into the empty space. Good call. Thank you, ma'am. I'm a trained investigator. That's just the way we roll. Andrea rolled her eyes. If he did anything, I don't see it. Sorry, thanks anyway. She left. I trudged down to the rec room and got a small donut and a cup of coffee. On my return, the office didn't look any different. Nothing out of place, nothing jumping out at me. What the hell did he do? Maybe he did something to my desk. I sat into my chair and checked the drawers. Nope, all my magic crap was still where it was supposed to be. The phone rang. I picked it up. Are you sitting down? Curran's voice asked. Yes. Good. Click. I listened to the disconnect signal. If he wanted me to sit, then I'd stand. I got up. The chair got up with me, and I ended up bent over my desk, with the chair stuck to my butt. I grabbed the edge of the chair and tried to pull it off. It remained stuck. I would murder him. Slowly. And I'd enjoy every second of it. I sat back down and tried to push from the chair. No dice. I clamped the sides of the table and tried to twist myself off. The chair legs screeched, scraping across the carpet. Okay. Page 40, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. I picked up the phone and dialed Andrea's extension. Yes? He glued the chair to my ass. Silence. Is it still attached? I can't get it off. Andrea made some choking noises that sounded suspiciously like laughter. Does it hurt? No. But I can't get up. Choking turned into moans. Visitor, Maxine murmured in my head. That's just perfect. I hung up and crossed my arms over my chest. When your butt is permanently attached to a chair, the only thing you can do is sit and hope to look professional. A familiar man stepped into my office. Of average height and average build, he had a pleasantly unremarkable face, well-formed but neither handsome nor affected by any strong emotion. If you passed him on a street, you might overlook him the same way you would overlook a familiar building. He was a perfect blank slate, except for the eyes and his black overcoat. Elegant and soft, it was made of some wool I'd never seen before. Hello, Simon. Good morning. He paused, probably hoping I'd get up to greet him. Fat chance. What can I do for you? Simon sat in my client chair and surveyed my office. So, this is where you work? This is my secret HQ. Your bat cave? I nodded, complete with Robin. The attacked poodle showed Simon his teeth. He's delightful. What is your coat made out of? Simon gave me a blank look. Cashmere. I didn't know they made coats out of cashmere. Is it warm? Very. He sat back. So, why do you need it? I'd seen him dance naked in the snow before, with snowflakes chasing him like happy puppies. He shrugged. Appearances are everything. Speaking of appearances, your bat cave looks... What is the word I'm looking for? Sparse? Functional? Shabby? I hit him with my hard stare. Shabby? Shop-worn. Which brings me to my point. He reached into his spiffy coat and pulled out the petition report I'd given him the day before. My summary of the case so far, listing facts, research, and theories. I've read your summary. And... it's not incompetent. Be still, my heart, so I don't faint from such faint praise. Did you expect it to be written in crayon? Simon grimaced and raised his hand.
Hear me out. You've surprised me. This analysis is mercifully free of the amateurish enthusiasm and faulty reasoning I expected from you. If you can forgive a colloquialism, you do project the image of brawn over brains. Which isn't to say that your native intelligence isn't evident, on the contrary. But there is a great deal of difference between a naturally agile mind and a mind trained in logical deduction. I rubbed my face. For a man trained in logical deduction, you should be able to deduce the consequences of insulting a person of brawn in her shabby office. He shook his head. You know what you could be, Kate? An expert. You have the potential to become a true professional. All you need are the proper tools and freedom to use them. Here is my offer to you. I will lease and furnish a space, providing starting capital for, let us say, 6 months to a year. The main expense will come in the form of equipment. You'll need a quality man scanner. He counted off on his fingers. A working computer with a printer station, and a well-stocked herbal and chemical supply room, and an arsenal, all of which I'll obtain for you. We'll set up a relaxed repayment schedule. You can be completely independent. You can pick and choose your clients, provided that, when needed, my professional needs take precedence over the rest of your client list. You have a solid reputation, and with my backing, you can capitalize on it and be very successful. This is a professional offer, Kate, strictly business, with no personal strings attached. Why, thank you. That lovely beachside property in Kansas you're selling sounds wonderful. Your abilities complement my own. I can use you, and I would much rather rely on you than on the people I employ now, because you can do it better, and you're chained by a code of ethics, which, while bewildering, would prevent you from betraying me. My offer makes more sense than working long hours for an organization that is refusing to provide you with the resources and authority to adequately do your job. A small part of me actually sat up and thought, this sounds good. Ted must have gotten deeper under my skin than I'd realized. At the core, Simon was right. I was paid a fraction of what a knight made, my professional designation was precarious at best, and my half-assed status barred me from most of the resources available to a full-fledged member of the order. If I took a cynical view, and it was probably right on the money, Ted had placed me into this position of neither here nor there on purpose. It was a bait and wait. Show me things I could have, give me a taste, and wait until I got frustrated enough to demand the whole enchilada and agree to joining the order permanently. Except that he decided I betrayed the human race in the midnight games. I looked at Simon. How do you decide if someone is human? He braided his long, slender fingers on his bent knee. I don't. It's not up to me to assess someone's humanity. Being human in our world is synonymous with being included into the framework of society. Humanity entitles one to certain rights and privileges, but also implies voluntary acceptance of laws and rules of conduct. It transcends mere biology. It's a choice, and therefore belongs solely to the individual.
In essence, if a person feels they are human, then they are. Do you feel you're human? He frowned. It's a complex question. Considering that he was part Norse god, part frost giant, and part human, his hesitation was understandable. In a philosophical sense of the concept, I view myself as a person, a being conscious of its sentience. In the biological sense, I possess the ability to procreate with a human and produce a viable offspring. So yes, I consider myself a type of human. A different species of human perhaps, but human nonetheless. I considered myself human. I knew Andrea did too. Derek was human to me. So were Jim and Dolly, and Curran. Ted Moynihan did not see them as humans. He wasn't alone. I'd glimpsed similar views within the order during my time at the academy. That, more than anything else, made me want to leave. Back to my offer. Being your own boss has its advantages, Simon said. Money doesn't purchase happiness, but it does provide comfort, cashmere coats, and chocolate. Think about it. Thank you for that demonstration of your steel trap memory. The only time he caught me drooling over chocolate was almost 3 years ago, when we first met. Simon forgot nothing. It's a good offer, but I would be trading the order's leash for the chain of being in debt to you. His voice gained a soft velvet quality. Being in debt to me wouldn't be taxing. Page 41. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. https://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. I matched his voice. Oh, I think it would. A leash is a leash, whether it's silk or chains. Simon smiled. It wouldn't have to be silk, Kate. Full stop. Change of subject before we got to a place I didn't want to go. Were you able to crack my parchment? Simon assumed a martyred expression. I should be insulted that after all this time you still doubt me. I knew what was coming. The Simon show. He'd cracked it, and now he wanted to show off. Simon reached into his coat and produced a narrow lead box. Are you familiar with the blind monk's scrolls? No. 12 years ago, an Eastern Orthodox monk by the name of Voroviev attempted to exorcise what he perceived as a demon, which had taken over the local school. He sought to banish the deity. The creature had attacked him during the exorcism, blinding him, and he defended himself by means of an ancient religious scroll containing a prayer. When the exorcism was completed, the scroll went blank. It was placed into a glass case, and over the course of the next 3 years, the writing gradually reappeared. What happened to the monk? He died of his injuries. The question before us is, why did the writing on the scroll vanish? I frowned. I'd guessed that the scroll's enchantment was exhausted by coming into contact with the creature. If the writing itself was magic, it would vanish. Precisely. The scroll slowly absorbed magic from the environment, and when it replenished its magic reservoir, the writing reappeared. Your parchment is of the same ilk. The writing is still there, it's simply weakened beyond the level of our detection. He snapped his fingers. A black oblong stone about the size of my middle finger popped into his hand. Simon the magician? Aye. He turned the stone. A rainbow danced across the smooth black surface. He wanted me to ask a question. I obliged. What is it? A tier of rainbow obsidian retrieved from under a ley line. Very rare. When properly positioned, it picks up residual magic, amplifies it, and emits it. I placed your parchment on one side of it and a piece of true vellum, calfskin, on the other. The vellum was cured with chanting over a period of 2 months. It's extremely magic sensitive. A scroll of this vellum costs upward of 5,000. As I've mentioned, my fee is a mere pittance. You're making more on this job than I make in a year. A disparity I have offered to remedy. Not in this lifetime. So the obsidian picked up the weak magic from the parchment and radiated it onto the vellum. What was the result? Simon opened the box and held up a small square of vellum. Blank. All except a corner where 8 tiny lines crossed each other, 4 vertical and 4 horizontal, forming a square sectioned off into 9 smaller squares, like a tic-tac-toe field. Numbers filled the squares: 4, 9, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 1, 6. I'd seen this before. The sum of each row, column, or diagonal would be equal. Zahlenquadrat, magic square. Simon cleared his throat. He must have expected me to be baffled, and I stole his thunder. Yes, the magic square is quite old. It was used by Greeks, Romans, Chinese, Hindus. The wheels in my head started turning. This was the area of magic I knew very well, because it related to my biological father. It's a 9 square, 3 by 3, 5 in the middle. The sum is 15. The Jews employed Hebrew letters as numerals. The center number, 5, corresponds to the Hebrew letter He, which is a symbol for Tetragrammaton, YHW, the holiest of the names of God. The sum, 15, is the Hebrew Yah, which in itself is a name of God. This is a Jewish magic square. Simon's handsome face jerked. I had no idea you've studied Jewish mysticism. How interesting. He let his voice trail into silence. Jewish scholars wrote down everything and hoarded their records as if they were made of gold. Half of what I knew about my family came from those scrolls, and I had studied them since Viran taught me to read. I looked at him. Is there a way to restore the rest of the parchment now that we know to whom it belongs? He leaned back. The temple on Peachtree possesses a secret room. Within the room there is a magic circle. If you stand inside the circle, provided you're strong enough, it will use your magic to restore the writing to its original form.
The chances of success are much higher if the writing is of Hebrew origin. Finally, I'd get a fix on the Steel Mary. About time, too. Of course, you have to wait until the magic is up for the circle to work, and given that the wave ended early this morning, I'd say getting into the temple today isn't likely. A word of warning. First, the circle may drain you dry. Second, there is a price for using the circle, and I won't be able to help you. I'm afraid I'm a persona non grata in Jewish houses of worship. I do suspect that if I were to venture into Toko Hills or Dunwoody and were discovered, I may have to fight my way out. I blinked. What did you do? Simon shrugged. Let's just say that a certain young rabbi was rather zealous in his study of sin. He was happy to trade privileged information for that knowledge, and I was happy to instruct him. Ugh, you seduced a rabbi? Simon smiled. I seduced several, but the last affair was the only one to have exploded into the public eye. A pity, too. He was a proverbial font of sensitive information. I almost laughed. So why not go as someone else? Simon wrinkled his lip in disgust. They have a golem. It sniffs the odor of your magic, and it is, alas, infallible. I've tried. Have I proven my usefulness to your satisfaction? Yes. Don't worry, I remember. Dress, tonight, your company. Actually, that's not what I had in mind. I hope to receive an answer to a question. I arched my eyebrow at him. What is wrong with your chair? Perceptive bastard. I'm sorry? Simon leaned forward. You move while you sit, Kate. You touch your sword to make sure it's there, you change the angle of your body, and so on. You're chronically unable to sit still. But you haven't moved since we began our friendly chat. I raised my head. My butt is glued to my chair. Literally or figuratively? Literally. Say something. Make my day. I could still kick your ass even with the chair on my butt. A little light danced in Simon's eyes. How peculiar. Was it a practical joke? Yes, it was. And the joker would get a piece of my mind as soon as I managed to detach myself from the furniture. I found that, in cases like this, the easiest way out is to remove the trousers. Of course, it might be a soluble glue. Would you like me to take a look? No, I would not.
Simon's lips quivered a little. If you're positive, I am. It really is no trouble. Examining my butt is not included in our agreement. My parchment, please. Simon passed me the plastic bag and rose. Do let me know how it turns out. Go away. He chuckled to himself and departed. I took a gulp of my coffee. Cold. At least my blueberry donut would taste the same hot or cold. Except for one small problem. I'd left the donut on the side of the desk, and getting to it would require me to get up. Page 42, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. My phone rang. I picked it up. Acetone, Andreas's voice said, dissolves everything. I found a gallon of it in the armory. We soak the chair, and you're good to. Oh shit, incoming. I dropped the phone and grabbed my sword. Curran stepped through the doorway. You. My attack poodle surged off the floor, teeth on display. Gold sparked in Curran's eyes. He looked at the poodle. The dog backed away, growling under his breath. I ground the words through my teeth. Leave my dog alone. Curran kept looking. The dog backed into the wall and lay down. Curran strolled in, carrying some sort of garment. Nice dog, love the sweater. I'd mince him into tiny, tiny, tiny pieces. I changed my mind about the catnip. He held up the garment. A French maid outfit, complete with a lacy apron. Slayer's hilt was smooth in my fingers. Beast lord or not, he did bleed. The poodle growled. Curran hung the outfit on the back of the door and approached my desk. That's right, come closer. 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 He struck at the desk, preternaturally fast. Tiny hairs rose on the back of my neck. I barely saw it. One moment his hand was empty, the next it held my donut. He bit it. Blueberry. In my mind, his head exploded. Hard to protect your food with your ass anchored. He saluted me with the donut. When you're ready to talk, call me. You know the number. He walked out. Chapter 15. The moment Andrea squirted acetone into my chair via syringe, the glue decided to have a chemical reaction, which set my behind on fire. It took me less than 5 seconds to cut through my pants. It took approximately half an hour before I dared to land again, and I had to spend my day sitting on a bag of ice, which I had chipped from the street outside. The ice was cold, and my ass hurt. The tech held for the entire day. I called the temple and requested an appointment, tentatively scheduled for tomorrow noon, if the magic was up. After being put on hold twice, I was told that the rabbis would see me. Kate Daniels, master of the phone. I spent the day poring over the Steel Mary case history and learned pretty much nothing new. A check with Biohazard and PAD revealed no new developments. The magic was down and the Steel Mary stayed dormant. We all sat on our hands, or, in my case, on ice, and waited for the trouble to start. At the end of the day, I went home and took a nap. When I awoke, the sun had set. The city beyond my barred windows lay silent, frozen in the winter gloom. Time to get gussied up for Simon's date. Oh, joy. I owned only one formal gown. I bought it a few years back, and my guardian's ex-wife, Anna, helped me choose it. The dress waited for me in the closet. I pulled it out, wrapped in plastic, and put it on the bed. Thin silk shimmered in the light of the electric lamp. An odd shade, neither yellow nor gold, with a hint of peach. A touch too yellow, and it would be bordering on lemon. A touch too gold, and it would have been gaudy. As it was, it looked radiantly beautiful. I slipped it on. Artfully draped, the front of the dress clung to my breasts, cascading down into a V before twisting at my waist and falling to the floor in a waterfall of fabric. The layered silk added softness to my body, tricking the eye into seeing curves rather than muscle. The sunlight gown, Anna had called it. It still fit, a little more snugly than it used to, which wasn't a bad thing. Thanks to the order, I didn't starve as much. The last time I had worn the gown, I was going on a date with Max Crest. Now I would wear it to go with Simon. Just once I would have loved to wear it for a man I actually wanted to see it. I pulled my hair back from my temples. It made my face look hideous and showed a scar near my left ear. 2 for the price of 1. Yay! I settled for brushing all the tangles out and massaging it in place with styling gel. It hung over my back in a long, glossy wave. I'd never pierced my ears. I'd ripped enough earrings out of people's ears to know how much pain that could deliver. I didn't own any jewelry, but I did have a pair of shoes that matched the dress, narrow, yellow, and equipped with small stilts instead of heels. I'd bought the shoes for the dress. Looking at them hurt. Walking in them was comparable to Chinese water torture. They would have to do. In the past year, I'd had a chance to put on makeup exactly twice, so the higher levels of the art were way out of my reach. I brushed on blush, darkened my eyelids with brown shadow, and put on mascara. No matter what shade I chose, mascara always catapulted me into exotic territory. I brushed on pink lipstick and put the war paint away. No sword. No place to hide my needles. It should have worried me, but it didn't. The biggest threat would come with the magic wave, and magic rarely hit twice in a 24-hour period. Anything else, I was willing to take on with my bare hands. In fact, hurting someone with my fists might prove therapeutic, considering my current state of mind. At 4 minutes to 8, a knock echoed through my apartment, sending the attack poodle into hysterics. I put him in the bathroom where he could cause minimal damage and opened the door. Simon wore a suit and an updated version of Thomas Durand. The original Durand, the one who owned 1/7 of the Midnight Games, was in his 50s. This version was in his 30s, wide in the shoulder, masculine, and perfectly groomed. Just as before, the aura of wealth emanated from him, from his expensive shoes to his patrician profile and artfully cut dark blonde hair. He looked like the favorite son of his former self. He opened his mouth and simply stopped, as if someone had thrown a switch. Earth to Simon. Hi. He blinked. Good evening. May I come in? No. Sure. I stepped aside, and he walked into my apartment. He took a long moment to survey my residence. His gaze lingered on my bed. You sleep in your living room? Yes. Why? Because I had inherited the apartment from Greg, my guardian. He'd turned the only bedroom of the apartment into a makeshift library storage room and slept there, surrounded by his books and artifacts. Greg was murdered less than a year ago,
Sleeping in his bed was out of the question, so I bought a daybed and put it in the living room. I slept there, with the door to the real bedroom firmly closed, and when Julie came along, I gave it to her. Explaining all of this was tedious and unnecessary. I shrugged. It's a habit. Simon looked like he wanted to ask something, but changed his mind. I slipped on my shoes, wrapped a crocheted shawl around myself, and picked up Slayer. I'm ready. Simon didn't look like he wanted to leave. I opened the door and stepped out onto the landing. Page 43. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. He followed me. I locked the door. He offered me his arm, and I rested my fingers on his sleeve. It was covered by our agreement, after all. We descended the grimy stairs. Outside, the cold bit at me. Small white flurries drifted from the night sky. Simon raised his face to the sky and smiled. "Winter," he said softly. When he turned to me, his eyes luminesced, like two chunks of ice lit by a fire from within. He opened the car door for me with a deep nod that resembled a bow. I got in and put the saber across my lap. He shut the door and slid into the driver's seat, producing a carved wooden box. "I brought these for you," he said, "but you don't need them."
You look divine. I opened the box. A yellow topaz bracelet, earrings, and a necklace lay on the green velvet. The necklace was by far the most stunning, an elegant thin chain crowned with a fiery drop of a stone. "Looks like the wolf diamond," I said. "Indeed, it's a yellow topaz. I felt it was fitting, but your naked neck is shocking. You're welcome to them, of course." I closed the box. "I better not." Salomon pulled away into the night. The city slid by. Ruined buildings stared at me with the black holes of their windows. "Do you like winter, Kate?" "In theory." "Oh? The kid in me likes the snow." "And the adult?" "The adult says, high heating bills, people freezing to death, burst water pipes, and clogged roads. What's not to love?" "I find you so immensely entertaining." Salomon glanced at me. "Why do you persist with this nonsense? I made it clear that I don't like you romantically and never will." He shrugged. "I don't like to lose. Besides, I'm not interested in a fling. What I offer is infinitely more stable, a partnership. Infatuation is fleeting, but a relationship based on mutual benefit would survive years. I offer stability, loyalty, my resources, and myself. I'll never bore you, Kate. I'll never betray you. Unless it suits your interests." He shrugged. "Of course, but the gains would have to outweigh the risks. Having you on my side would have a lot of value to me. If I did find something more valuable, I would have to make sure you never found out about the cancellation of our arrangement. You're a very violent woman after all. In other words, you'd kill me, so I couldn't punish you for your betrayal. Kill is such an ugly word. I'd simply make sure that I was out of your reach." I shook my head. He was hopeless. "What woman wouldn't jump on that offer? I would never lie to you, Kate. It's one of the perks I offer you. I'm overcome with gratitude. Have you ever loved anyone, Simon?" No. This was a pointless conversation. I know a man who is in love with my friend. He loves her absolutely. The only thing he wants in return is for her to love him. Simon arched his eyebrows, imitating me. "And? You're the exact opposite of him. You lack the capacity to love, so you want to smother mine as well." He laughed. His laughter rang inside the vehicle, an eerie soundtrack to the crumbling city. Chapter 16. 40 minutes later, Simon pulled into a parking lot before a large mansion. We'd climbed north, far into the affluent part of Atlanta, but this house made affluent sound like an insult. Too large for its lot, the building sprawled, rising 2 oversized stories into the night and edging its southern neighbors out of the way. When Atlanta's rich built new houses, they typically imitated antebellum Southern style, but this monster was decidedly English. Red brick, huge windows, dark ivy frosted with new snow, and a balcony. All it needed was a fresh-faced English miss in a lacy dress. "What's this?" I eyed the windows that spilled yellow electric light onto the snow. "Bernard's." Simon sank a world of meaning into the word, which whistled happily over my head. I glanced at him. "It's a party house. I hope for your sake it's a very tame party. If he had taken me to some sort of sex orgy, he would fly right through one of those pretty windows head first." "Not that kind," he assured me.
It's a place where Atlanta's rich and influential gather to be seen and to be social. Technically, it's a restaurant, but the patrons are the real draw, not the food. The atmosphere is informal, and most people mingle, drink in hand. Oh boy, rich and influential. Precisely the crowd I wanted to avoid. And you brought me here? I warned you that you would be on display. Please don't grind your teeth, Kate. It makes your jaw look more square. Simon parked at the end of the lot. No valet? People who patronize Bernard's rarely relinquish control of their cars. I slid Slayer between the seats and opened my car door. Getting out without catching the heel of my shoe on my hem took a moment, and by the time I had accomplished this feat of dexterity, Simon was there with his arm and his smile. Why did I agree to this again? Ah, yes, because I had no choice. I let Simon walk me up the steps. Above us, a couple on the balcony laughed at something. The woman's laughter had a slightly hysterical pitch. We negotiated a vestibule and a luxurious staircase, and Simon escorted me to the second floor, where a number of small tables dotted a wide room. A smiling hostess in a tiny black dress led us to a table. I sat so I could see the door and surveyed the crowd. Expensive women and expensive men traded pleasantries. A few glanced at us. No hired help. Odd. Where are the bodyguards? I murmured. Bernard's is a sanctuary, Simon said. Violence is strictly prohibited. Should someone break the rule, the entirety of Atlanta's elite would rise to bring him down. In my experience, when the violence broke out, the entirety of Atlanta's elite scattered and ran for its life. Simon ordered cognac. I ordered water. The drinks arrived almost immediately. Simon picked up his heavy crystal glass, warming the amber liquid it held with his palm. Déjà vu. We'd done this song and dance at the midnight games. Just so you know, if a Rakshasa shows up, I left my sword in the car. Simon's affable expression gained an edge. It was a dreadful affair. Thankfully, it's behind us. He drained his glass. In seconds, he had another, emptied that one as well in a single swallow, and was brought a fresh one. I leaned forward and nodded at the cognac, about to chase its fellows down Simon's throat. What's the rush? It's simply sugar. He shrugged and emptied the glass. I exerted myself earlier today and need to replenish my resources. The waiter flittered by and deposited a huge square bottle of cognac on the table. With our compliments, sir. Simon nodded and splashed cognac into his glass. His hand shook slightly. Simon was nervous. I scrutinized the set of his jaw. Not just nervous, but angry. Page 44. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. He was psyching himself up for something and fueling it with liquid courage. Not good. He noticed me looking. Our eyes met. His lips curved in a smile. Unlike the self-satisfied smile of an expert taking pride in his accomplishment, this was the smile of a man looking at a woman and fantasizing. I gave him my flat stare. Down, boy. You look so surprisingly striking, Kate, Simon murmured, and gulped cognac down like it was water. Slow down. Simon leaned forward. I would buy you a new dress every weekend just for the privilege of sliding it off of you. Not in this lifetime. You're drunk. Nonsense. He poured more liquor. It's my third glass. Fifth. He studied the amber liquid. Do men often tell you you're enchanting? No. Men often tell me I hit very hard. Hint, hint. Every woman should be told she's attractive. Men are seduced by their eyes, women by their ears. I would tell you every night and every morning. He was just going and going. That's nice. You would like it. Half of the cognac was already gone. Even with his racehorse on crack metabolism, he had to be wasted. You would like the things I would say, the things I would do. Sure I would. Maybe if Mr. Casanova drank himself under the table, I'd get the waiter to help me carry him down to the parking lot and would call it a night. Worry nagged at me. I'd never seen Simon drunk. Drinking, yes, but not drunk. I glanced behind me. At the far wall sat a large table full of horse doves. If I couldn't prevent him from drinking, perhaps I could distract him with food. Would you mind if I helped myself to some? He rose, as expected. Drunk or not, Simon's manners were flawless. Allow me to escort you. We strolled to the appetizers. I positioned myself so I could have a better view of the floor. Simon loitered next to me. Aren't you hungry? I asked him. Not particularly. What about replenishing your resources? Ah, yes. Thank you for reminding me.
He raised his empty glass, and within seconds, a waiter brought him a full one. Bernard 6, Kate 0. I surveyed the food. Directly in front of me was a silver platter filled with tiny fried squares. Each square supported a cube of minced meat flecked with tiny pieces of green onion, sesame seeds, and what might have been grated ginger. Tuna tartare, Simon told me. It's delectable. I picked up a square and popped it into my mouth. Simon's gaze snagged on my lips. A few more drinks and he might strip naked and offer to dance with me in the falling snow outside. How the hell did I get myself into these things? "Do you like it?" he asked. "It's good." Jim walked through the door, wearing a black cloak and a scowl. Oh, hell. He paused in the door, surveying the crowd and radiating menace. In the gathering of Atlanta's glittering elite, the alpha of Clan Cat stood out like a solid block of darkness. He saw me and reeled back, wide-eyed, looking like a cat who'd been unexpectedly popped on the nose, shocked and indignant at the same time. I would never live this down. Behind him, Daniel and Jennifer, the alpha wolf couple, strode through the door. Interesting. Jim flashed his teeth. A young man quickly detached himself from the opposite end of the room and hurried over. A bulky form blocked the doorway next. Mahan, the Bear of Atlanta, alpha of Clan Heavy and the pack's executioner. What the hell was going on? Jim drew the young man aside. Green rolled over his eyes. He said something. The man glanced at me. His eyes widened. A tall, handsome man came through the door, side by side with a leaner, darker man a few years younger and pretty enough to be stunning. Robert and Thomas Linesco, the Alpha Rats. More people followed, all with the liquid grace of shapeshifters. "Houston, we have a problem. We need to leave." Oh no. Simon's eyes flared with a crazy light. No, we must stay. Jim continued his fierce chewing out. It was a very one-sided conversation. A plump, middle-aged woman stepped through the door next, registered me, and pursed her lips. Aunt B, the alpha of the Buddhas. Simon had dragged me into a restaurant where the Pack Council apparently had dinner. Alphas from every clan were in attendance. My ears caught a voice I knew very well. I couldn't have possibly heard it all the way from across the room, but I sensed it all the same. My fingers turned ice cold. A familiar muscular figure walked through the door. Curran. He turned his blonde head. Gray eyes looked at me. Time stopped. The floor dropped down from under my feet, and I floated, disconnected, seeing only him. For a second he looked as if he'd been slapped. He thought I'd rejected him. Curran's gaze shifted to Simon. Molten gold flooded his irises, burning off all reason and turning it into rage. Shit. Jim said something at Curran's side, then said something else. Curran gave no indication he heard him. He wore khakis, a black turtleneck, and a leather jacket. For him, that was the equivalent of formal wear. He must have come here for some special occasion. Maybe he wouldn't rip Simon to pieces in public. Maybe pigs would fly. Next to me, Simon smiled. "We all want what we can't have, Kate. I want you, you want love, and he wants to break my neck." Dear God, the fool had actually orchestrated the whole thing. I was on display for Curran's benefit. I opened my mouth, but words failed to come out. "He can do nothing here," Simon sipped from his glass. After the Red Stalker affair, the people and the pack instituted a monthly rendezvous held here in neutral territory to keep the lines of communication open and discuss business. Any deviation from the protocol would mean war. He can't move a finger out of line. Jim was still talking, but Curran wasn't listening. He was looking at us with that unblinking, focused stare. I finally forced my voice to work. "You brought me here to humiliate the Beast Lord? Are you out of your mind?" An ugly grimace skewed Simon's features. The civilized mask slid off his face. His voice was a rough snarl. "Would you like to know what humiliation is? Humiliation is being forced to sit quietly and mind your manners sandwiched between two brutish animals at your own venue. Humiliation is being told when to leave and when to arrive, to be confined to your quarters, and to have claws on your neck at the slightest deviation from your orders. That's what he did to me at the midnight games. Page 45, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtax.com. Simon had spent the tournament sitting between Aunt B and Mahan, so that's what this was all about. His towering arrogance couldn't take it. He must have seethed for weeks, and I had played right into it. That's why he'd drunk his weight in booze. Curran was pressurized violence, and Simon had expected a confrontation. Of course, you know that he wants you, Simon grinned, a savage baring of teeth. He can hear you. Shapeshifter hearing surpassed human, and Curran had to be straining every nerve to catch our voices. I want him to hear. I'm an expert at lust, and he lusts after you. He's possessive. He would have tried to claim you, and you must have rejected him, the way you had rejected me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be available to join me here. I wanted him to see it, to drink it in. I have you, and he doesn't. Idiot. Simon, be quiet. Curran's face was unreadable. Simon bent toward me. Let me tell you about love. I once seduced a bride and a groom on their wedding night. I had him before the reception and her afterward. I did it solely for fun, to see if I could do it. Two people at the start of their new life together, having just promised to forsake all others. If that's not proof of the impermanence of love, what is? Curran graduated to a full alpha stare. It was the primeval, merciless glare of a predator sighting his prey. It slammed my senses. I stared right back into the golden irises. Bring it. I have a lot of pent-up aggression I saved just for you. Aunt B turned to the two rats, said something with a smile, and together they walked into the side room marked Private Party. One by one, the alphas followed her. Simon laughed softly. We aren't without similarities, Curran and I. We both fall prey to lust. We both guard our pride and suffer from jealousy. We both employ our resources to get what we want. I use my wealth and my body, and he uses his position of power. You say I want you only because you refused me. He wants you for the same reason. I remember when he became Beast Lord. The boy king, the perpetual adolescent, suddenly at the head of the food chain, granted access to hundreds of women who can't say no. Do you think he forces them into his bed? He had to have done it at least a few times. A muscle jerked in Curran's face. At the corner, Jim nodded, and a couple on our left and the recipient of Jim's chewing out followed the pack council. Jim had pulled his people in. They were giving Curran a clean playing field. No pack witnesses, so no shapeshifter could be forced to testify against the Beast Lord. Nice. Curran's eyes promised murder. I could practically see the headline. Orders consultant torn apart by Beast Lord in exclusive Northside restaurant. I had to keep Simon alive. I needed him to help me with my petition, and I had extended the order's protection to him when I agreed to this idiotic date. I had no sword, no needles, nothing. Simon signaled for a new drink. There is only one difference between us. The Beast Lord will lie to you. He'll tell you he loves you, that you'll always be the only one, that he'll sacrifice everything to be with you and keep you safe. I won't lie to you. I won't make promises I can't keep. Honesty, Kate. I offer honesty. How could a man so smart be so stupid? It was like he couldn't stop himself. He'd gone beyond the point of reason. Simon, shut the hell up. You're all mine tonight. Kiss me, Kate. Let me nuzzle your neck. I bet it would send him over the edge. Simon reached for me. I sidestepped.
Something snapped in Curran's eyes. He started toward us, moving in an unhurried, deliberate fashion, his gaze fixed on Simon. If Curran got his hands on him, he'd kill him. I had seconds to prevent it. I stepped in front of Simon. Stay behind me. He won't hurt me. Not here. It would mean repercussions. He doesn't care. Simon knew that society operated by certain rules, and as long as he stuck to those rules, he would be safe and respected. No emotion ever touched him deep enough to contemplate breaking those rules. He couldn't fathom the fact that Curran could throw everything out the window just for the chance to grip Simon's throat. Curran wove his way between the tables. I started toward him. Weapon. I needed a weapon.
On my right, a couple was laughing at the table, a mostly empty bottle of wine sitting on the white tablecloth next to them. I swiped the bottle and kept moving. Curran's eyes shone. I showed him the bottle. "You can't have Seaman. I'm guarding him." He picked up speed. I don't care. I hefted the bottle and picked a spot between two tables. "Fine. Keep coming. You wanted to talk? Well, talk." A man entered the room. Slight of build, he wore a sherwani, a long Indian coat, heavily embroidered with scarlet silk and golden thread. Glittering gems punctuated the twists of the embroidery. His dark head was bare. He carried a cane tipped with a gold cobra head, which, knowing him, was probably the genuine article. Nataraja, the resident big kahuna of the people. He handled the people's interests in Atlanta, reporting to Roland's inner circle. Behind him, the gaunt figure of Gastek emerged, next to Rowena, a stunning redhead, wrapped in a mind-numbingly beautiful indigo dress. Other masters of the dead followed. The people had arrived. Nataraja saw Curran, grimaced, and called out in a slightly bored voice, "The people greet the Beast Lord." Curran stopped in mid-step. The fury in his eyes simmered. He choked it back, bringing himself under control. It must have taken a monumental effort of will. It scared the shit out of me. Curran mouthed a word at me. "Later." I tapped the bottle against my palm and mouthed back, "Anytime." Slowly, Curran turned his back to us. His voice was even and clear. "The Beast Lord greets the people." He held out his hand toward the private room, and together he and Nataraja strolled into it side by side. "We have to leave," I growled. Seaman shrugged with elegant nonchalance. "You worried too much." 20 minutes had passed since the people and the pack council had gone into their private room, and I couldn't for the life of me pry Seaman free. He kept drinking. Before he drunk to build up his courage, now he was drinking to commemorate surviving the ordeal. Seaman lived in the bubble of his own egocentrism. Nothing was more important to him than money and influence. Breaking the rules of Atlanta's elite would cost the offender both. No strong emotion disturbed or troubled Seaman enough to make him break the rules. He simply couldn't comprehend that Curran would sacrifice everything for a chance to sink his claws into Seaman's throat. More, Curran was obligated to violence. Seaman had delivered a colossal insult in front of pack members. Right now, Curran sat in that private room, fantasizing about redecorating the dining room with garlands of Seaman's guts. Sooner or later, he'd come out, and I didn't trust myself to keep Seaman safe. I wanted a confrontation. I wanted to break the bottle over Curran's head. But once we started at it, I'd forget Seaman was even there. I would be so intent on hurting Curran, I'd become oblivious to all else. There was a reason why the first rule of bodyguard detail said, "Know where your body is at all times." The moment you lost sight of the body you were protecting, he became vulnerable. Curran was a lethal bastard. I couldn't afford to risk Seaman's safety. I tried reasoning, I tried threats. Seaman remained rooted to his chair, hell-bent on ensuring I ended the night cradling his corpse. Leaving him and walking out, hoping he'd follow me, was out of the question. For all I knew, Curran would burst out of that room the moment I stepped out of sight. And Seaman was too heavy for me to carry him out. Of all the times not to have supernatural strength. If I had Andrea's strength, I'd sling him over my shoulder and drag his ass out. Jim strolled out of the private room and headed our way. He moved with casual grace, just a friendly, tough guy on the prowl. People discreetly shrank from him. Page 46, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. It's hard to shrink when you're sitting down, but they managed. He stopped by our table and stared at Seaman. Jim's voice was melodiously smooth, and he spoke softly, but his words dripped malice. "If you leave now, alone, the Beast Lord will grant you safe passage." Seaman laughed, a quiet, humorless sound. "I hardly need his assurances. I'm very much enjoying my date, and I plan to enjoy the rest of my night in Kate's company." Jim leaned to me, pronouncing the words with crisp exactness. "Do you require assistance?" "Yes, yes, I do. Please whack the dimwit next to me upside his head, knock him out, and help me carry him out of here.
I unclenched my teeth. No. A triumphant smile played on Samon's lips. Just one sucker punch, and he'd be picking his teeth out of that perfect hair. Jim leaned closer. If you want to leave without him, I'll make it happen. A green sheen rolled over his eyes. I'm obligated to stay with him for the evening, but I appreciate the offer. Jim nodded and withdrew. If fury generated heat, I'd be boiled from inside out. Desperate times called for desperate measures. I scraped together what little feminine wiles I had left and touched Samon's hand. Samon, please, let's go. As a favor to me. He paused with a glass halfway to his mouth. I'm looking forward to tormenting him a bit more once he emerges. Idiot, idiot, idiot. You've made your point already, and I'm tired and stressed out. I just want to go and have a cup of coffee in my kitchen. His mind took a moment to work through the alcohol days. He arched his eyebrows. Are you inviting me for a private cup of coffee at your place? Yes. I'd give him a cup of coffee and a big helping of a knuckle sandwich. Generosity was a virtue, and I was in the mood to be extremely virtuous. Samon made an exaggerated sigh. I recognize it's a bribe, but I would be a fool to decline. You would. He paid the bill. With luck, the people in the pack would remain cloistered for a little while longer. We started down the staircase. I watched him like a hawk, expecting him to trip on the stairs, but he managed to descend with his usual elegance. Outwardly, he showed no signs of inebriation. He didn't stumble and his speech didn't slur, which worked against him. Curran might be able to forgive a drunken man, but not a sober one. Outside, snow fell from the black sky, hiding the ground in a soft white blanket. Samon raised his hand, and snowflakes swirled to his skin, trailing his fingers. Beautiful, aren't they? Very pretty. I steered him to the vehicle. We finally negotiated the parking lot. Samon snapped his fingers, pulling the keys out of thin air. You shouldn't drive, I told him. On the contrary, I should. A normal human would be dead of alcohol poisoning by now. He wanted to drive. Give me the keys. He considered it and dangled the keys before me. What do I get if I let you drive? I felt the weight of someone's gaze, as if a sniper had sighted my back through a rifle scope. I turned. The building loomed about 30 yards away. The double glass doors leading to the balcony swung open, and Curran walked out. What do I get if I let you drive, Kate? I grabbed the keys from his hand. To live! Get into the car. Now. I snapped the locks open, jerked the passenger door ajar, and shoved him into the seat. Curran's eyes glowed with gold.
He shrugged off his leather jacket, grabbed the neck of his turtleneck with both hands, and ripped it in half. I dived into the car and floored the gas pedal. In the rearview mirror, Curran tore apart his pants. His flesh boiled and a monster spilled forth. What's the rush? Simon wondered. Look back. The man was gone. In his place stood a beast, dark gray and corded with muscle. I caught a glimpse of huge fangs on a face neither lion nor human, and then he leapt off the balcony onto the neighboring roof. He's chasing us, Simon stared through the rear window. He's actually chasing us. He's chasing you. He wouldn't hurt me. Well, what did you expect? Shock stamped Simon's face. He's abandoned all pretenses at humanity. I took a sharp corner. The tires skidded. The vehicle slid, brushing a snowdrift. I wrestled with the wheel, righting the car, and we hurtled down the street. Curran appeared above the building behind us. He sailed through the night sky like he had wings and landed on the shingles. The moonlight clutched at his shaggy mane. He took a running start, cleared another gap between the buildings, and followed us, bounding from roof to roof in great leaps. I tried to speak clearly, hoping it would penetrate the fog of Simon's brain. We go to my place. I get out, you get behind the wheel and drive as fast as you can. It's your only chance. And my only chance to settle all that ailed me without outside interference. Simon didn't answer. Flesh flowed on his face and hands, changing into a new shape and instantly shifting into another, as if his body had gone liquid. What are you doing? Burning off the alcohol. He glanced back. He's still there. Help me navigate. I don't know where I'm going. Take the next left. You'll see a bridge. Go up. I made the turn, praying the tech would hold.
If the magic hit us, we'd be in deep shit. Chapter 17. 30 minutes later, we screeched to a halt before my apartment building. I jumped out into the snow, slayer in hand. Simon lunged into the driver's seat. The wheels spun, spraying snowflakes. I jumped back. The car reversed, rolling over the spot where my feet were half a second earlier and sped into the night. He almost ran me over. Coward. Let's have a partnership, Kate. I offer honesty, Kate. I don't have to outrun the beast lord I just pissed off, Kate. I only have to outrun you and hit you with my car as I hightail it out of here. The dogs down the street exploded with frantic barking. Speak of the devil. I needed to attract His Majesty's attention and take this off the street. In the open, he could take a running start and bulldoze over me. In my apartment, he'd have a harder time maneuvering and I'd have the home turf advantage. I hiked up my dress and ran into the building, taking the stairs 2 at a time. It took me 3 precious seconds to get the door open. I burst inside, dropped the sword, ran to the living room window and slid it open. A thick grate of steel and silver bars guarded my window. I grabbed the 2 handles and twisted. The lock snapped open. The grate swung to the left and I saw him, a nightmarish beast charging up the roofs across the street. Like a demon caught between the black sky and the white snow. Dear God. He saw me and changed direction in mid-leap. That's right. Come let me kiss you with my fist, baby. I backed away from the window. Shoes. I had spiked heels on. I pulled them off and tossed them into the hallway. If I had to kick him, the heel would go right into the body like a knife. It would hurt, but not enough to stop him, and I'd have a hell of a time getting free. Curran dropped off the roof and dashed across the street to my building. I backed away, giving myself room to kick. My heart hammered. My mouth went completely dry. A second passed. Come on, come on. A clawed half-paw gouged the windowsill. Curran lunged through the window. He was huge, neither a man nor a lion. Curran's usual warrior form stood upright. This creature moved on all 4s. Enormous, bulging with muscle under a gray pelt striped with whip marks of darker gray. 600 pounds at least. His head was lion, his eyes were human, and his fangs were monster. So that's what the beast lord with no brakes looked like. He landed on the floor of my living room. Muscles twisted and crawled, stretching and snapping. The gray fur melted, fading into human skin, and Curran stood on my carpet, nude and pissed off, his eyes glowing gold. His voice was a deep snarl. I know he's here. I can smell him. I felt an irresistible urge to brain him with something heavy. Did you lose your sense of smell? Simon's scent is 2 hours old. Golden eyes burned me. Where is he? Under my bed. The bed went airborne. It flew across the living room and slammed into the wall with a thud. That was just about enough of that. What the hell do you think you're doing? Saving you from whatever mess you got yourself into this time. Why me? There is no mess. It's a professional arrangement. He's paying you? Curran snarled. No, I'm paying him. He roared. His mouth was human, but the blast of sound that shot out of it was like thunder. Ran out of words, Your Majesty? Why him, he growled. Of all the men you could have, why would you hire him for that? Because he has the best equipment in the city and he knows how to use it. As soon as I said it, I realized how he would take it. The beginnings of another thundering roar died in Curran's throat. He stared at me, mute. Oh, this was too good. I threw my hands up. The lab! I'm talking about his lab, not his dick, you idiot. He's the only one I know with a Class 4 lab in the city. He can take a blank piece of paper and read an invisible incantation on it. It must have penetrated because he regained his ability to speak. That's not what I was told. Don't lie to me, Kate. Get out of my apartment. I know he was planning a long night and you had no choice about it. The next time I saw Jim, I'd kick him in the throat. Do I look like a fragile flower to you? I can kill Simon 3 times before his body ever hits the ground. If I don't want to sleep with him, no force on earth would make me. See, in our world, we have this pesky thing called reality. Before you ran over here in your beastly glory to rescue me, did that concept ever cross your mind? He opened his mouth. No, I growled, pacing back and forth. I'm not done. I need him for the Order's investigation. He made going out with him a condition of his services, because you made him spend the midnight games between Mahan and Aunt B, and this is his petty version of revenge. You knew I was guarding him, and you still went after him. You fucked up my personal life, now you're trying to destroy my professional one. If you kill him tonight, I swear to God I will murder you. Is he forcing you to sleep with him? One-track mind, Your Majesty. No. But even if I wanted to jump into the sack with him and screw his brains out, you have no right to an opinion on it. Rage shivered in the corners of Curran's mouth. He stalked back and forth like a caged cat. I have every right. Who says? You. You gave me that right when you dumped catnip all over my bed. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. He had me there. I changed my mind. What? Again? Why am I not surprised? What do you mean, again? You stood me up, remember? You were relieved I didn't show up. Let's review. I cooked the dinner. I made you a pie. I set the table. I took a shower. I put on makeup. I bought condoms, Curran. And then I sat in my kitchen for hours waiting for you. I sat and waited for 3 hours. Then I called to the keep and was told not to contact you again. And you have the audacity to snarl at me? He showed me his teeth. The phone call came when Doodle-Little was setting my bones. It went to Mahan, who thought it wasn't important. It never got to me. I had no idea you had called.
It was a fuck-up. It happened on my end, and I accept full responsibility for it. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. On that, we're in complete agreement. His eyes flashed. But you didn't even try to find me and figure out what happened. You made me feel this small. I held my thumb and index finger barely apart. Was I supposed to crawl to the keep, collapse at your feet, and beg you to take me? He snarled. You were supposed to march to the keep and punch me in the face. That would have been fine. But you ran away. The fury in his eyes made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I was trying to avoid a conflict between the pack and the Order, you stupid idiot. Bullshit. He kept going like he didn't hear me. You could have found me. You could have demanded an explanation. Instead, your bright idea to deal with this mess was not to talk to me? Do you get off on having me chase after you like some 16-year-old? 12 tops. 16 is giving you too much credit. He bit the air. Look who's talking. My voice was so bitter I could taste it. It doesn't matter. I thought you wanted to be with me. You made me want. I struggled with words. Things I didn't think I would ever get. I thought we had a chance, but it's over now. Thank you, Your Majesty, for curing my temporary madness and showing me how it was all my fault. I apologize for trashing your Love Me gym. It was a mistake on my part. I will replace your bench and comforter. You can leave now. He stared at me. If he didn't leave, I would kill him. Do you want me to spell it out? I'll speak slowly. You broke my heart, and now you're stomping on it. I hate you. Get the hell out of my apartment, or I swear I'll beat you bloody. His face was dark. You want me to grovel? Is that it? Page 48. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. https www.processtext.com above-lit.html. Come to think of it, groveling would be nice. But no, I just want you to go. Leave. His eyes flashed at me. Make me. I lunged left and kicked him. He made no move to avoid it. My foot smashed into his stomach, like kicking a tree sheathed in rubber. The kick knocked him back a couple of steps. He grunted. That's it, baby? I whipped about, picking up momentum, and kicked him in the head. He staggered back, looking a bit unfocused. I forced a grin out. Rang your bell, baby? Shit. I'd hit him with everything I had, and he didn't go down. He should have been out like a light. Curran shook his head and spat blood onto my carpet. The gold in his eyes burned me. He started toward me, his jaw set.
He wouldn't take another kick to the head, and kicking his body was useless. I snapped a side kick to his knee. He knocked my foot aside and grabbed at me. I dodged and hammered a punch into his side. He turned into it, and my fist bounced off his back. Ow. I sank my heel into his knee again, driving it with all my power. He grunted, but kept coming. I grabbed a lamp off the nightstand and bashed him with it. He caught it, ripped it out of my hands, and tossed it aside. I was almost to the wall. My room to maneuver shrank to nothing. I smashed my knuckles into his solar plexus. He exhaled in a sharp breath and drove me into the wall. His forearm pinned my left arm. I hammered my right fist into his ear. He growled, caught my wrist, and locked it against the wall above my head. I had no room to move. Game over. He crushed me against the wall, bracing me with his body. I strained, trying to break free. He might have been made of stone for all the good it did me. Except he was made of flesh, and he was stark naked. I strained every muscle I had. Nothing. Out-muscling him was beyond me. "Feel better?" he inquired. "Lean over to the left, Your Majesty. Want a shot at my jugular with your teeth?" He leaned to the right, exposing his thick neck. "Carotid's better. My teeth are too small. I wouldn't cause enough damage for you to bleed out. Jugular is better. If I rip it a bit and get air bubbles into the bloodstream, they'll be in your heart in 2 breaths. You would pass out at my feet. A normal human would die, but it took more than an air embolism to bring a shapeshifter down permanently. Here you go." He leaned his head to me, his neck so close to my lips I felt the heat coming off his skin. His breath was warm against my ear. His voice was a ragged snarl. "I miss you." This wasn't happening. "I worry about you." He dipped his head and looked into my eyes. "I worry something stupid will happen and I won't be there and you'll be gone. I worry we won't ever get a chance and it's driving me out of my skull." "No, no, no." We stared at each other. The tiny space between us felt too hot. Muscles bulged on his naked frame. He looked feral. Mad gold eyes stared into mine. "Do you miss me, Kate?" I closed my eyes, trying to shut him out. I could lie, and then we'd be back to square one. Nothing would be resolved. I'd still be alone, hating him and wanting him. He grabbed my shoulders and shook me once. "Do you miss me?" I took the plunge. Yes. He kissed me. The taste of him was like an explosion of color in a gray room. It was a fierce, possessive kiss, and I melted into it. His tongue brushed mine, eager and hot. I licked at it, tasting him again. My arms slid around his neck. He growled, pulling me to him, and kissed my lips, my cheeks, my neck. "Don't make me leave. Not a chance." I gulped to catch my breath. "If you leave, how will I strangle you?" He hoisted me up onto his hips, and I molded myself to him and kissed him on the mouth, stealing his breath. I didn't want to let go. His hands slid over my body, caressing my neck, moving to my shoulders, then my breasts. His fingers brushed my nipples, sending shivers through me. I arched my body, grinding into him, faster and faster. He made a noise, halfway between a growl and a purr. It triggered something deep, on a primeval female level, and I pressed tighter to him, running my hands over the cords of the muscles on his back, licking his neck, kissing him over and over so he would make it again. Curran swung me off the wall and carried me across the room, bumping into things. We stumbled onto the bed, tipped over at an angle. Curran pulled it down with one hand and we fell on it, his big body on top of mine. He dragged his mouth from my lips and kissed my neck, painting heat down my throat. My nipples ached. He pulled the gown down off my shoulder and sucked on my breast. Heat shot through me, making me hyper and impatient. I felt so empty, and I wanted to be full of him. His scent and the heat coming off him made me drunk. Curran caught my arms and pushed them above my head. His left hand closed on my wrists. He kissed me with a low, hungry growl, teeth nipping at my skin. His hot hand slid up my thigh, sending me into shivers, and I heard my underwear rip. He tossed it aside, thrust his hand under my butt, lifting my hips, and bent down between my thighs. "Oh my God!" I screamed. He licked me, sucking, and all of me faded except for the hot knot of pleasure down below. Every stroke,
Every touch of his tongue made it grow hotter and hotter, building the pressure, unbearable, wonderful, overpowering. Finally, it burst through me in a searing jolt, from inside all the way to my skin. Curran released me. I cried out and grabbed at him. The heat dissolved into a cascade of waves. "Condoms," I breathed. "Where?" I pointed past him to where the bed used to be. He strode off, and I almost growled. I didn't want him to let go of me. The world reeled. I was lightheaded, as if drunk. Curran reappeared with a condom. He peeled open a packet. For an absurd second, I thought the condom wouldn't fit. Somehow he got it on, loomed over me, and kissed my neck. His teeth grazed my skin. He clenched me to him. I swung my legs around his hips. The huge muscles of his back bulged under my hands. He thrust, and I cried out again as he slid inside me, filling me, hot and hard.
He thrust again and again, building into a smooth rhythm, and I moved with him, rocking and trying not to pass out from bliss. Another orgasm exploded in me, tearing a scream from my mouth. Curran thrust deep. My body clenched around him. He growled and emptied himself, and we collapsed onto the blankets. I was out of breath. It had to be a hallucination, but I was so happy I didn't care. He pulled me to him, and I put my head on his chest. His hand caressed my hair. His heartbeat was even and strong. We lay together as the sweat slowly cooled on our skin. I rolled over and punched his ribs. He grunted, "That's for that damn phone call." He caught me into a hug, pinning my arms. I think a mosquito bit me. I tried to pull away, but he had me wrapped up. Page 49, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com, abclit.html. Gray eyes looked into mine. "Why didn't you come to the keep?" "Oh, I planned on it. Had my boots on, ready to go, when I remembered it would cause an interagency disaster. I was being responsible." He shook with laughter. "What? You? Responsible? Shut up. How was I supposed to know that you let two little bears hurt you, Goldilocks?" Ah, yes, that mouth. I missed it. He crushed me to him in a fierce hug. All mine now. My bones. "Wind. Breathe," I squeaked. "Sorry," he whispered, letting me go just enough to inhale. We lay together for a while, until the cold air from the open window got to me and I shivered. "You're cold." He rose and went to close the window. My gown clung to my legs and bunched around my waist. I wriggled and slid it off. "We've ruined your Princess Buttercup dress," he said. I have the worst luck with that dress. I raised myself on the elbow to kick it off and caught sight of my apartment. We'd wrecked the place. At least the building is still standing. "I pride myself on restraint," he said. I laughed. We picked the pillows up off the floor and found the blanket. He slid into bed next to me, and I wrapped myself around him, my head on his chest. "What the freak?" said. "It's not like that," Curran said. "I know," I told him, and kissed the corner of his jaw. "I've never forced anyone, and I don't lie to you." "I know." A long, sad whine rolled through the apartment. Curran frowned. "Is that your mongrel?" "He's an attack poodle. I found him at an incident scene, washed him, shaved him, and now he guards the house and barfs on the carpet." "What's his name?" I stretched against him. "Grendel." Odd name for a poodle. He turned, taking full advantage of the fact that my breasts were squished against him. He came into a mead hall full of warriors in the middle of the night and scared them half to death. Ah, that explains it. His hand caressed my shoulder, then my back. It was a deceptively casual caress, and it made me want to rub myself against him. He leaned in closer and kissed me. His teeth grazed my lower lip. He kissed my chin and began working his way down my neck. I read lions can have sex 30 times a day," I murmured. He raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, but it only lasts half a minute. Would you prefer the 20-second special?" I rolled my eyes. What woman could pass on that offer? His hand cupped my breast. His fingers brushed my nipple, and I shivered. "I'm not all lion," Curran said, "but I do bounce back quickly." "How quickly?"
He shrugged. 2 minutes. Oh boy. I do slow down eventually, he said. After the first couple of hours or so. Couple of hours? I slid my hand down his chest to his stomach, feeling the hard ridges of muscle. I'd wanted to do that for so long. It's good that we have a whole box of condoms. He laughed low, like a satiated predatory cat, and swung me on top of him. Chapter 18. I opened my eyes, saw light, and jerked upright. The magic was still down. Thank the universe. The bed was back in its rightful place. Oh good, I'd dreamed the whole thing up. Curran walked into the room. He wore pack sweatpants he must have gotten out of my closet and nothing else. Toned muscle bulged on his chest and arms, hardened by constant exertion. He had the build of a man who fought for his life, neither too bulky nor too lean, a perfect combination of strength and supple quickness. And he grinned like a man who'd had a rather long and exciting night. Nope, not a dream. I did sleep with him. Dear God. Curran's gray eyes laughed at me. Morning. Tell me I'm still sleeping. He showed me the edge of his teeth. No. I lay back down and pulled the sheet on top of me. I couldn't have been that reckless. It's too late for that, he said. I've already seen everything. Actually, I'm pretty sure I've already touched and tasted everything too. I just need a moment to cope with this. Take your time. I'm not going anywhere. That was what I was afraid of. It occurred to me that I didn't hear any barking. Where is my dog? I let him out. I jerked up. On his own? He'll come back once he's done. He knows where the food is. Curran strode over to the bed, moving silently, his bare toes gripping the floor lightly as he walked, as if he still had claws. He really was an incredibly attractive bastard. He leaned over the bed. His lips brushed mine. He kissed me, and I kissed him back. He tasted of Curran and toothpaste. Clearly, I had lost my mind. Did I hurt you last night? I could have used many words to describe last night, but pain wasn't one of them. No, I wasn't sure since you told me to stop. Page 50. Generated by ABC Amberlit Converter. http www.processtext.com. abclit.html. Yes, at 5 in the morning. He just kept going and going, and at about 5 o'clock, my body gave out. I had to have sleep. But I'm nice and rested now. Why did that just come out of my mouth? He looked like a cat who'd gotten into a pantry and had himself a cream and catnip party. Is that a hint? Would you like it to be? I just couldn't stop myself. He grinned and slid into the bed next to me. Yes. Half an hour later, I escaped and started looking for my clothes. The air smelled of Javed-made coffee for me. I got dressed and went into the kitchen to fry an omelet and call Andrea for updates. You're 2 hours late, she told me. Are you okay? You're never late. Do you need me to come and get you? No, I'm fine, just tired. Curran loaded bread into the toaster. Any news of my Mary? I asked. Nothing. We dodged the bullet. Thanks. Wait, don't hang up. Yes? Andrea lowered her voice. Raphael found out more gossip about the gym thing. Curran glanced at me. I had to head her off at the pass before she said something Raphael would regret. Now isn't the best time. Look, I'm hiding in the armory with the phone, watching the door and whispering so nobody will overhear me. I feel like a kid cutting class hiding in the bathroom with a joint. The least you can do is hear me out. Raphael says that Curran lay there on the weight bench for 15 whole minutes trying to lift the damn bar, even though it was welded on there. Curran's face took on an inscrutable impression. Aha, I said. Aha was a good word. Non-committal. He broke it. I'm sorry? He broke the bar off. And then he smashed the bench with the bar, bashed the thing to pieces. Just kill me now. Aha, he must have a lot of frustration. The man's unstable, so watch your back, okay? Will do. Thanks. I hung up and looked at him. You broke the bench. You broke it. I just finished the job. It wasn't one of my brightest moments. He shrugged. No, I just didn't get it until I saw the catnip. I thought you were taunting me.
It was unexpected. He growled under his breath. I'm going to muzzle Raphael. He just wants his financial machinations approved. Are you asking me to do this for him? No. I turned the gas off and got out 2 blue metal plates. I'd given up on breakable plates after the last time my front door got broken and demonic mermaids wrecked my kitchen. I split the omelet between the plates and stopped when Curran's arms closed about me. He pulled me against him, pressing my back against his chest. I heard him inhale my scent. His lips grazed my temple.
Here we were, alone, in my kitchen, holding each other while breakfast cooled on the table. This was some sort of alternate universe, with a different Kate who wasn't hunted like a wild animal and who could have these sorts of things. "What's up?" I asked softly. "Just making sure you know you're caught." He kissed my neck, and I leaned against him. I could stay for days wrapped in him like this. I'd sunk in way too fast and way too deep. Yes, this was all well and good, but what happened when he saw the next conquest on the horizon? The thought cut at me. Apparently, I was still fragile. I didn't break any bones last night, did I? No, but that was a hell of a kick. I saw pretty lights for a moment or two. Served you right. We broke apart, slightly awkward. He checked the fridge. "Is there any pie?" "In the bread box." He extracted the pie from the box and sniffed the crust. "Apple. Made it yesterday. Magic apples thawed well. For me? Maybe. Before or after the chair? After. Although I was really pissed off at you. What the hell did you use?" "Industrial glue. It's inert until you add a catalyst to it." I took off the fabric and filled the chair with a bag of glue in thin plastic, covered the plastic with catalyst, put sponges on top, and reupholstered the thing. That was why it didn't feel weird sitting on it. The moment I sat down, the bag broke, glue and catalyst mixed, and the sponges stuck to my butt. That must have taken a long time. I was very motivated. "Did you know the glue produces heat when mixed with acetone?" His lips curved. "Yes." "Would it have killed you to mention it?" He chuckled. "Oh, get over yourself," I growled. Curran dug into his omelet. I drank my coffee and watched him try my cooking. Most shapeshifters avoided spicy food. It dulled their senses. I'd used half of the salt I normally stuck in there, and none of the jalapenos made it in. For some reason, it was terribly important that he liked it. He hooked a piece of omelet with his fork and chewed it with obvious pleasure. "Did Doodle talk to you about the body?" "No." "Any news on the missing shapeshifters?" Curran nodded. His face turned grim. "Bad news, I guessed?" "They went wild." I stopped with the coffee cup halfway to my mouth. It was often said that the shapeshifter had only 2 options, going code or going loop. The first demanded page 51, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://processtext.com/abclit.html, sacrifice and iron discipline. The second catapulted them down the path of wild abandon, turning them into murderous, cannibalistic maniacs. There was the third option, which almost never happened. A shapeshifter could forget their humanity completely. It wasn't loopism in the strict sense, because loops shifted into human shape frequently, if only to taunt their victims while they ripped them apart. Wild shapeshifters regressed so deeply into their animal forms that they lost the ability to transform, to speak, and probably to form coherent human thoughts. Going wild was so rare, I could count the known cases on the fingers of one hand. It usually happened when a shapeshifter was forced to maintain animal form for extended periods of time, months, sometimes years. Unfortunately, wild shapeshifters still carried like V. If they bit a human and the human became a loop, the pack would bear responsibility for it. That was the greatest burden of the alphas. Sometimes they had to kill their own people. Did you? It wasn't me, but it was done. The bodies are being brought to the keep today. What would cause them to go wild? I stirred my coffee. Curran reached over and brushed my hand with his fingers. Sometimes fear does it. When little kids get startled, they often go furry to run away. So she terrified them to the point they forgot they were human? Curran stopped. She, thin ice.
Proceed with extreme caution. If I mention Simon, it might set him off. I think it might be a woman. She pilots the undead mages the way navigators pilot vampires. He chewed on that. One of Roland's? I don't know yet. You'll know the second I do. Curran cut 2 pieces of pie and put one in front of me. How long will you need to pack? And the happy morning screeched to a halt. Why would I need to pack? I asked casually. Because you're coming to the keep with me. He delivered it as a fact. His face wore the familiar blank expression I'd come to define as the Beast Lord's my way or the highway look. He was actually serious about this. Why? She saw you at the guild. She could track you down here. It's not safe here. Nice try. She's targeting you, not me. If I gave him any hint Roland was after me, he would carry me to the damn keep and hide me in an armored room. I want you with me, he said. It's not a request. Too bad. You must have forgotten your fuzziness that I don't do well with orders. We locked stares over the table. You have no sense of self-preservation. And you expect me to commute 2 hours